You don't have your own library? Q Malfoy had asked with an incredulous look on his face at that revelation. No, Malfoy. Only spoiled prats like you have an entire library on their own. He'd taken the barb but hadn't fired one back. She assumed it was because he knew he was right. But when he spoke in a hushed voice a while later, she discovered it had been an entirely different reason. I wasn't spoiled. Hermione paused and looked up from her parchment, quill resting where she had left off. Malfoy was absently looking out the window where the sun was on its way down. The final rays of light shone through the glass and highlighted Malfoy's features, which were pulled tightly together in a deep frown. I know that's how things would appear for any outside the Malfoy family. But I was never spoiled. How do you mean? Hermione placed her things on the table between them as quietly as she could, afraid to spook him from continuing his admission. My mother hardly spent time with me when I was a child. I was mostly raised by the nanny. It wasn't until I was old enough to be somewhat educated, that my mother took an interest in me. Even then my father always kept his distance. He scoffed silently and turned his gaze back on the table between them. My father only spoke to me when it was most necessary, and found ways out of it by purchasing much of what I bullied him about. But once my mother started teaching me. There was an air of solemnity about Malfoy whenever he spoke of his mother, but this time it was something different. Melancholy or something else Hermione couldn't decipher. Perhaps I was spoiled in the physical sense that I never wanted for anything. But in other areas I was more deprived than I was spoiled. Hermione desperately wanted to reach out and apologize to Malfoy at that moment. She had made to move in her chair and only caught herself the last second before getting up. Malfoy had seen the movement, and for some reason they both understood just then. Whatever they were to each other before, despite how much animosity had been between them, just then a shift occurred. A shift they both recognized and each had a reaction for. Malfoy seemed startled and stunned to silence as he was raging some sort of internal battle. Hermione felt like someone had hit her with a stupid dollar and stumped her brain. How else could she explain the fact that all of a sudden she considered Malfoy to be a friend? One afternoon after an unusually quiet hour even for Malfoy and Hermione's standards, they were heading out of the library, when Malfoy hung back to make sure he hadn't forgotten his homework for Transfiguration, which she had just gone over with him. Hermione stepped out of the library's great doors and smacked right into the chest of none other than Cormac McLaggen. She lost her balance momentarily and felt him grip her upper arms to steady her. His touch felt too warm and too tight and she missed it to get away from him. Easy there, Granger. Wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. His voice had a sensual allure to it, and when she looked up, a leer was making his face look more distorted than attractive. At least in Hermione's opinion, she couldn't speak for any other witch with only half a brain, of course. Thank you, I'm perfectly fine. She yanked her body away from McLaggen and set to straighten her robes back. He clearly didn't take the hint and only loomed closer. Will I see you this Saturday? He reached out and caressed a lock of her hair, making her flinch back instinctively. I dare say you will. She felt herself being pulled out from under McLaggen's much too obvious attempt to get close to her and found herself being yanked flush up against Malfoy's side. Her hip collided with his upper thigh and his arm hurried to drape itself around her shoulders. The sneer on McLaggen's face could have rivaled that of old Malfoy, Hermione knew. The tiny part of her brain that was still functioning registered that even though she was pressed tightly against Malfoy's side, he distinctively made an effort not to touch her skin in any way. What's it to you, Malfoy? Granger and I were having a little chat, so if you don't mind I do mind, as it happens. Malfoy, I don't think. Hush and let the men talk now, Granger. Her eyes widened in disbelief and she was about to rage at Malfoy for that particular comment if not for the fact that McLaggen had taken it as a challenge. Yes, Granger. Allow Malfoy to demonstrate his superiority he failed to show on several other occasions. Excuse me. Hermione pulled herself from Malfoy's grip, and though a very small part of her protested, Malfoy didn't seem to have noticed as his hand was slightly raised, pointing his wand at McLaggen. McLaggen on the other hand had pulled out his own wand as well, and both were glaring at each other. Clearly, you are in need of glasses or perhaps even a new brain in order to comprehend when someone declines your continued advances. Malfoy tilted his head ever so slightly in her direction, and McLaggen's gaze found her. She felt his eyes roam over her body and her skin broke out in shivers from the 2 seconds it took. Or maybe you should just return to your Slytherin dungeon and let us Gryffindors sort things out, and by sort out I supposed you mean manhandle. Malfoy had taken a step closer to McLaggen, and while they both towered over Hermione, they seemed to match each other in height. Hermione and I have made an agreement to attend Slytherin's Christmas party. I don't know what it took her a moment for her brain to catch up to that statement. We have made no such agreement, Cormac. She pushed her way to stand between them, and she could feel Malfoy's chest rising against her back. Surely you remember, Hermione, I asked you when. It doesn't matter when you think you asked her, McLaggen, because Granger has already agreed to accompany me to the party. Hermione craned her neck to watch a sneer form around Malfoy's lips and the victory gleam that shone in his eyes. McLaggen actually staggered back when Hermione didn't protest this. He looked absolutely disgusted at the revelation. He gave her another foul look. Hermione realized he was gauging her somewhat protective stance in front of Malfoy, and he clearly read more into it than what Hermione meant by it. Which was of course not helped by Malfoy's insane declaration. Why on earth would he proclaim something that ludicrous? But was it ludicrous? Yes, it most definitely was. Oh, she could only imagine the many explanations she would have to come up with to Hermione once word started spreading around the castle that Draco Malfoy was taking Hermione Granger to Slytherin's Christmas party. McLaggen scoffed wordlessly and then stalked away. Behind her, Hermione felt Malfoy relax again, and she turned to look up into his flustered face. There were no more than a few inches between them, and if she heaved in a deep enough breath, she was sure her chest would meet his. He stood frozen to the ground and only then seemed to realize what he had just said. I shouldn't have said that. You and I would never. That would be. His shoulders sagged and she saw a kind of defeat in his eyes she had never seen before. Not even when she had found him crying in the bathroom. Yes, well. Malfoy and Granger attending a party together would. I suppose you're right. Right. Okay. You should find someone else to go to the party with, and quickly before the stupid sod gets a second wind. Come to think of it. And he trailed off with a mysterious look in his eyes. One Hermione didn't particularly care for, because it reminded her too much of whenever Fred and George would conjure up another mischievous deed. Yes, well, thank you, I suppose. She paused, trying to find the best way to explain her need to hurry and find Hermione without causing more rift between this new tentative friendship. Run along, Granger. You wouldn't want Potter to catch the latest gossip. There was something in his voice she couldn't determine. Did he want her to run off and clarify things with Harry? Or was he challenging her to actually go with him to the party? Because that would be absolutely bonkers. Wouldn't it? I better go then. She whispered and let go of Malfoy's sleeve, which she only then realized she had been holding on to. He only nodded, and when she looked back, she watched him following her with his eyes. When Hermione climbed through the portrait hole of the fat lady, who had a smug look for Hermione once she'd given her the password, she was assaulted by Ginny, who hurried to pull her to the girls' dormitory where the boys couldn't follow them. Is it through then? Ginny sounded out of breath, and she was still in her Quidditch outfit. Hermione fell against the wall behind her with a groan and a hand to cover her eyes. That fast? It happened less than 30 minutes ago. So it's through. Ginny sounded absolutely horror-struck, but her expression was an entirely different thing altogether. Of course it's not true. Who on earth would believe that Malfoy would be taking me to Slughorn's party? Honestly, Ginny. Well, from the sounds of it, quite a few people, Hermione. Hermione fought very hard not to roll her eyes and utterly failed to keep it in. She ran her hands down her cheeks in frustration and rubbed her temples. You have been spending a lot of time with him, you know. Plenty of other students have noticed this. And you seem, well, friendly towards each other. Ginny offered a shrug and joined Hermione to sit on the step beside her. I don't know if I would actually call us friends, but I don't really know what else to call whatever it is we have. I don't exactly hate him. At least not as I used to. He's still a prat by all means. Just less of a prat than previously. Ginny chuckled at that and nudged Hermione in the ribs. Friends, huh? That's all it is. Yes, that's all it is. A sigh escaped Hermione at that, one she hadn't really meant to let out, and Ginny raised an inquisitive eyebrow at her. And will it stay that way? Of course it will. It's Malfoy of all people. I know. I'm quite familiar with the blonde git. But Hermione, what if things were different? How do you mean different? Both girls shifted on each of their steps the better to face each other. Ginny seemed to struggle how she wanted to phrase her next words. Say we didn't go to Hogwarts and we hadn't been sorted into competing house, and there was no bad history between us, can you honestly say that you wouldn't find Malfoy attractive? What? Ginny, that's absurd. Of course I wouldn't. I'm not saying you should snog the sodding wanker, because he is still a wanker in my books. But if you really say he's nice to you, and well, if he's even willing to start a rumor like this. I don't know, Hermione. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Ginny, nothing about this makes sense at all. No, it doesn't. Have you told Harry and Ron yet about this development? You know well enough that I haven't. She could tell by the silly grin on Ginny's face that she perfectly well knew this. Are you coming to Slughorn's party this Saturday? Hermione briskly changed the subject and with a frown Ginny allowed it. I suppose so. If Harry doesn't schedule some sort of emergency Quidditch practice. Sometimes I swear he's got snitch fever or something. Snitch fever? Surely, that's not a thing. With Harry I think it is. They both laughed and seemed to come to an agreement that that was the end of the conversation. Ginny left to shower, while Hermione snuck down to the common room hoping to find Harry on his own. She glanced around the common room and saw almost the entire Quidditch team lounging about, and it seemed Katie had been allowed back on the team finally. Hermione snuck over to take a seat next to Haney on the sofa before the fire. The second her behind touched down, Harry closed his book with a loud thump and turned to glare at her. Really, Hermione? Don't tell me you've started believing whatever codswallop people gossip about at Hogwarts. I haven't, but this is one serious rumor. And that is just what it is, a rumor. Malfoy was being, well, Malfoy. Hermione shrugged and leaned back in her seat, staring into the fire. Yeah, well, I still say Malfoy is up to no good. Hermione, haven't you? No, I haven't, Haney. And consider this, Malfoy and I spend so much time studying together outside of class, do you honestly think he would still have time to do whatever it is you suspect him of doing? Harry narrowed his eyes while mulling it over, finally reaching a conclusion he was less than pleased with. Perhaps not at this particular moment. But he's dodgy, Hermione. Just be careful, I know Harry. But frankly, I think Malfoy and I have almost become friends. She cringed even as she said it, and couldn't blame the look of disbelief Harry was ogling her with. Friends? Yes, I know it sounds preposterous, but I don't know how else to describe it. This rumor all started because Malfoy helped me get rid of McLaggen. who just then decided to step through the portrait hole, and his gaze immediately landed on Hermione. Hermione noticed this too and said nothing as McLaggen strolled through the common room, never taking his glaring eyes off Hermione. Harry shifted a little closer next to her and whispered, "Rumour or no rumour, find someone quick to bring to the party to get rid of him." Once Hermione and Hermione went down for breakfast the next morning, Hermione glanced up and down the Gryffindor table to see who she thought might want to go with her to Sloane's Christmas party. Her eyes briefly landed on a surly seventh year with broad shoulders, but she shook her head and moved on. She deliberately ignored Ron and Lavender entwined at the end of the table, both of them completely ignoring their breakfast, which was indeed a first for Ron as far as Hermione knew. Then she spotted Neville in conversation with a few third years, and Hermione had made her decision. After finishing breakfast, she went over to Neville and promptly asked him if he wanted to join her for Sloane's Christmas party, as friends of course. He didn't answer at first and just looked at her with wide eyes. "Yeah, course Hermione. But I thought never believe the stupid rumours going about this school, Neville." "Right, see you in herbology later." Having one problem sorted, she could then turn her attention to how she was going to avoid McLaggen on Saturday evening at the next Slug Club dinner. As it turned out, Ginny was able to come along, but only because she had dislocated her shoulders in Quidditch practice the previous day, and Madame Pomfrey insisted she rested her arm for the remainder of week. That didn't stop Harry from planning another Quidditch practice to not leave Ron behind though. So once again Hermione and Ginny dressed up and made their way to Sloane's office in a fit of giggles due to Ginny's pondering thoughts about just how much dress robes would actually manage to cover in certain areas of the body. This was why they both appeared flushed when they entered the office, and Sloane beamed them welcome and hurried them over to meet a witch with short and curly dark hair to match her tall figure. Her smile was friendly, but her eyes was another story as Sloane introduced her as Amelia Heron, and that she worked in the ministry. Neither Ginny nor Hermione paid any attention to what department Amelia Heron worked in, because just then, Ginny had spotted Zabini and Malfoy across the room, and she had nudged Hermione so violently in the ribs that she nearly keened over. Excusing herself with a cough, she turned and found herself staring at Malfoy. He had changed his outfit for this dinner. The last dinners he had worn the same, but tonight he had chosen a sleek dark grey suit in a much more Muggle fashion than wizard fashion. His cufflinks glinted emerald as he shifted on the spot when he noticed her noticing him. She could practically feel his eyes as they dipped and took her in. She had chosen, well, Ginny had chosen for her, a dress with no sleeves and a snitched waist to accentuate her curves. The dark orange colour made her hair stand out strikingly, and Ginny had said her eyes looked like melted chocolate, to which Hermione had snorted laughter. But as Malfoy's eyes returned to her face and paused there, she noticed the corner of his mouth twitch, and he inclined his head ever so slightly, to approve. She copied the movement, because she could certainly approve of his attire. If she didn't know it was Malfoy, he looked positively. She stopped herself before she continued any thoughts in that direction. Averting her eyes, she was then nudged by Ginny, who had spotted another person in the room, who was glaring at Malfoy. But not in the appreciative way she had just been looking at him. McLaggen was sporting a huge black eye, and his entire nose and nearly half of his face was covered in a huge bandage. Beside Hermione, she could feel Ginny snickering into her shoulder at the rather pathetic sight. McLaggen had apparently not moved from his solitary seat in the corner of the room, and no one seemed inclined to engage him in conversation. Zabini and Malfoy had started conversing with Melinda Bobbins before Sloane went to introduce Amelia Heron to them as well. "What do you suppose happened to him?" Ginny whispered, still half hidden behind Hermione. "I'm not sure, but I have a hunch." Hermione's eyes found Malfoy's again, and he actually winked at her. Of course Ginny saw this and nudged Hermione again. "Come on then." Hermione pulled Ginny along by her good arm, and they joined the small group of people and tried to drop into the conversation, which was once again led primarily by Sloane himself. "Dot wants to be a writer. Perhaps you could put her into contact with your friend at the Prophet." Yes, I suppose I could, offered Amelia Heron through tight lips and the tiniest smile Hermione had ever seen anyone share. That would be lovely, thank you. Melinda Bobbin did not seem deterred by the lack of enthusiasm from Heron. Hermione accepted a small drink from a floating tray and took a tiny sip to suddenly find Zabini next to her. I heard quite the rumour the other day, Granger, he said, leering over the top of his glass at her. She noticed Ginny inching closer to listen next to her and tried to ignore it. I thought you knew better than to believe the first thing you heard, Zabini. That depends on the rumour. This one was particularly interesting. Zabini blinked his eyes in the direction of Malfoy before returning to look at Hermione. What happened to McLaggen? Hermione tried to change the topic and found Zabini had turned positively gleeful at the question. How would I know? He feigned ignorance, but his huge grin told her otherwise. Toyed around with any bludgers recently? Hermione whispered in a tone she hoped sounded coy. She honestly had no idea, because she had never really tried to sound coy ever in her life. I would never fondle bludgers without you, Granger. Ginny spluttered into her drink beside Hermione and she herself had to fight a snicker creeping up her throat and she hid behind her glass. So Zabini drew out the word as he turned to fully face Hermione and Ginny still beside her, who had kept surprisingly quiet the entire time. Rumours aside, I've heard you're spending quite a lot of time with Draco stirring the cauldron. Hermione didn't even know what that meant and still Zabini made it sound like something completely different. Just then Malfoy decided to join his friend with a bump on the shoulder. Blaze, he drawled, and Hermione found her attention zoned in on Malfoy with that single word, despite the warning underlying it. Malfoy. Ginny finally decided to join in the conversation and inclined her head to the blonde. Weasley. Granger. Goosebumps broke out down Hermione's spine at the sound of her name that way, and she had no explanation for it other than it just did. Before either of them could say anything else, Sloane moved in between them and gestured for them to take their seats for the dinner. McLaggen slouched to his seat without a word or a glance to anyone. They found Sloane had assigned seats for them again, and once again Hermione found herself placed between Malfoy and Zabini. What did surprise her was when Zabini moved to pull her chair for her, and the glare Malfoy shot his way as he did so. Hermione stared at Zabini briefly before taking her seat and felt the chair gently pushed under her again. Zabini quirked an eyebrow and moved to pull Ginny's chair as well. She narrowed her eyes at him, but accepted the offer all the same. On either side the two Slytherins took their seats. Dinner was served in silence and the only people talking were Sloane and whomever he chose to give his attention. Somewhere halfway through dinner Zabini leaned over and with a positively leering gleam in his eyes he spoke in a hollow voice meant for very few ears. Anything interesting happened lately, Granger? I'm sure you have quite the tales to tell. The way he pronounced the last three words had made Malfoy flinch in his seat next to her. Hermione ignored it the best she could and focused her attention solely on Zabini. Sadly I must disappoint you, Zabini. Unlike others, I have not been brandishing my wand everywhere. The smile she plastered on was something she would like to think demure, and the way Zabini smirked he very much seemed to enjoy it. On his other side Ginny was staring at Hermione wide-eyed but with a look that also urged her to continue whatever it was she had unintentionally started. Ah, well, Zabini leaned back in his chair, this time taking care not to lean too far as to not topple over again. That could not have been me. I recently gave my wand a decent polish. I'd hate to muck that up. The corner of his lips turned up as he raised his goblet in salute and Hermione drank in silence from her own goblet of what turned out to be butterbeer. Licking her lips appreciatively she then found Zabini openly gawking at her mouth with his own slightly agape. It would indeed be a shame to muck up a fine wand polishing. No need to flourish it in everyone's faces either. Just then Malfoy decided to join in on the conversation, setting his fork down. He had eaten almost everything on his plate, Hermione noticed. That was also a rather significant change in his behavior. Well, mate, when your wand is as fine as mine, you just have to boast about on occasion. Zabini snickered and Malfoy in return sported a small grin as he shook his head in disbelief. I'm sure I would. Though for some reason, I never pictured Granger as one to polish her wand much. Besides Zabini, Ginny snorted into her drink again and was left to mop the entire thing up with nearly all her own as well as Zabini's napkins before she realized she could just vanish the entire thing with a wave of her wand. Desert, everyone! Boomed Sloane jovially, and everyone's plates were exchanged for individual plates of sugared almonds, vanilla ice cream and a crisp chocolate coating. Zabini looked to his with much enthusiasm and promptly scooped a spoonful. After swallowing, he took special care to lick his spoon before setting it down again. Hermione noticed out the corner of her eye how Ginny completely ignored her own plate and was entirely transfixed on this flirtatious exchange between Hermione and Zabini. Truthfully, Hermione could feel her neck heat from the wanton attention Zabini was clearly giving her. It wasn't something new from the other dinners, but he seemed to have kicked up the volume for some reason. Pulling back her eyes to her plate, she subtly noticed Malfoy's hand on the table beside his plate. The knuckles on the back of his fist were near white, and as she glanced up, his face had taken on one of those neutral masks. I forget, Granger, did you take care of magical creatures? Forgetting herself and Zabini's attempt to lure her into whatever he saw fit, she answered quite plainly. You know very well I was. We were stuck in that class together for 3 years. For some reason I forgot. Perhaps you were too busy preventing those blast-ended screw-ts from going off all the time. Malfoy drawled to his friend, and this time it was Hermione's time to snicker into her hand and cover her grin. The dragon had awoken to play suddenly. We can't all be quite as natural at handling fearsome beasts as you, Malfoy. Or was it a chicken that mauled your pinky? Zabini narrowed his eyes at Malfoy. And though they both smiled at each other, Hermione could nearly feel the tension stretch between them. And the animosity that suddenly erupted across the air in front of her. Thankfully I didn't lose any mobility in my fingers in any accidents, unlike some other unfortunate people. As Malfoy lifted his hand to sprawl his fingers in the air, the light caught on his ring before they all briefly turned their attention the sulking figure of McLaggen. Hermione's eyes strayed back to Malfoy's hand that had returned to rest on the table. There were only a few inches between his hand and her own. Preventing herself from doing anything stupid, she slipped her hand down to her lap, where she clasped them together with a hitched breath leaving her chest. Do either of you know what happened to McLaggen? She asked without looking at either of them. She could feel Zabini's eyes on her, and she was sure that if she turned to him, he would be showing quite a fiendish expression on his rouged face. Haven't the foggiest. Zabini shrugged and returned his attention to the rest of his dessert, leaving Hermione to do the same. Just as she had eaten her last mouthful, she found Malfoy staring at her with a strange look in his eyes. They kept straying to her mouth, even more so when she then couldn't keep herself from licking her lips from the last drops of ice cream. Malfoy's throat bobbed and he found her eyes then. It was one of those times when time seemed to stop for Hermione to take in everything about the situation she could. She saw how Malfoy's pupils were dilated and completely transfixed on her face. How his throat continued to bob with each forced swallow of breath he had to gulp down. How his lips thinned in strain. How his skin glistened from the rising temperature that only seemed to affect him and Hermione, and perhaps Zabini. When Malfoy blinked, time seemed to move on again and Hermione exhaled with a rush that left her to fall back in her chair. It was disrupted even more when McLaggen rose from his seat with a clamour to announce he was taking his leave from what he deemed a pleasant evening. Sloane didn't notice the strain McLaggen clearly showed to anyone else, nor how he hurried to leave the office without a glance to anyone else. Shortly after, Ginny cleared her throat and indicated she would be heading back as well, and Hermione decided to join her. As she was about to rise from her seat, Malfoy jumped from his as upon reflex and pulled her chair away from her. He didn't look at her though, but was smirking at Zabini, who only leaned back with his hands in the air. Hermione bid them both good night, thanking Merlin that neither came up with any more indecent comments as she joined Ginny to leave. "See you around, Granger." Malfoy's voice reached her, just as she was stepping out. But Ginny tugged too fiercely on her, that she didn't get to say the same to him. Once they were a few corridors away, Ginny stopped abruptly and turned on Hermione, hands on her hips. "What on earth was that about, Hermione? What do you mean? Oh, don't play dumb with me. You know full well what I'm talking about. Zabini was just about ready to pull you into the nearest broom closet and have his way with you." "Ginny. It's Fru." Although she relented slightly as they continued on their way back to Gryffindor Tower. It could also just be to rouse. But no, that would be. But then again, he did look. Hermione had no idea what Ginny had started to concoct in her vivid brain and left her to her musings. Thankfully, neither Ron nor Harry were in the common room and she and Ginny could go straight to bed. Once they had cleaned up in the bathroom, Ginny paused Hermione before they headed for each of their dormitories. "Hermione, do you think Gunny cut herself off?" and shook her head. "Never mind, good night." And Hermione was left to herself to fry and fall asleep with a head that roared full of ridiculous ideas, that transformed into strange dreams once sleep overtook her. Chapter end notes. Thank you so much for every kudos and comment. Things are definitely progressing with these two now, and next week will be a bit revelation. As always, you can follow me on Instagram at @MissUsberites and don't hesitate to come say hi. Nighttime visits chapter notes. I'm very happy to share this chapter with you. This chapter contains one of the scenes I originally concocted in my mind and was the start of this story, along with the scene where Hermione finds Draco in the bathroom. Those two are the backbone of this story and what I ultimately shaped the story from. See the end of the chapter for more notes. By the end of November, Hermione had settled into a rather comforting routine she had never thought would be possible. Her friendship with Harry and Ron was still strained due to Ron's ever-physical relationship with Lavender. She doubted she had spoken a handful of words to Ron since that first Quidditch game where she had sent those birds after the couple. Nor did she really want to. For his part, Ron kept out of her way too, though much of that could be attributed to Lavender's persistence to keep herself securely attached to Ron whenever possible. She still saw Haney most mornings for breakfast, where they spoke very little. He would sometimes ask about how things were working out with Malfoy, and she would say the same she always did, it was going fine. Because that was the truth of it all. It was perhaps even better than fine, though she didn't really dare try and describe it otherwise. Ever since Sloane's last dinner, it was evident a shift had occurred between them. Hermione could feel it in the air between them when they were alone together in the library, and even more so when they were brewing twice a week on their own in the evenings. For some reason Malfoy would always be the first to arrive for their brewing sessions. She supposed it had something to do with the Slytherin common rooms being closer to the dungeons than the Gryffindor Tower. And she hardly minded. It was a welcome reversal to her nearly always being the first to arrive in the library. But of course, that had changed as well, since they were spending more and more time together in the library. Each Tuesday and Thursday evening, however, between 7 and 9, Hermione made her way to the dungeons with her bag stuffed with notes scribbled over and over again, both in her handwriting and Malfoy's. His handwriting had started out as something she needed time to decipher, but over the many weeks she had grown accustomed to the curled endings and neat letters he would jot down feverishly on several occasions. This night was no different than the previous nights in the dungeons. They greeted each other as always: "Evening, Malfoy." "Evening, Granger." And then Malfoy would open the door for them, holding it open for her to enter first. This, however, was something that had started after the last Slytherin dinner. The first time he had done it, she had commented something about being perfectly capable of opening a door and entering it all by herself. To which he had just stared at her, still holding the door for her. After that first time he would continue to hold it open for her in silence, while she accepted the gesture in silence. Setting her things up for that evening's testing, she felt Malfoy move closer to her side and set up his own things. Hermione had also started noticing that he rarely kept the same distance between their things as he had done just a few months ago. They worked in amicably silence, primarily talking about the potion and what steps to take next. Last time we added 3 spoonfuls of the powdered okami shells, perhaps we should try half of that amount. That seems fair. 3 was clearly too much as we saw. Shall I stir? All right. Malfoy stepped closer to her, brushing his robes against her own. She froze in her place, concentrating solely on stirring the cauldron in front of her, afraid to do anything else. Beside her, Malfoy shifted to better be able to tip the powder into the cauldron. As he did so, his side leaned slightly into her own and his hand drifted just above where she stirred the cauldron. They both paused to watch the powder take effect in the cauldron. But Hermione found her attention deeply distracted between watching the color change in front of her and the fact that Malfoy had yet to step away from her again. Every breath he took she could feel brushing her arm. It made her own breathing uneven, and she forced her gaze back to the cauldron. Opposed to his slender hands resting on the table between them. 1½ spoonful of powdered okami shells seems to work much better, Malfoy remarked before he moved to write that down. With his presence gone from her side, Hermione felt she was able to breathe again, and she could notice how the potion had turned silver instead of the murky grey it had been moments before. Yes. Do we have time for any more tonight? They both glanced to the clock at the back of the dungeon. Because both were looking at the clock, neither noticed how the other's face fell at the realization that their time for the evening was coming to a close. I suppose not. Hermione sighed and began to pack things away again. Perhaps we should try and leave this to simmer until next time. Malfoy moved to find a place where they could store their cauldron. Why? Well, Felix Felicis takes nearly half a year to brew to completion. Malfoy shrugged as he moved some things around on a nearby shelf. I just reasoned we'd give it a try and see how this would affect our potion. If nothing happens, well, we'll sort something else out. Trial and error, right? Hermione found she could not react even if someone slapped her. She watched in an absolute moment of being speechless as Malfoy maneuvered the cauldron to rest on the shelf and he charmed a tiny flame to bubble underneath it. A charm she herself had grown very adept with over the years. Right. Her voice was raw when he turned back around. The smile he sent her was a mix between a smirk and something genuine. It shook her to her core because of the fluttering sensation it caused in her stomach. They packed up their things and left the dungeon as they always did. See you around, Granger. See you around, Malfoy. As Hermione walked back to her dormitory, she thought back through everything that had happened between her and Malfoy over the past months. It had only been a few months and yet it seemed like too much had happened in such a short time for things to have changed too drastically between the two of them. Never in her wildest imagination would she ever have thought to be able to consider Malfoy a friend, and yet here they were. He never talked badly about her, at least not in front of her, and whenever they argued, which they still did quite a lot, it was based in academics and personal opinions of such matters. When speaking of their very different backgrounds they kept themselves to a certain distance. On Hermione's part it was because she could see the changes in Malfoy when she got too close to anything personal, and he would close up. For his sake, she didn't know what held him back sometimes, but she appreciated it all the same. They never spoke of much else, and certainly never her other two friends or the time she had found him crying. Hermione worried what might happen if she did try and breach that occasion. But she had yet to find the nerve or opportunity to do. The following Wednesday had been a particularly stressful day, with several assignments to be finished and handed in to the various professors, who seemed to think it was perfectly okay to deem at least 6 inches of written assignments all piled up together was a perfect way to spend your week. Hermione had just concluded her essay for McGonagall on how best to adjust a transfiguration spell when transfiguring something small to something much larger, when Ginny approached her with a strange look about her. "What is it, Ginny?" Hermione put her things away, perfectly content to spend an evening laughing with Ginny. But judging from the look on Ginny's face, that was far from her plan for the evening. "Well, I was just thoroughly berated and quite frankly astonished just before being let through by the fat lady, because, well..." She was wringing her hands, clearly debating if she should tell Hermione whatever it was. Ginny glanced back to the concealed entrance behind the portrait hole. "There's someone who really wants to talk to you. Waiting just outside the portrait hole." Hermione raised her chin in question as to who it could be. Everyone she knew was practically already either in bed or just lounging about in the common room. She craned her neck around to see if anyone was missing, and then stopped when she realized what Ginny had just said. If the person was waiting outside the portrait hole, it meant it was definitely not a Gryffindor. But surely, it couldn't. Hermione's wide eyes found Ginny's, who in turn had hers narrowed in heavy suspicion. "But what you tell me, Hermione? I haven't the faintest idea." "Why on earth better go find out then? Before anyone else notices." Ginny tilted her head with a knowing look to a far corner where Harry and Ron had just emerged and were about to start a game of wizard's chess. "Hermione!" Ginny grabbed her wrist as Hermione was about to leave. The two girls looked at each other for a fraction of a second. "Be careful." "Yes, I know, Ginny. Thank you." Hermione tugged a corner off her mouth into what she hoped was a grateful smile before she pulled her hand free of Ginny's grasp to go a climb out the portrait hole. Just as it was about to swing shut behind her, she thought she saw a pair of green eyes look at her. But then her attention was captured by a set of steel-grey eyes waiting for her outside. Malfoy was leaning up the wall, one leg propped up to support himself against the wall. His arms were crossed, but once he spotted her, he jumped forward and started rambling. "Granger, brilliant, didn't know if Weasley would actually follow through, never mind, I had a thought," and he continued to ramble on about a change he had thought of for their potion, that he wanted to discuss with her. "Yes, Malfoy, but couldn't this wait till tomorrow?" It was only then that Hermione realized that she had already changed out of her school robes to much more comfortable clothes. For his part, Malfoy was still impeccable dressed in Hogwarts robes, although his tie was hanging loose around his neck. It gave Hermione a strange thought, though she pushed it out right where it had entered her tired brain. "Not necessarily, because you see, for it to work, I'd have to soak the eggs for at least 24 hours, and that would mean if I didn't do it tonight, we couldn't try it tomorrow, and thus setting us back an entire week." His cheeks had flushed, and he was clearly agitated about his idea. But the way he kept moving closer and closer to her, it was something else entirely that made her face flush. "All right, but even if our theory is correct, we'd still need to verify the entire thing with everything else we've done so far. We've hardly done any research on dove eggs." Malfoy checked his wrist for the time. "The library's still open for another hour." "One," Hermione cut herself off. Malfoy looked at her with a mixture of emotions much more visibly than any other time she had spoken to him. But what ultimately changed her mind was the clear desperation and hope mingled together. "Oh, all right, let me just never mind that. I have everything we need." "Yes, but do you have your wand?" "Yes, but then let's go." And he closed a hand around her forearm, making the cotton of her sweater scratch against her skin. It was the heat from his hand that made her close her mouth and follow him to the library. It was only when they reached the doors to the library that he let go, and she found she missed his warmth. Surely that could only be because her body was exhausted after an extremely long day. It was nothing more than that. Definitely not. They worked until Madame Pince came to shoo them out for the evening, and as they each went their own ways, Hermione thought about how very odd it was for Draco Malfoy to come and wait for her at the Gryffindor Tower. She very much expected it to be a once-in-a-lifetime thing to experience. But as the following weeks would show her, it was not just a once-in-a-lifetime experience. At least once a week, and more often than not, Malfoy would wait for someone like Ginny to come and fetch Hermione when they hadn't already worked themselves to exhaustion in the library earlier that day. It didn't take long for Hermione to start to anticipate and halfway wait for someone to come and tell her that Malfoy was waiting for her with another insane idea for them to test. He usually tried to wait for Ginny or some terrified third years who knew very little about the interhouse animosity. Whenever he bullied Ginny into getting her, she in turn would send Hermione off with a twitch of lips, which Hermione refused to think about. Thankfully, Harry seemed completely oblivious to Hermione's night-time visits to the library, or she was positive he would have asked her about it. In turn, it was Hermione's turn to ask him some serious questions one morning at breakfast. "I noticed Romilda Vane gifted you something the other day." She raised an eyebrow to convey "I told you so" without having to actually say the words. Harry let out a grunt of frustration in recognition. "I told you, you just need to ask someone to that stupid Christmas party. It's only a few weeks away. Some off girls are getting quite desperate." "I know, Hermione. Easy for you, you're going with Neville." "Yes, and I only asked Neville after you dogged me to ask someone to be rid of McLaggen." And thankfully, McLaggen finally seems to have taken the numerous hints. Indeed, ever since McLaggen had been curiously injured and with a nose that still spoke of said injury, he had been far less buoyant in his ways about the castle. He had left Hermione alone ever since, but she suspected it had very little to do with Neville accompanying her for Slughorn's Christmas party. "I just don't know who I want to go with, Hermione." "Well, it's perhaps a little too late to be picky about that." Hermione started to butter a piece of toast as Harry banged his forehead down on the table with a large groan. And a stifled ouch from the unexpected force he had put into the movement. He twisted his head to rub his forehead, making his hair part for his scar to pop out for once. A wave of affection came over Hermione and she moved to brush Harry's hair out of his eyes and smiled down at him. The corner of his mouth twitched in return. "Now that I think about it, why didn't we just go together, as friends?" His brow furrowed, as did Hermione's, for the sheer idiocy of neither of them having thought of that much earlier. "That would have solved quite a lot of problems, I suppose." But then again, Hermione trailed off and glanced down the Gryffindor table to where Ginny just then let out a roaring laugh that spread to all her friends. "We might both have been waiting for someone else to ask." Hermione sighed and forced her eyes to stay on her breakfast. Opposed to the spectacle of green colours at the other end of the Great Hall that had inadvertently just caught her attention. "Ginny told me she's already asked Dean to come along," Hermione offered in a much too low voice for anyone other than Harry to hear. His response was to shut his eyes and ignore her. Seeing how much it obviously pained him, Hermione let it go and allowed Harry to swim in his own misery. But not without taking his hand and rubbing the back of his palm in a sign of her friendship. He in turn curled his thumb around her hand and pressed gently. They ate the rest of their breakfast in silence. On their way out of the Great Hall they crossed paths with some of the Slytherins. Hermione kept her head down and did not notice the blonde among them. But someone else noticed her and stopped in his tracks to face her, or rather halfway block her exit from the Great Hall. "Good morning, Granger." Zabini stepped forward and much too close for comfort with too many eyes on them. It was something entirely different to flirt with him at the intimate dinners of Slughorn, but in the doors to the Great Hall where everyone was suddenly turning their heads surreptitiously. As always, Zabini performed one of his mock bows, and this time he finished it off with an enticing wink. He even went so far as to wink at Harry as well, who looked as though someone had shoved a bowtruckle up his nose. "Potter, always the pleasure." Then Zabini lifted a hand as if tipping an invisible hat to Harry, and Hermione did her very best not to smile at how flustered Hermione looked. Some of the other Slytherins bolstered by Zabini with rolls of their eyes and mutterings. She distinctly heard the curly-haired Knot sigh, always the massive prat of a flirt, giving Zabini a light shove on the shoulder. "Oi, watch it not, or I'll use that tie of yours for something far less pleasurable than last time." Zabini took off after Knot, who guffawed in their direction. This left Hermione and Harry alone with the last Slytherin off group. Malfoy. "Morning, Potter." "Morning, Granger." Malfoy tilted his head in either direction as he spoke, and yet the incline of his head lingered when he greeted Hermione. For her part, she tucked her hands behind her back to keep them from showing how much she wanted to reach out and straighten Malfoy's tie. Which in itself was a completely absurd desire to have, she faintly registered to herself. But it was the first thing she had noticed when she tried to avoid his piercing eyes and the way they swept all over her face before pausing on her lips as she bid him good morning as well. "Malfoy." She could tell Harry kept his voice as neutral as possible, but the tension between the two was as clear as day, and Hermione decided to cut things short. "Right, see you in potions later, Malfoy." "See you around, Granger." Malfoy strolled after his friends, leaving Hermione to gape in his absence. "Are we sure someone hasn't kidnapped Malfoy and sent an imperious version back to Hogwarts?" That was bizarre. Harry exhaled and followed Hermione back to Gryffindor common room. She needed to pick up her things for arithmancy while Harry had a spare hour to tie and mend his poor work for another one of Snape's evil essays. Or so Hermione proclaimed it to be. "I agree, Malfoy has definitely changed lately," Hermione said as she hurried on her way up to her dormitory to collect her things. When she re-entered the common room, she found Harry staring at her with a strange look on his face. "What?" Hermione hoisted her bag over her shoulder. "Why do you think that is?" "What is what?" "You'll have to be more specific. I quit divination, remember." Vividly. Harry chuckled at the memory, but quickly became serious again. "Why do you think Malfoy has changed so much just since we saw him this summer?" "I mean that Malfoy was close to hexing us all, but lately." Hermione sunk back and she could see he was back to his obsessive Malfoy is up to something thought process. Maybe this is all his way of luring us into whatever scheme he has. Harry mused out loud to no one in particular other than himself. Hermione sighed when she recognized that she had momentarily lost Hermione, and she was going to be late for arithmancy anyway. With Christmas approaching, it also meant Hermione and Malfoy would be handing over their potions project in a matter of weeks. Although they hardly seemed anywhere near finished in accomplishing what they had set out to do. They were discussing this one evening as Malfoy was poring over their notes for the umpteenth time while Hermione was cleaning out some of the glass containers no longer holding ingredients. "Why won't this bloody potion just work?" Malfoy groaned and swept their notes off the table in a fit of frustration. Pages and scrolls flurried about the floor. Malfoy had his hands on the table and was breathing heavily, leaning over. His head hung forward in a show of defeat. It left his hair to dangle in front of his eyes, obscuring his pain from Hermione on the other side of the they were nearly done for the evening, and it was getting darker by the minute outside. At least she assumed so. Very little natural light found its way into the dungeons, and it was only the fire under their cauldron and the candles along the walls that illuminated the room for them. Hermione finished with the containers and left Malfoy to stew in silence. That was another thing she had learned. It was best not to poke him when in one of his moods unless she wanted a full-blown screaming argument, for which she was too tired to entertain at the moment. Instead, she chose silence, knowing he would speak on his own when he was ready. "My father was right." Malfoy slumped down on the floor in a heap of limbs. Hermione moved over to him, looking down at the slumped figure that moments ago had been the same arrogant and confident Malfoy she remembered. But that had stopped once their potion started bubbling uncontrollably and turning a sick green color. Malfoy sat cross-legged with his head in his hands, elbows resting on his knees. Hermione moved to sit across from him in a similar position, still keeping her silence. "I can't do anything right. I can't fix that stupid." He paused and cleared his throat before continuing. "Not even this stupid potion will work." He threw his head back and continued to stare up at the ceiling. "What does your father have to do with any of this?" Hermione carefully asked, still somewhat afraid what Malfoy might do when he was upset like everything. Malfoy deflated momentarily. "It was all because of him. I never would have. If he hadn't been so stupid." "Ugh." He threw back his head again and it banged against the wall, but Malfoy displayed no sign of pain from it. "You shouldn't compare yourself to your father, Malfoy." "Why not?" He scoffed. "Everyone else does." He still didn't look at her, and perhaps that was the reason why she grew somewhat bolder. She had no other explanation for why she dared to what she then did. "You are not your father, Malfoy. He made his choices, however faulty they might have been." Hermione hesitated, unsure how to go on without triggering his temper again. He for his part, kept his eyes averted and seemed to fry and control his breathing. His chest was rising with rapid motions, and he kept running his right hand over his left arm absently. She was fairly positive he hadn't noticed her picking up on the movement. Realization shocked through her as the memory from that summer came rushing back with Harry's words. She took a slow breath and battled with what words were best to continue from there. Some, I'm sure he believed were for the best of his family, but lately. She trailed off, and the words left unsaid were known to both of them. Hermione pressed on because the person she had befriended over the last months was definitely not the son Lucius Malfoy would have molded. Instead, it was a much better version of Draco Malfoy, and Hermione needed for him to know that as well. "But Malfoy," she continued in a much gentler tone, "you are not your father, and you have the chance to make your own choices, even despite of." Hermione hesitated with fear. But she scooted forward, closing the tiny space between them, and tentatively reached to take a hold of his wrist, slightly surprised that he let her. To begin with, she was careful not to touch his skin, but she very slowly moved her fingers and nudged his sleeve. She paused and looked to find his eyes firmly locked on her face. Holding his gaze, she gently pushed back his sleeve on his left arm to reveal what she had suspected at the back of her mind, but never wanted to believe to be true. She held her breath. She didn't want to give away her mixture of emotions seeing the dark stain on his pale skin. "This," she said, and placed her palm on the mark and felt him shudder in response. He looked down to where she was touching him. There was a slight tingle, as if she could somehow feel the darkness in the mark pulsing beneath her touch. It made her wonder just how much it would affect its bearer, and she chanced a glance between her lashes up at Malfoy. Very slowly she started moving her thumb along his arm, and he shuddered again. But he didn't pull back either. He just stared at her hand on his arm. She could see his mind running wild with all kinds of thoughts. Hers was as well. "You don't have to let this, or your father, define you." She sucked in a lungful of air, trying to quell all the words she wanted to get out, leaving space for the most important ones. "You can choose differently, if you..." Hesitantly, he placed his hand on top of hers, and she didn't dare look up from it nor to release the air that suddenly felt trapped in her lungs. She didn't dare look up at his face, where she could feel his eyes locked on her expression. "Elfie, I want to..." The words left her on a breath of air that he seemed to inhale as his chest expanded. Neither said another word. They just sat there, breathing. At some point she noticed their breathing had synced, and that's when she looked up. When their eyes met, she felt a magic sting where they touched, and they both let go. Their faces mimicked shock and confusion as both scrambled to create a comfortable distance between each other again. Malfoy hurried to roll down his sleeve and looked anywhere but at her. He started muttering something about being late for class, packed up his belongings and left her standing in the middle of the dungeon completely baffled with a still spluttering cauldron on the table behind her. Only when Malfoy had left, banging the door behind him, did it occur to Hermione that it was evening and there were no classes to be late for. Chapter endnotes. As always, I am humbled by your comments and kudos, thank you so much. Please come find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Partners of conflict. Chapter notes. Are you ready for the various tropes to begin to make their appearance in the story? Also, why not throw in some amortentia to mess things up a bit? Winking smiley. See the end of the chapter for more notes. With only 2 weeks left until Christmas, Hermione was beginning to feel the pressure of her and Malfoy's still unfinished potions project. She was beginning to understand his meltdown several days ago. The meltdown she had tried her very hardest to push from her mind because of the discovery it had led to. If she were being completely honest with herself, she did suspect it. But seeing it right in front of her was something entirely different than speculating about it on occasion. And then there was Malfoy's reaction and willingness to let her see his mark. He hadn't tried to stop her or anything. He had just. The only real way she could describe it was as if someone had pressed his pause button, and then slowly let him resurface. But that certainly didn't explain the hand he had rested atop her own, nor did it give any indication to the spark of magic she was positive he had felt as well. Why else would he vacate the dungeons so quickly? The fact that Hermione Granger now knew for certain that Draco Malfoy had been branded with a dark mark and therefore was positively a Death Eater had done little for Hermione's sleep that weekend. She had tossed and turned for several hours while her brain ran its own course of wild theories and ideas. She kept going back and forth whether or not she should tell Harry. On the one hand, she had no desire whatsoever to see his smug face when she told him that he had been right. She got enough of smug retaliations from Malfoy. On the other hand, it was a fairly big thing to keep hidden. She couldn't say for sure, but she was fairly certain that Malfoy didn't want to hurt anyone. Given all the time she had spent alone with him, he had countless of possibilities to hurt her, a filthy mudblood, and yet he had never even tried to harm her in any way. If she didn't count that first time in potions when they had tried to hex each other in class. But apart from that, Malfoy had acted somewhat decent. Even more so recently. It was as if the large puzzle that was Malfoy, which she had started to scramble together, had fallen apart all over again. On Sunday night she had given up on sleep completely and went to Madame Pomfrey for a dreamless sleep potion along with a normal sleep potion. She told a story of stress related to her growing studies, and although Pomfrey had looked very suspicious, she had handed Hermione the tiniest vial of both potions. Just enough to let her sleep soundly for one night without any worries. When she woke up Monday morning, her head was clear for the briefest of moments before everything came back to her and she groaned into her pillow. "Everything all right, Hermione?" Parvati was still getting dressed. Hermione had noticed Parvati was getting just a tiny bit slower with her morning routines lately, which meant Lavender would hurry off to find her one. She had a suspicion why Parvati was growing slower to dress but kept it to herself. "Just fine." Hermione spoke into her pillow, muffling her voice. She could feel her hair falling down her neck and obstructing any chance of glancing at Parvati. "All right, well. If you need help with anything, you know, I will." "Never mind." Hermione heard Parvati sigh and move through their small dormitory. Hermione began to sit up in her bed, still very much in her sleepwear, and it struck her that she had slept in for the first time she could ever remember. "Parvati, wait." "Thank you. It's just not really something anyone can help me with, at least I don't think so." Hermione rubbed her still sleep-addled eyes as Parvati moved to sit on her own bed opposite Hermione's. She stayed quiet while Hermione tried to sort out her muddled brain. Have you ever had to keep a big secret? Well, yes. Haven't we all? Parvati shrugged as if that was something completely normal for someone like the two of them. And perhaps it was to someone like Parvati, but it definitely wasn't to someone like Hermione. Perhaps. Only some secrets are too big to. Hermione cut herself off and started chewing the inside of her cheek. A strange silence fell between them. Parvati glanced around the room and her attention fell on one of the Christmas decorations Lavender had seemed to throw up all over her four-poster bed. Are you going home for Christmas, Hermione? Yes, Hermione stopped herself. She just then remembered how she had originally promised her parents to come home for Christmas, but then before everything with Lavender had blown up in their faces, Ron had invited her to stay at the Burrow for Christmas along with Harry. She had told her parents this, and they had opted to spend their holidays abroad, so she couldn't go home anyway. No, I suppose not. I had other plans, but... Well, things changed. Hermione shrugged and started to rummage for her clothes and school robes. Right. Guess you'll be staying at Hogwarts for Christmas then? There was a long sigh in the end of Parvati's statement as realization of that fact settled itself with Hermione. Suppose I will. Okay, well, see you in class, Hermione. And Parvati left Hermione to get dressed and go down to breakfast with no other company than her own thoughts, which would of course never leave her alone. After yet another solitary breakfast, thank Merlin no sign of McLaggen either, Hermione started to make her way to arithmancy. On her way out the great hall someone skipped along and fell into step beside her. Glancing sideways she spotted the tall figure of Blaise Zabini strolling beside her, with his hands clasped behind his back, looking ever so casual. As if it was perfectly normal for the two of them walking down corridors together. Zabini, what are you doing? She eyed him, with her hand in her bag trying to locate her wand, which for some reason she had shoved to the bottom of her bag again. It was a terrible habit she really needed to change. Morning, Granger. I just thought you might want some company on your way to your first lesson. But you don't have arithmancy. 10 points for Gryffindor. He winked down at her, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then why call it a test of sorts? Zabini grinned down at her and she could read mischief all over his features as his teeth shone. A test? Of my patience, you mean? Zabini chuckled and his hands moved from behind his back to fumble in his pockets. His left hand returned with a Crips apple he dug his teeth into before speaking again. In part. But that was not my intention. Although there are other parts of Hermione Granger I wouldn't mind testing. He continued to chew his apple with a smirk just for her. Is that so? Hermione raised an eyebrow and was completely oblivious to the other students walking by, casting hurried glances their way and the whispers that followed in their wake. Tell you what, Zabini, you can blaze. Hermione was cut off by Malfoy, who just then came up to them with a scowl on his face as he turned to Zabini. It vanished promptly when he turned to Hermione, however. You shouldn't encourage him like that, Granger. It'll only make his head explode. There was a detection of glee in Malfoy's voice as he rolled his eyes at Zabini. What's that supposed to mean, mate? Zabini pushed Malfoy aside and made his way to be entirely in Hermione's focus. Malfoy stepped up to him and forced his tall figure into his side. Hermione glanced down to where Malfoy's left arm was now pushed against Zabini's side. It means, I told you to. I don't have time for whatever this is. I'm going to be late. Hermione pushed around them and hurried along for arithmancy. It took her a while to concentrate in that morning's lesson. Her mind kept wandering back to the bristling Malfoy who had attempted to knock one of his best friends over as he was talking to her. It was the first of Malfoy she had seen since she had discovered his mark, and every thought and doubt she thought she had let go over the weekend came rushing back. It wasn't until Professor Vector assigned the last assignment before the holidays that Hermione really pulled herself from her churning thoughts. The following evening, when she took off for her usual brewing session alone with Malfoy, it was with a heavy feeling in the pit of her stomach. Potions on Monday had been just fine and nothing more unusual than any of the other recent potions classes. She did, however, pick up on a few more curious looks from Hermione on more than one occasion, while Ron just had a permanent scowl on his face. That scowl could be due to anything really, and it was Hermione's eyes that made her the most uncomfortable. Even more so than Malfoy's somewhat friendly attitude towards her. As per usual, he was waiting for her that evening and held the door open for her to enter. She did so without a fuss, having grown used to the curtsy from him at this point. They went about to set up their things. Malfoy brought over the still simmering cauldron from where they had left it the week prior. As he did so, she could see his face morph into disappointment, and she knew what the cauldron would look like even before he placed it on the table between them. Simultaneously they let out heavy sighs and prepared to start over again. "Do you think it would help if we prepared the ashwagandha eggs and horseradish any differently?" Hermione mused out loud as she pulled the mentioned items to her. "How do you mean?" Well, Hermione hesitated with her line of thought. It wasn't something they had thought about before, but so far none of their test potions had worked and they needed to use a different approach. "So far we have been going about this in the expected way, or one would brew Felix Felicis with alterations." "Correct. But what if?" Hermione bit her lip, thinking it over once more, and failed to notice how Malfoy's eyes zoned in on her mouth just then. She was so lost in her own thoughts. "What if we not only need to alter the ingredients and the order of adding them, but also how they are prepared?" Malfoy turned his eyes to the table and the number of ingredients laid out before them with a thoughtful frown on his brow. "It would certainly change things. And it could work. How do you propose we do so?" "Well, if we continue to work our way from the original recipe for Felix Felicis, I'd say we crack the ashwagandha egg as we always have, but perhaps we should chop the horseradish in some way instead of just dumping the whole thing in. At least it would release more fluids for the egg to boil with. It's worth a try. Hand me the knife." Malfoy shrugged and took the proffered knife from Hermione. This time, she noticed they both took care not to touch each other's skin. He started chopping the horseradish and Hermione picked the squill bulb to start pressing it for juices. Then she remembered what she had just said and simply looked at the thing, trying to figure out how else to utilize the little bugger. "No matter how hard you stare at the thing, I'm quite certain you won't make it do any cartwheels, Granger." "That's not," she broke off when she noticed the glint in his eyes and the teasing smile that curved up the side of his face. She shoved his arm playfully, quite forgetting who he was for a moment, and he winced at the contact. A tiny second later she realized it had been his left and she had shoved, and her thoughts immediately went to what was underneath his long sleeves. It seemed he remembered too, because he was quick to avert his eyes back to his poor job of chopping the horseradish. Hermione pulled a strand of her hair to twirl in her fingers while she tried to decide how best to approach the sensitive topic. "Malfoy, if she filled her lungs with air and moved a few inches closer to if you wanted, then maybe I could." She stopped talking when he stopped chopping. "What is it you want, Granger?" He rose to his feet to tower over her. She squared her shoulders and looked him straight in the face. She knew he wasn't going to hurt her. For some unfathomable reason he wouldn't. And it bolstered her nerve to continue to stand up to him, even if he was several inches taller than her and could easily overcome her in a matter of seconds with pure physical strength. Hermione pulled herself to her full height, still only reaching Malfoy's nose, and she had to crane her neck to stare into his steel eyes. "It doesn't matter what I want, Malfoy. What matters is what you want." He barely flinched, but she saw it. With only inches between them, she saw everything. The way his eyes narrowed and locked on her. The way his lips thinned and his nostrils flared briefly before he pulled himself together. The way he stared down at her with an undecipherable heat in his eyes that made her stomach curdle. Do you want to continue to answer to that thing on your arm? She tugged on his sleeve and he flinched it back, though he didn't step back from her standing so close to him. Or do you want to make your own choices? It's not that simple, Granger. He hissed at her, never taking his eyes off of her. He kept looking all over her face, as if he couldn't decide what part of her features he should focus on loathing more. Or perhaps it was a different emotion she saw flitting across his brow as he spoke. Many choices have already been made in my name. I can't just yes, you can. If you choose to. Easy for you to say. He scoffed and she felt his breath on her face. It was warm and lingered not nearly long enough. Malfoy, there are people who want to help you. One she broke off when his eyes changed again to a different heat. She faltered and tried to take a step back, but he followed with a step forward. Go on. Say what you were about to say, Granger. Malfoy was daring her and she knew it, yet she took the bait anyway. I'll always help my friends. She breathed out and noticed how he deflated just a bit at that statement. Should have figured as much. He was about to turn from her in contempt, when she instinctively reached out and closed her hand around his upper arm. Or tried to, because her fingers didn't reach all the way around the layer of muscle she felt beneath his robes. Which means she paused and made him turn to look at her again. Which means I'll help you too. If you, she gulped. If you want me to. For a long moment they stood there. Her hand on his arm, both of them trying to control the amount of air they needed to function properly. Grey eyes locked firmly on hazel eyes. It was as if the air around them were abuzz with the countless of possibilities that neither of them dared to reach for. Hermione could feel one very specific possibility trying to squeeze its way into her brain, but she wouldn't let it. It was too far-fetched and now was definitely not the time. So, she pushed it further away to hide among the many other possibilities dancing in the air around them. At long last she exhaled heavily and let go of Malfoy's arm. He let it fall slack to his side but kept staring down at her. Seconds trickled by where he continued to stare at her and she kept silent. Waiting for his response. Not only to her offer of help but her definite statement that she considered him a friend. He very slowly raised his chin in thought. Friends? He seemed to be testing the word, almost tasting it for its effect on his character. Still Hermione kept silent. 111. He stepped back to the table and picked up the knife again, hovering it over the remaining horseradish. His eyes let go of her and she felt air rush to her lungs again. I'll think about it. He whispered and Hermione took it for what it was, recognition that he also had started to consider her as a friend and a possibility that she could help him from making choices he would live to regret. At least that was the tiny bubble of hope she felt emerging inside her chest just then. She accepted the silence between them again as Malfoy continued working on the potion without looking at her much again. Which, if she were to be honest with herself just then, was a bit of a relief. Having Malfoy stare at her that way was intense and it left her somewhat breathless at times. Plus, she had to fight to continue to ignore the stirring deep in her belly that she had considered forgotten until very recently. It wasn't until Malfoy was about to practically demolish the shrub of time that she felt the need to break the silence. Malfoy, don't just, she sighed heavily and moved around him to show how it was supposed to be done. Honestly, sometimes she might as well do everything on her own. She stepped close to him on his right side and reached to put her hands along his wrists. You can't just crush the stems, they have to be cut neatly, like this. Very gently and very slowly she pressed her fingers over the back of his hands to guide them on how to cut the stem off time. She allowed for their hands to finish cutting the small herb, meanwhile her brain was doing its very best not to register anything about Malfoy's hands. She failed miserably at that. Accepting defeat, she paid much closer attention to the ridges of his knuckles under her slim fingers and how they moved with each cut of the knife. How his ring dug into the groove of her hand as they pressed the blade of the knife into the cutting board. How the tiny muscles along the back of his hand contracted with every tiny movement. A traitorous part of her mind staffed going down a different path of how else his hands might feel on anything other than her hands. When she felt her neck grow hot, she forced herself to pull away and hastened back to her side of the table. There, see. It works much better when it's this. Swallowing audibly, she scooped the finely cut thyme into her hands and dumped it in the cauldron. Delicate. She paused, dusting her hands from the last bits of thyme, and chanced a glance at Malfoy. He was still leaning slightly over the table, one hand planted firmly atop the cutting board. The other hand, the one that had been holding the knife, she noticed how he kept pulling it into a fist and then stretching his fingers again. When he caught her staring, he straightened and pushed the knife away. His arm fell to his side, where he once again closed it into a fist before opening it again. Hermione couldn't explain why it felt like she needed to avert her eyes, but she did. She couldn't help feeling that Malfoy needed a moment to himself. She heard him clear his throat as he moved things about the table at random. We should. He cleared his throat again and started packing things. We should try and let it simmer for next time. She heard the question in his voice and perhaps the small part of her own desperation for some time alone after tonight's intense moments. Yes, that seems like a good enough idea. They spoke little else while they cleared their things, and only when Malfoy closed the door behind them again did they look at each other. The moment stretched between them like a star-sprinkled blanket. Hermione always forgot just how much time went by in the dungeons with Malfoy and was only reminded when they stepped out and was met with the moon. They stood very close again, Malfoy still with his hand on the handle. He let go and shifted on his feet, which only brought him closer to Hermione. In turn she shifted on her feet as well, but not so much to create distance, more so to be able to face him the better. She turned her face up to watch his eyes focus on her face again. There were so many emotions in those still eyes. It made her heart clench, and she very nearly reached out for him in that moment. He must have seen her hand twitch, because he then broke the moment and stepped away. "See you around, Granger. See you around, Malfoy." She sighed and turned as he turned, and they went their separate ways. That night's sleep came late to Hermione as well, and when it finally did, she dreamt of forests of herbs she could hide between. "Oh, welcome everyone." Sloane was positively beaming at the front of the class, which Hermione thought was not necessarily a good sign. It was the last week before the Christmas holidays and the second-to-last potions lesson of the term. And apparently Sloane deemed that reason enough for a positive spin on the lesson for the day. He had already prepared a bubbling cauldron at the front of the room, and she noticed Blaise Zabini Fry to step closer for a decent whiff of the thing. As he did so, his face turned positively delighted, and he nodded for Ernie Macmillan to do the same. Ernie stepped forward rather hesitantly, but inhaled a whiff all the same. His features also morphed into delight, and he and Zabini shared similar grins as they walked back to their table. Yes, gather round everyone, do step closer." Sloane gestured for everyone to step closer, and they followed suit to Fry and get a glimpse of what potion they would be brewing that day. "As we are approaching Christmas, I thought today would be a fine day to start your brewing abilities with a bit of an advanced potion. Do any of you recognize it again?" He stuck his thumbs in the lapels of his suspenders and looked much expectantly to Hermione. In turn she raised on her tiptoes to glance at the cauldron, which was when she also smelled it. "Amortensia." She breathed and tried her best to inch away from the damned thing. She had made a fool of herself once before, speaking too much the last time Sloane had presented a cauldron of strongest love potion. "Amortensia," boomed Sloane as if the entire classroom hadn't heard Hermione's gasped whisper. "So it is. Now, not to worry, none of you will be affected. I have placed a strong stasis charm on this particular cauldron, leaving it impenetrable for any of you." He chuckled and waggled an admonishing finger at Zabini, who looked positively crestfallen at that piece of information. "And as Amortensia takes time to stew before it reaches its mother of pearl sheen, You do not have to worry about being slipped a potion from any of your classmates today. Sloane continued to chuckle, mostly to himself. Hermione noted as a few others had gone rigid in the classroom. The 4 Ravenclaws who normally stayed silent and kept to themselves were fidgeting in their seats, Hermione noticed. She was too, but she suspected it was for entirely different reasons. You shall only need to carry out the first 8 steps in the otherwise 12 steps of the recipe. After which the potion needs time to rest and simmer anyway, which we shall leave it to do over the Christmas holidays. Sloane looked immensely pleased with himself for preparing what he absolutely believed was a tremendous treat for his students. Hermione chanced another glance around the classroom and spotted very different reactions to the bubbling amortentia and the fact that they were about to brew it. Of course, Zabini looked gleeful and desperate to get his hands on the potion. His smile was absolutely wicked as he kept nudging Theo not in the ribs to bolster his attention. Not simply looked bored, while the last Slytherin at the far end of the dungeon next to a silent Ravenclaw just looked sullen. Hermione and Ron looked a bit squeamish and didn't really attempt to get closer. Beside her, Malfoy had also gone very rigid, and he was staring straight ahead of their table, eyes fixed on nothing at all. Meanwhile Sloane rambled on. I invite you all to come and have a sniff of the finished potion up here, if you so dare. He winked at large to the dozen of students, who were each trying to figure out if they had the nerve to find out what, or indeed who, they would be attracted to. Carry on everyone. Sloane called and several chairs moved across the floor before people started gathering their things to start brewing. Hermione rose from her seat and as their routine was, she headed to gather the ingredients they didn't already have in their personal stock. She paused momentarily beside their table with a glance down at Malfoy, who hadn't moved and was still staring at nothing. His nostrils were flaring and Hermione had a suspicion that he could smell the amortentia from his seat. If she took a deep breath she was sure she could too. But she didn't dare. In any case, she knew what she would be smelling if she did. Freshly mown grass and new parchment as the last time. It was, however, the last unidentifiable smell she was still slightly curious about. She tapped her fingers indecisively on top of the table, which seemed to stir Malfoy from his stupor, before she steeled herself to walk past the bubbling cauldron of amortentia to gather her needed ingredients. With slow and deliberate steps she strolled past the cauldron and as subtly as she could, she breathed deeply. And was horribly surprised that she stopped mid-step. It no longer smelled of grass nor parchment. Not exactly. The parchment smell was still there, yet it was different. She closed her eyes and mulled it over, forcing her legs to move her just a few more steps. When realization hit her, she opened her eyes and bounced against the doorframe to the ingredients cupboard. She massaged her shoulder from the impact and moved out of sight into the cupboard. It was the smell of the Hogwarts library. That didn't really surprise her after all. She spent most of her waking hours in that place, and she had found it a place of comfort and knowledge for so many years. She tinkled her nose, looking for the right jars on the shelves, as she thought more to the other smells she had caught. There was a smell of something smoky. Hermione tried to put it together in her mind's eye and she found it to be the smell of embers from a slow-burning fire. That one was odd to her, and she frowned to herself. Pushing it aside she moved on to try and figure out what the third part of her amortentia scent was. It was definitely something she had scented before, but she could not place it. Moving a few jars around before her, she found what she needed and she discovered why the smell was so familiar to her. It was the scent of what she could only describe as a Christmas tree. Which in itself was odd except for the fact that Christmas was just around the corner, and she loved Christmas. But a Christmas pine always smelled differently than any other tree, and it was something Hermione had always connected to an emotion of feeling home and safe, mostly with her parents, but in later years with other people too. Gathering her collected ingredients in her arms she was still trying to sort out the combination of the 3 scents when she joined Malfoy at their table. He had loosened up a bit while she was away, but there was still a strange manner to him. Well, stranger than usual, and what she had grown accustomed to anyway. Shall we get started then? Malfoy's gaze shot up to her face and she flinched back slightly from the intensity in his eyes. As he stared at her, she saw his nose twitch from the fumes of amortentia still drifting about the dungeons. Hermione caught a whiff of it too, and with Malfoy's focus on her, she realized why she could smell a Christmas pine. Her eyes widened in surprise just as his did, and they both averted their attention to what they were supposed to be brewing. Hermione pushed her realization to the furthest parts of her brain. She determined not to look at any time soon. It was simply impossible. Nothing could be any more stupid, or outlandish, or dangerous, or... Her heart stammered in her chest and she had to pause her movements, lest she topple anything off the table with her then trembling fingers. She sank to her chair, clutching a fistful of her robes in either hand. Out the corner of her eye, she saw Malfoy close his right hand into a fist before he attempted to begin their brewing. Things would certainly be much more complicated now. Only if she let them. She could just as easily push her realization to the back of her mind, at least for the time being, before she found the nerve to look into what it could possibly mean. And that's what she decided to do for the rest of the lesson, and the rest of the week. She determined. It would ruin too much, if she let it. And she wouldn't. Sloane moved about the dungeon looking pleased with each cauldron as the lesson was about to finish. Don't forget, he added as everyone were already halfway out the room. Thursday you are to hand in your partnered potions project. I shall look forward to see what you each have in store for me. And with a huge smile underneath his very neatly trimmed moustache, Hermione's stomach dropped to the floor. Beside her, she could see a similar reaction with Malfoy. Right. See you tonight then, Malfoy. Hermione muttered as she collected her things. Yeah, see you around, Granger. And Malfoy left far quicker than he had done in recent days. Outside the dungeons, Hermione found Hermione waiting for her, much to her surprise. Harry. Are you all right, Hermione? You seemed, I don't know, weird just now. Ron and one talking about me with Ron now, are you? Not like that. We both just noticed that you seemed flustered in a way. And well, yes, amortentia can do that to you. Which is why I've continued to warn you of any of the girls approaching you. Have you finally found someone to take to Sloane's party? Hermione moved around Harry and started down the corridor, and he followed in step beside her. As a matter of fact, I have. He surprised her. I'll be taking Luna. Just as friends, though. I made that very clear. She didn't seem to mind though, was just pleased to be asked really. Harry shrugged and rubbed his neck self-consciously. Hermione let go of some of her temper. That's really nice of you, Harry. I'm sure she'll be very excited to go with you. Just as friends. They shared a smile and walked on in silence for a bit. But are you okay? That was a weird lesson, even for Sloane. Why would he ever think it'd be a good idea to place an entire cauldron of amortentia in a room packed with emotional teenagers? Hermione flailed her arms about at the potential damage that could have happened. Yeah. Harry looked at her with a frown between his eyes. What did you smell anyway, Hermione? I thought for a moment you looked startled. Hermione stopped and turned to Harry, who had an unreadable expression on his face as he crossed his arms. I was. She might as well be honest. Or at least partly honest. I was surprised to say the least, because I didn't smell what I thought I would. That's all I'll say anyway. You? She prompted and gave him a knowing glare which he deflated somewhat under. All right. Let's just get some food, shall we? Hermione chuckled at Hermione's obvious attempt to divert the attention from him, and what she was fairly certain she knew he would be smelling. Hermione and Malfoy's last brewing session that Tuesday evening was tense beyond any they had ever had. Malfoy would avoid her presence, her eyes, and even whatever she tried to speak. It frustrated her so much that she eventually snapped. "Look, Malfoy, can we be grown up about this for one final time? We only have little under half an hour left to figure out how this ruddy potion is supposed to work, because if it hasn't escaped your notice, the chances of us completing it to something near functional is highly unlikely." She smacked her notebook back on the table and loose pages fluttered about her among specks of dust. Malfoy took a step back from her. "I apologize if my mind has been elsewhere, Granger, but sometimes I do think of other things than potions with you. I can see that, otherwise this would actually have worked by now." She gave the cauldron a light push and it wobbled in its hold. Malfoy glared at her and stood as tall as he was. "And I suppose it's entirely my fault then? Nothing the ever-brilliant Granger does can fail, naturally." The sneer was back in his voice and his glare turned positively malicious. But she refused to falter and reached for her anger to push her further. "You would say that, because this is the first time things haven't gone your way or your father could have bought your way out of this. Don't." The word was barely out through his clenched jaw and grinding teeth. "Don't bring my father into this, Granger. It was you who me? You were the one suggestion we tamper with Felix Felicis. Yes, you just wanted what, Granger? Tell me precisely what it is you wanted to do, because I sure as fuck can't figure out that huge brain of yours." At some point they had moved from their places at either end of the table. Instead, they now stood mere inches from each other, glaring at one another. Both breathed heavily and the air had ground almost electrified around them from the pent-up magic they were both repressing beneath their bubbling anger. Hermione felt frozen in place. She couldn't move and part of her didn't want to move either. Malfoy had lost all pretenses of trying to keep his distance. His eyes flickered across her face and she could almost feel it as a light tingle. Her gaze found its way to his lips, that just then parted, letting out a puff of air. It slithered across her face and warmed her in a strange sensation that swooped all the way down to her toes. Her voice had nearly gone and she found it difficult to find the right words. If possible, Malfoy inched closer at her hesitation and she let "I want to finish this." She breathed out and closed her eyes in anticipation. What exactly she was anticipating she had no idea. But her nerve had abandoned her and closing her eyes felt safer. Malfoy's presence before her lingered and something ghosted beside her face before it vanished instantly. Hermione heaved a deep sigh and opened her eyes to find Malfoy going through their shared notes. All the energy from moments before had left them in a state of deflation. Hermione had almost anticipated something to blow up in their faces, and this strange calm demeanor Malfoy had so quickly adopted was just as similar to witnessing him pulling on one of his many masks. Hermione's shoulders dropped when she realized he had shut himself off from her again, just as he would do weeks ago. Because just then she also realized that he hadn't pulled forth any of his masks for a very long time. It had just been Malfoy, the one she had found herself to be friends with. "Except now we'll just have to talk to Slughorn about what we had set out to do, and that we hadn't enough time to complete it." His voice was clean and devoid of any emotions, good or bad. He spoke as if there was nothing to do about it, and truthfully there wasn't. Hermione recognized defeat when she saw it. It was something she had learned throughout the years, though she wasn't much pleased about it. "If there's no other solution then?" She flapped her arms in a shrug, and he briefly glanced at her before returning to their countless notes. "I certainly don't see one at the present moment." "Then that is what we'll do." Hermione inhaled a gasp and tried to cover it with a hand over her mouth. Malfoy simply raised an eyebrow at her. "I can't believe we're about to hand in an unfinished assignment. That's never happened to me before." Hermione's heart started beating frantically and her hands grew clammy. "Oh gods! She suddenly felt dizzy and moved to sit down, only she halfway missed the chair and nearly fell over in the process. Malfoy reacted far quicker than she would ever have expected, and he caught her mid-air before either of them felt any impact from the stone floors. "It's just a school assignment, it's not the end of the world, Granger." His tone was light again and slightly mocking. But that wasn't really the most pressing matter. What stressed her even more than an incomplete school assignment was the fact that Draco Malfoy had caught her from falling on her bum, and he was still holding on to her. His arms were firmly locked under her own, clasping a tight grip around her middle. She had her back to his chest and felt it rise with each breath he took. Her hands had found their way from instinct to grab onto the nearest thing that kept her from falling, which incidentally turned out to be Malfoy's strong arms. Her fingers clung to his robes just as his arms tightened a tiny fraction around her. A memory surged to the front of her mind from last year, when he had held her in a similar position. Only then he had his wand pointed at her as well, and Umbridge had been about to. Hermione stopped herself from going further into that memory. Because the sensation of Malfoy's arm around her middle this time was far from menacing. It wasn't tight nor was it too loose that she would actually fall. She had steadied her feet on the ground again but hadn't let go of his robes either. Behind her right ear she felt a puff of air drift by and her eyes drifted shut at the sensation. Her body told her to relax and embrace the warmth around her waist. Her mind was scrambling for words to get her to function again. If anything, Malfoy's arms around her felt. No. She loosened her hold and felt him do the same, helping her stand upright again. "I should go," she whispered, and he just nodded. "Right. I'll just." A hand gestured to their mess and their combined work. "Okay. See you around, Granger." "See you around, Malfoy." Hermione plucked her bag and darted from the dungeons. When she finally paused inside the portrait hole of the fat lady, her heart was still trying to escape her chest. She didn't want to admit that not all of it was because of her run from the dungeons. The very last potions lesson of the term was different from any other because Slughorn wanted the possibility to chat with each set of partners on his own without any disruption from the rest of the class. Everyone was to wait outside the dungeon while he spoke with each couple in turn. 2 Ravenclaws went first and came out looking more than pleased with themselves. After that came Ernie and Zabini, who didn't exactly look overly happy but not exactly disappointed either. Next was Harry and Ron, who both beamed at each other afterwards, and Hermione cursed that stupid Half-Blood Prince book once again. The less people hanging about outside the dungeon doors, the more tense Hermione grew. From the way Malfoy had tuned out she could tell he felt similarly. Slughorn called Nott and his partner forward next. They appeared happy after they had talked to Slughorn. And then it was Hermione and Malfoy's turn. Each picked up their bag and trundled inside. Malfoy continued to hold the door for her. Slughorn was seated behind his desk and 2 chairs awaited before said desk. Each took their seat and started piling their paperwork in front of them. "And what is this?" beamed Slughorn and picked up a few random scrolls of parchment to scrutinize. Neither said a word while they waited for Slughorn to see what they had been trying to do. "And the results?" he queried after a few minutes with raised brows, though his smile remained. Hermione looked to Malfoy and found him looking right back before she turned back to Slughorn. "Inconclusive, sir. We didn't have enough time to test everything and so we have not been able to brew the correct potion." "I see." Slughorn turned his attention back to their research for a few tense minutes. "I must say, this is inspired work. Though as it is, I can hardly present you with more than an E for the term as it is." Hermione fell back in her chair feeling angry and let down by her own results. But Slughorn hadn't finished. However, he placed the scrolls in front of him and looked between his students. "I will present you with an opportunity. For this term you have both earned a fine E. But you still have the chance to earn the most desired O at the end of the school year. He held up a hand to silence Hermione, who had opted to ask several questions. She noticed how Malfoy rolled his eyes at her reaction but chose to ignore it just then. "I find I am most impressed by your work. This potion of yours, with the changes you have thought out, if you were to succeed it would be a most ingenious potion. Therefore, I will offer you the chance to continue your work with my help in the next term. You may continue to use the dungeons twice a week for your brewing and testing, and I will offer my help however much you deem it necessary. I should inform you that apart from your regular schoolwork it would be a project that will require immense amount of time. Time you will need to spend together, again." He lifted his chin slightly as he leaned back in his chair. He twined his fingers together over his belly while he studied the two of them. "Sir, that is Slughorn," raised a hand to cut Hermione off. "It is a choice I believe you will require some time to consider, given the vast scope of the work. My advice is to use the forthcoming holidays to consider the work and he inclined his head and appraised them over his spectacles. "The partnership," he finished with a grin. He then indicated for them to take their departure. Just as they reached the door, Slughorn thrilled, "See you tomorrow for the party, Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy." The two of them looked at each other with equal measures of horror and anticipation mingled in their features. Chapter End notes. Thank you so much for all your love and support for this story. Things are really starting to happen now and I hope you're ready. Please come find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Christmas drinks. Chapter notes. Happy Christmas everyone. And of course I have a rather large present for you all. Honey and unwrap this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hermione hadn't spent Christmas at Hogwarts since 4th year, and that year had been somewhat out of the ordinary. This year was even more different than expected. She had never really planned on spending Christmas at Hogwarts. It was meant to be one final calm Christmas just as she remembered it with her parents. But then, several things changed, and after her parents told her by owl that they had bought a Christmas trip to Greece, Hermione couldn't bring herself to tell her parents that she would not be going to the Burrow, for obvious reasons. That obvious reason being Lavender and 1-1. She rolled her eyes internally at the thought of the two of them. Truthfully, she didn't really care much anymore, but it was still a bit much seeing them being so affectionate with each other in public. Well, Lavender more so than Ron. And so, her plans had changed again, and she stayed at Hogwarts by herself for the first time. She didn't mind though. Actually, she welcomed the calm of the common room with few other students present and not having to dodge Ron and Lavender all the time. Or the suspicious glares Ginny would send her occasionally, whenever Harry wasn't around to do the same. Hermione looked to see Katie Bell studying in a corner by herself. Katie had said her concentration for school work had been poorer ever since she'd been Imperiist, and she was further behind than her classmates, which was why she claimed she had too much homework for her N.E.W.Ts to return home for the holidays. Over by the window sat a timid boy from 3rd year, who looked positively frightened whenever Hermione entered the common room, and he scuttled from the room beet red in the face more than once. Hermione would just shrug and pull her books to her favorite armchair to read in the peace and quiet. It seemed most students had gone home for the holidays, but as always a small number still remained at Hogwarts during the holidays. Hermione found out about this on the first night when she went down to dinner and found the house tables gone, much like years before at another Christmas break. She let out a sigh of relief when she didn't spot Trelawney anywhere and went to take a seat between a 5th year from Hufflepuff and Professor McGonagall. The rest of the students started to arrive in the hall, and Hermione noted 2 more from Hufflepuff and 2 surly-looking 7th years from Ravenclaw as well. The last to arrive were Malfoy and Not. They appeared to be deep in an animated discussion, and they would switch between anger and amusement with each sentence. When they noticed the table arrangement and the fact that they were the last to arrive, they stopped in their tracks. Grey eyes found hazel eyes across the table, and Hermione swallowed thickly before she hastily gulped down a large drink of pumpkin juice and averted her eyes. It had only lasted a second, but it was more than enough to send her mind spiraling. How could she have forgotten that Malfoy would be staying for Christmas break? It had been less than a day since he had told her at Slughorn's Christmas party. Memories of the party started floating to the surface of her mind, much like the bubbles in her pumpkin juice did. Hermione and Ginny had been getting ready together, as they had done several times before, for the smaller gatherings of Slug Club dinners. But it had been very different last night, when Hermione stepped into her dress and had Ginny help zip her up. Ruffles fell down her collarbone and circled her waist, accentuating her hips. It draped below her knees and cut down her chest, perhaps a bit more than she would have liked. Not that it was any concern to Ginny when she stepped up to appraise her. "That's not going to do anything," Ginny muttered and raised her wand at Hermione's chest, who'd flinched back in horror. The only thing Ginny did, however, was trim the neckline and smooth out the ruffles to get a better view of Hermione's cleavage. Ginny's smirk was pure Slytherin beneath the tiny layer of makeup they had added just before getting dressed. "There. That'll make someone's eyes pop out. Not sure that's the goal I was looking for tonight," Hermione had whispered, but of course Ginny heard everything. "Course you are, Hermione. Loosen up for one night." Ginny wriggled her bum around Hermione in a mocking dance that forced a smile to her face despite everything. Hermione tried to smack Ginny away, but she evaded her every time. "Ready?" Hermione looked herself in the mirror. It really was a beautiful dress in a deep blue color with pearly white trimmings, and Ginny's alterations had done something very profound to the overall look. "Ready as I'll ever be." Slughorn had done an extraordinary job with his Christmas party and its many decorations. Hermione and Neville had marvelled at the entire scene, chatting about the many impressions they took in. They had walked along with Ginny and Dean while Harry went to meet with Luna before they joined the party as well. Upon entering Slughorn's office, they all found it had been magically expanded to contain the magnitude of guests. "Is that an actual vampire?" Neville had balked once they spotted the pale figure across the room, but Hermione hadn't been able to answer. Just then she had spotted Malfoy by the opposite wall next to a huge table piled with all sorts of drinks. And he had spotted her as well. Hermione couldn't help herself, and she allowed her eyes to take in the sight of Draco Malfoy in navy dress robes. It fit him perfectly, and every bone structure in his body was on display to appreciate his every feature. The cufflinks glistened in the twinkling Christmas lights along with his single ring as he raised a glass in her direction. Hermione trained her eyes back up to his face, where she found his gaze return to her own a few seconds later. She quirked an eyebrow at him just as he did the same. She couldn't deny the fact that he looked very handsome that night. Hermione suddenly felt a strong need for a drink and tugged Neville along to find one, skating out of sight from Malfoy. Before they reached the drinks, however, Slughorn found them and slung an arm around her and Neville's shoulders. "Miss Granger, how lovely to see you. Happy Christmas," she said, which Slughorn completely ignored, and Hermione could quickly smell that Slughorn had already had one or two too many drinks for his part. Neither she nor Neville paid any attention to what he was trying to tell them, and Slughorn never even finished his story as he then spotted Haney with Luna approaching the vampire. Slughorn jumped over to what he must consider his most prized student. "Should we try and find some food?" Neville asked, and Hermione followed him around the room in search of anything to eat. At the farthest end of the office they found a large table laden with spectacular food and began to sort some out for themselves when Hermione felt someone sidle up next to her. My, Granger, don't you look absolutely Zabini popped a grape in his mouth and smacked his lips together. "Delicious." He winked at her, and Hermione couldn't help the flattered smile rising to her lips. Neville huffed a grin beside her but said nothing. "Thank you, Zabini. You're looking rather dashing yourself tonight." It was a genuine compliment which Zabini of course accepted graciously. "Indeed I am. I find I must offer every lady and gentleman a chance for a taste of anything chocolate tonight. Neville nearly choked on his food and Hermione opted to help him with a quick spell to relieve his airways. Zab and I continued to smirk in their direction once Neville was breathing normally again. How generous of you, though I myself prefer vanilla. Hermione said just as Malfoy suddenly seemed to materialize beside them. His grin widened at her comment and he dipped his head in greeting. Everyone likes vanilla, Granger. Malfoy completely ignored Neville and Zabini. The latter scoffed and promptly left to find someone who did prefer chocolate over vanilla. Neville stood uncertainly beside Hermione, who was locked in place by Malfoy's eyes. What do you prefer, Malfoy? She'd asked in a low whisper and found that Neville had the courtesy to take one step aside, though he remained close. Malfoy moved to purvey the assorted food, but his stare always found its way back to her. I find I prefer a combination of both salty, and he picked up a piece of candy and popped it in his mouth with a slow lick across his lips. Sweet. Hermione had been forced to gulp and leave Malfoy to try and compose herself in Neville's company. Throughout the rest of the party she would constantly find Malfoy in her periphery and he would always smile at her in a certain way. It hadn't taken her long to notice that neither Malfoy nor Zabini had brought any guests with them. When Zabini found his way to Hermione once more at a later time, she asked him why he was alone. It would be a shame really to limit myself to any one person. And to that person as well. I find I perform better in greater numbers. To which he had sauntered off when a scowling Malfoy was about to approach him. Neville had then dared to ask the question Hermione hadn't. I have a very selective taste in who I choose for my company. Was all Malfoy had decided to share on the subject. Halfway off the party, however, Hermione had discovered Malfoy in a heated argument with Snape. When both became aware of the many eyes on them, they had left the party in haste. Malfoy had cast a look in her direction that she took to mean he would rather be anywhere but in the company of Snape at that moment, but he had followed all the same. And he had not returned to the rest of the party. Hermione returned to the present when McGonagall bid everyone to dig into their food. Dinner was a silent affair, and it only seemed conversations flowed between students and teachers alike. None of students engaged in conversations with each other. Hermione tried to mind her own plate, but her eyes would betray her several times to glance across the table where they were instantly met with grey ones. Dinner reached its close and people started to leave the table one by one. Hermione stayed put under the guise of trying to talk to McGonagall about Transfiguration. She had very little success because, as McGonagall said, it was Christmas and she was in far too pleasant a mood to discuss Transfiguration at that time. With a sigh Hermione got up the instant Malfoy and not made to leave as well. Malfoy looked at her. Not looked at Malfoy, and Hermione tried to look anywhere else. Right. Good evening, professors. She hurried to get out and make her way to the doors of the Great Hall before anyone could catch up to her. When she climbed through the portrait hole her heart was racing. She suspected and hated herself for it, that it was racing for one very particular reason. Trying to shake the feeling she rushed to go to bed and forget about the awkward dinner. Hermione spent most of her time off Christmas holidays in the Gryffindor common room or in the library. Malfoy had found his way to their usual table once or twice as well. Neither had spoken about their interactions at the Christmas party or the prospect of working together again in potions. They would sit and read quietly, and it reminded Hermione of their first many weeks of working together in silence. They only really spoke about what they read in their respective books. One day, when he moved his chair closer to show her something in whatever book he was reading, Hermione's breath hitched and she scolded herself internally for something that stupid, while trying to concentrate on whatever it was he was showing her. Maybe lassoings could be used differently than usual, what do you think? He turned his face to look at her questioningly, and she realized just how close they were sitting. Gone were the days where he would put as much distance between them as possible in fear of being sullied with her mudbloodiness. Over the past few weeks it seemed they were both testing various limitations to their tentative friendship. Malfoy had a strange look on his face just then, and she realized he had been asking her a question. Right, yes, that would definitely be a possibility. He nodded and went back to reading, but didn't move his chair away again. Hermione had to read the same page several times over and still no words stuck in her brain. Being around Malfoy these days was strange. The slight change in whatever type of friendship they had was palatable. She could feel it in the way he sometimes looked at her over the past few days, and she really tried her best to ignore it. She really did. But it was increasingly difficult when he was sitting this close to her. As her mind began to track back the last days, she paused. The Amortensia potions. Hermione was well aware that she had finally figured out the last smell when she had inhaled the potion. She had also recognized a definite change in Malfoy when he had inhaled several times, as if to make sure of something. And since then, that was when he started behaving even less like the Malfoy she had actually gotten to know a little bit. If anything, he was even more confusing now. There was nothing left of the boy she had met in Diagon Alley not even half a year ago. Strange. As their study time came to its close, Malfoy paused with his bag slung over his shoulder. "Meet me in the charms classroom on the 3rd floor tonight after dinner." She couldn't determine if it was a question or a demand. "I don't think that would be. Come on, Granger, live a little." There was that familiar Malfoy smirk again, but there was no malice hidden in it. Just Malfoy. That thing in Hermione's belly she had felt in the summer suddenly made a quick rhythm, only to be smothered by her logic. Where's that Gryffindor bravery? He was mocking her, she knew it, and she knew she shouldn't be baited. Oh, all right. The smile he sent her on his way out of the library was another strange sensation. She shook it off and went back to the common room to UI and read away whatever it was her body was trying to tell her. Dinner that night was a bit lighter than the previous nights. The elves were determined to outdo themselves with every sort of Christmas treat, and Hermione felt absolutely knackered by just consuming food after a few hours. She couldn't remember a time when a dinner had taken that long. But the professors were clearly enjoying themselves, and it seemed to rub off on a few students. The nervous third-year Gryffindor looked immensely pleased with himself when he pulled a cracker with McGonagall and won the larger piece. He pulled out the paper crown and copied Sloane, who had one similar on the top of his balding head. Sloane had clearly had one too many glasses of wine to drink, and he kept trying to engage Snape in conversation about his years as potions master. Snape, however, was having none of it. He looked just as sullen as he always did, though he tried to answer each question in as few syllables as possible to avoid further conversation. Hermione and the other 6th and 7th year students had been allowed one glass of wine at dinner. It wasn't the first taste of urine she'd had. When she was younger and had travelled to France with her parents, they had been to a wine tasting, and the guide had informed her parents that children should be allowed to taste, even from a young age, so they knew what they were getting into. Hermione hadn't cared for the taste back then, and she didn't really care for it now either. She only sipped in occasionally, but she could still feel the effects of the wine slowly creeping up on her. "I think I will retire for tonight. Enjoy your evenings." Snape got up as the first of the professors, and he looked like someone who very much didn't want anyone to enjoy the rest of their evenings. Sloane looked put out by the loss of conversationalist, but quickly regained himself when he decided to corner Flitwick instead. "Yes, I shall retire as well. Happy Christmas, everyone." McGonagall rose next, and soon after Flitwick followed with a mumbling Sloane in his footsteps. The younger students left in a hurry to get back to their dormitories. Katie looked to be enjoying herself vastly with the other 7th years from Ravenclaw. Out the corner of her eye she noticed Malfoy discuss something with Nott, who looked a bit put out by the topic. He was frowning at Malfoy, who kept talking in hushed tones. Suddenly, Not caught her looking at them and they locked eyes. She was so startled by it, even more so when he actually just grinned at her, that she hurried to excuse herself from the table and left in a hurry. Halfway on her way back to the common room, she remembered her promise to Malfoy and started back in the other direction to the third floor. Of course, he was waiting for her. Sitting on the desk with his legs crossed, he looked more than what she felt. Happy Christmas, Granger comfortable. Much happy Christmas, Malfoy. They both chuckled a tiny bit at the hilarity of the two of them wishing each other happy Christmas in such calm and friendly manners. What was all that about? Malfoy jumped from the table and started walking closer to her. She suddenly felt an urge to put something between them, and started pacing the room. What? You practically jumped like a rabbit from your chair from dinner just now. Is it only Zabina you'll smile for? His grin stretched almost from ear to ear and her temper rose. Of course not. She waved her hands in the air as if that explained everything. Just not someone like Theodore, not. Because he's a Slytherin? That makes no sense. What then? I don't know. He just caught me off guard. Why did you want to meet me here anyway? I thought we might celebrate. And from somewhere she had noticed he pulled 2 bottles. One was clearly an Ogden's Fire Whiskey, but the other one she didn't recognize. Celebrate what? The fact that we both survived this term working together without hexing each other into oblivion? He said it matter-of-factly, because truthfully that had very likely been an option at some point in their partnership. I suppose that might warrant for celebration. But where did you get those? She crept nearer to look closer at the bottles. He handed her the Fire Whiskey to inspect further. Theo's father sent him this as a Christmas present. Malfoy scoffed and shook his head in disgust, with a note saying it might man him up. Theo wants nothing to do with it, so I offer to take it off his hands. The smirk again. And this, he held the other bottle up in the light and she could see it was a slight pink drink of sorts. Blaise came upon Trelawney's private stash of sherries and whatnot in the kitchens right before he left for Christmas. He was fairly certain she wouldn't notice or miss anything from the looks of it. I think this is some sort of cherry liquor. Don't peg you as a whiskey fan. He offered her the bottle and they switched. Their fingers brushed in the exchange and Hermione was mostly surprised by the lack of recoil from Malfoy when they did. It had been a month or 2 since he stopped recoiling or backing away from her presence like that. He still acted strange about it, but not in a disgusted manner as he used to do. Malfoy went to rummage around in the desk, came up with 2 quills he then transfigured into 2 goblets before he poured himself a whiskey. Hermione looked the bottle in hand over. She really shouldn't. It wasn't even their cherry liquor, but from the sounds of it, Trelawney had plenty, and would probably benefit from one less. And since Hermione had never really cared much for Trelawney anyway, she walked over and poured herself a drink as well. Just one moment. She pulled out her wand and cast a few tracing spells on both liquids before raising her goblet to clink with Malfoy's. What was that about? He picked up his goblet and stared down the contents swirling. You said not Senior sent this? Well, given the fact that he is a known Death Eater and obviously cares very little about his son, I checked it for poisons. Same with Trelawney's bottle, just to be sure. She shrugged and held out her goblet for him to clink his too. Malfoy just stared at her, like the thought hadn't even crossed his mind. You really think someone's father would do something like that? I'd rather hope not, but given the note, Hermione stopped short and realized that they were not necessarily talking about Not's father anymore. Malfoy was still looking down his drink with a dumbstruck expression. It made him look lost. It wasn't poisoned. It took Malfoy a moment to return to his usual somewhat offensively cheery mood. Right, cheers and all that. Their goblets touched and Malfoy downed his drink in one go. Hermione's eyes widened and continued to stare at Malfoy. He on the other hand poured himself another drink and jumped to sit on the desk again. Slim fingers twirled the goblet as the amber liquid tossed around. Hermione sipped her drink and found it surprisingly sweet. It warmed her all the way down to her stomach, and taking another sip she dared herself to sit on the desk next to Malfoy while keeping her distance as best as possible. "Do you want to talk about it?" Her voice was barely a whisper, because she knew it to be a delicate subject he was bound to divert from, as he always did. And tonight would be no different. "Not tonight. Let's talk about something else." Before Hermione could say another word he had downed his second drink and was on his way to pour his third. "Keep up, Granger." He waved the bottle in her direction, and allowing herself to take the bait she downed her first drink with a grimace. Malfoy laughed as he poured her a second drink. One drink claimed the next, and so on, and at some point they had moved to sit on the desk, back to back, swirling amber and pink liquids in their goblets. They talked about everything and nothing, both just enjoying the freedom the alcohol seemed to give them. At some point Hermione noticed nearly half of her bottle was gone, and she let out a small hiccup. It was only then she realized that she might be a little drunk, and it was the first time in her life that was the case. Of course, it had been Draco Malfoy who made her lower her guard that way. "I've never done this before." "What? Have a conversation?" "I highly doubt that, Granger. It's getting you to stop talking that's the problem most days." She couldn't help the shrill giggle she let out, though she tried to cover her mouth all the same. That made Malfoy turn around, and she turned halfway towards him. "Are you drunk?" "No." Another hiccup. "All right, maybe a little. Please take this away from me." Pushing both the bottle and her half-empty goblet into his hands, she forgot to pay attention to how much his fingers lingered on her hands. She drew in a deep breath and moved her hair away from her face and neck. Had someone turned on a fireplace somewhere? Malfoy was still chuckling as he set the drinks aside. Then he seemed to hesitate about something. I actually also have something for you." Stuffing his hands in his trousers, he rummaged a bit before a silver chain started to appear. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him, and then her eyes grew larger than ever when she spotted the single pearl hanging from the silver chain. He held it out to her. But Hermione folded her arms around her stomach while she just stared back between the pearl and his face. "Malfoy, relax. It's..." He cleared his throat and cupped the small pendant. "It's nothing like that. I'm just getting sick of waiting around the portrait of that old bird whenever we have to work together or just want to chat." He shrugged like this was no big thing, but it seemed to be a very big thing to Hermione, and she kept her arms to herself. "I charmed it." The smirk was back and Hermione couldn't stop herself. "You charmed it?" It came out much more indignantly than she had expected, and she tried once more. "I'm sorry, what do you mean, you charmed it?" "It was your stupid galleons from last year, actually, that gave me the idea." He pinched the pearl between thumb and forefinger and Hermione scrutinized the tiny pearl. "I have another item charmed to this one. When I want to talk to you, this one warms. Which is why I put it in a chain like this. You could hide it under your robes, if you'd like." Something in his tone made her think that he actually wanted her to wear it front and center. "Here, I'll show you." He shoved the pendant into her hand, closing her fingers around the small pearl. Once again her brain didn't catch up to the fact that Draco Malfoy had almost his entire hand wrapped around hers before he was busy rummaging in his pocket again. What he pulled out surprised her even more. It was his signet ring, and she tried to think why she hadn't noticed he hadn't been wearing it. She recognized the letter M in the indentation. He put it on and with his thumb he rubbed the ring gently inside his hand, and Hermione felt the pearl warm in her hand. The gasp she let out was both of surprise and something else she didn't know and a part of her didn't want to know. Was afraid to know. That is very clever, Malfoy. And thank you, it's very beautiful. But you really shouldn't have, even if it is. Just so you won't have to wait around the fat lady anymore. Her voice was very raw and she kept her eyes locked on the necklace, afraid of what his eyes might speak that he didn't dare to do out loud himself. It was then she decided to do something really stupid. Her brain kept telling her not to do it, but she had drunk an obscene amount of alcohol for the first time in her life and it made her bolder and stupider all at the same time. Will you put in on me? She handed the necklace back to him and he seemed to hesitate for the briefest of moments. A moment in which she saw his face change a number of times. She'd seen him do this several times before, like parts of his personality was battling for which one of them was going to be in charge next. The Malfoy that won this time was the one she liked best. The Malfoy she considered a friend despite everything. Sure. He swallowed the lump in his throat and Hermione turned her back to him, another sign of the trust she put in him like this. She pulled her hair to the side and exposed her neck to him. She both heard and felt him shift nearer. One of his knees paused just behind her bum with his one leg crossed as he sat behind her. He moved closer and his shin was now firmly pressed against her bum, which was an odd sensation. Long arms moved into her periphery and snaked around her neck, draping the cold chain along her collarbone. Soft fingers trailed the chain to the back of her neck and her skin tingled from the touch long after he pulled back. She reached up to touch the pearl, that rested just at the top of her sternum. It was cold again. Thank you. Her words did something to him and he shifted back from her again. Hermione didn't move, her mind kept churning and churning. Do you remember potions classes just before the holidays? Yes. Malfoy's voice was just as hoarse as she knew her own to be. Hermione had no idea why she then asked what she asked. She only knew that it was something she felt compelled to ask because of the way Malfoy's fingers had trailed along her neck just before. What did you smell in the Amortentia potion? Surely, the alcohol made her bold to ask such a daring question. It certainly wasn't her brain, and definitely not her heart, that wanted to know. She heard Malfoy draw in a deep breath and let it out again before he spoke. Are we really going to talk about this, now? When else would we? Still, she didn't turn around. It felt safer to talk about it, if they couldn't look at each other. Fine. He sounded exasperated and worn out by the idea already. When I'm near an Amortentia potion I smell the way the air is fresh just after it rained and the Hogwarts library and he paused at her silent gasp. It gave her the time to decide if she should continue and change everything even more. Her silence told him to carry on. Whatever concoction it is you use in your hair. It came out half an insult but she let it slide. He wasn't sitting on the table any longer, but had started to pacing the room with his hands constantly running through his hair. Hermione stayed silent, letting it sink it. She had assumed something like this given the change in his behavior. Also given the fact that she had recognized the changes in her Amortentia potion that day as well. I smell the smoke from embers of a slow fire and the Hogwarts library. But also... She turned on the desk to look at him and her lips twitched slightly. Pine trees, and I can only assume that it's part of whatever stupid cologne it is you persist in using. It's quite infuriating. At least she thought it was cologne. I don't wear cologne. Malfoy sputtered and nearly started to laugh. Then he stepped closer, with a look on his face she recognized from their work in potions. He was about to test something. Standing just a foot from her he stopped. Do you smell it now? Hermione inhaled, and yes. There it was, the soft mix of parchment and smoke was potent when her eyes locked on his, and a horrifying realization dawned on her. I hardly use any products in my hair. she confessed, and Malfoy just nodded, also coming to a similar conclusion apparently. Now that you have gathered all your information, what do you plan to do with it? It was easy to tell that Malfoy had pulled forth one of the other Malfoys to carry out the rest of the conversation, but Hermione was not as fortunate to have another Hermione tucked away to do so. So, she steeled herself and put one toe into the deep waters she was terrified of submerging herself to. Well, logic dictates that theories should be proven correctly or falsely. She did the best she could to summon the tone she usually wore when they were working with a particularly difficult issue in potions. We have both put forward strong theories about attraction, and yet a logical part of both of us still tries to deny it. She looked for confirmation to her statement. Right. Right. Logic would then suggest that we, to verify the matter at hand, test the portion of information. And how do you propose we do just that? He had moved just an inch closer to her and his scent was everywhere around her. He kept his arms down but was slowly inching closer to her, as she still hadn't moved from her place on the desk. Logic would say that to determine attraction, it ought to be something physical. Her throat was drying up and she had to swallow several times. Hermione could feel Malfoy's eyes on her, and she dared herself to look up into his fierce features, which were wholly focused on her. Raising an eyebrow, he lifted a hand to hover just above her thigh. She nodded very slowly and he placed it gently on her upper thigh. An inhale of breath got stuck in her chest. What would be the next step in your series of purely academic tests? Malfoy's voice was raw and warm, and he was so close then that she could feel it across her cheeks. Perhaps further physical touch. Another hand came to rest on her other thigh and another breath got stuck in her chest. She had absolutely no clue where she should place her hands, so she chose to rest them on the table on either side of her to steady her very uneven balance at the moment. With his hands on her thighs, Malfoy had moved a step closer between her legs. And then? Must I do all the work? Isn't that how you prefer it? Being all bossy and swotty. She didn't get to answer because Malfoy leaned in and ghosted his lips across her mouth. She froze and looked at him with wide eyes. He paused for the barest fraction of a second before he did it again and she exhaled onto his lips. When he did it a third time her eyes fluttered shut and then he closed the tiniest distance still remaining between them and covered her lips completely with his own. Her hands shot up to grab his upper arms, while his hands had moved to cup her waist and hold her steady. If they hadn't, she was pretty sure she would have toppled off the desk. It was a soft kiss, one that was proof of the test they had said this would be. Something purely for logical reasoning and academic results based on theories. It was not something Hermione should lean into as she was doing. Hermione had not been kissed much in her short life. Crumb had been blunt and to the point in his gentle kisses, never demanding more than what she was ready to give. Which hadn't been much at the time. There had mainly been kisses on cheeks in greeting. This kiss was something else entirely. She did not expect it to ignite something deep in her belly from the moment Malfoy's lips touched hers. Nor did she expect to want so much more from such a tiny physical connection. It frightened her more than anything she could think of. Malfoy's hands were firm on her waist and his lips were softly searching her. It was fear that made her pull away, but something else entirely that let a single word slip from her lips. Draco. He froze in front of her. He seemed to be searching through his many versions of himself before he finally opened his mouth. What should we conclude from the test then? It took Hermione a moment to compose herself and find her voice. That attraction is just that. Nothing more and nothing less. And perhaps best left at that. He narrowed his eyes at her before he started to move away from her. When his hands left her waist she instantly missed the warmth from it, but she remained where she was, closing her legs and trying to gain control of her breathing again. Right. Malfoy stuffed his hands into his pockets and turned his back to her. Suddenly the air in the room grew cold despite how warm she knew her cheeks would feel if she touched them just then. It's late. We should both return to our dormitories. Thank you for the necklace. He didn't look at her as she left the room, nor did he say a word to her before she hurried to close the door behind her. But she swore she heard him curse to himself on the other side of the closed door. Whatever the reasoning for his profanity was, she had no answer and her brain was too tired to think about it. Well, that wasn't true, there were just other things preoccupying it in great detail at the moment. Hermione rushed to the common room and was surprised to find Katie Bell still up. Hermione, what's Tong? You look nothing's wrong. I just had too much to drink at dinner. That was hours ago and you barely touched your wine. Where have you been all night? Never mind. Happy Christmas, and good night. Katie looked her up and down with a knowing look about her before she wished her good night as well. Hermione was beyond thankful that she was the only girl from her year at Hogwarts that particular night. The solitude of her dormitory provided the peace her brain needed to calm down. Or at least attempt to calm down. She, Hermione Granger, had just kissed Draco Malfoy. And she had liked it. Very much so. So much that it frightened her to her very core and she had fled with a direct rejection. She went to splash water in her face and saw what had prompted Katie to stop her. Her face was positively flushed and her lips, though not swollen as she had noticed some of the other girls sometimes had, there was a tinge to them. She ran a cold finger across her bottom lip where his lips had just. No, she mustn't go down that path. Turning from the mirror she hurried to change into her pajamas and crawl under the covers. It wasn't until then that she noticed that she hadn't removed the necklace, and that was only because it started to warn to her he couldn't be serious about wanting to talk to her now, not after what they had just done. The pearl continued to warm in rapid sensations. Her heart fluttered when her addled brain caught up to the rhythm of the warming zings coming from the pearl. Because it wasn't the constant warmth it had given when he had shown her how it worked. No, this was more erratic and growing in speed. Impulse made her close her hand around the pearl as the warmth reached a maximum before it slowly dwindled to its cool surface again. It took a long while after that before Hermione could find sleep. She tried to turn her brain off, but when sleep eventually claimed her, it just turned right back on and made her dream of charmed gloves floating around the air, waving at her tauntingly. Chapter End notes. I cannot tell you how much I've been waiting to share this chapter with you. A huge inspiration thank you also goes to Ice at Self-Care and her wonderful work Draco Malfoy and the mortifying ordeal of being Gorlove. I hope you can spot the particular scene I was hugely inspired by. Please come find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Whimsy Selections Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. With only a few days left of the Christmas holidays, Hermione was eternally grateful that she saw little of Malfoy after their drunken academic tests. Thankfully, he must have chosen to need some distance as well because she didn't see him in the library and only shared a few glances with him during the shared dinners in the evening. He didn't seek her out as he had done in the last month or so, and though she kept the pearl around her neck it didn't grow warm again. After the last dinner of the holidays Hermione was leaving for what she assumed would be her last quiet night of reading, when Dumbledore paused her on the way out the Great Hall. I was wondering, Miss Granger, if I might ask you to pass this along to Mr. Potter once he returns. He passed Hermione and handed her a small scroll of parchment. For a moment she just looked at it, until she realized what it meant. Yes, of course, sir. Hermione hurried to pocket the scroll as Dumbledore was about to leave again. Sir, might I have a word? She asked before she lost the nerve to do so again. She quickly looked through the doors to the Great Hall, where Malfoy was still finishing his dinner and talking to Not next to him. When Malfoy smiled at something Not said, a real smile she recognized, that made up her mind and she turned her attention back to Dumbledore. It appeared he too had looked to the Great Hall, and she wondered if he had been looking at the same thing she had. "I don't really know how to explain it, sir, but do you think? Is it possible?" Hermione faltered and followed Dumbledore when he beckoned for them to walk as they spoke. "Words can be tricky, Miss Granger. They each have their own power, and one must always be careful how to employ them." "Yes, sir. The thing is, I have recently discovered something that could, well, I'm not really sure what it could mean other than the fact that someone might need help." "And how is it I am included in this discovery?" "Well, it has to do with Malfoy, sir, Draco Malfoy." Hermione paused when Dumbledore inclined his head and gave a sound that made it seem like he too had made a discovery about Malfoy. "I see, Miss Granger, and what assistance do you wish from an old man, such as myself?" "It's not just you." Hermione dropped her voice a fraction, though not nearly enough for a proper whisper. "Dumbledore had just stated he was an old man. Do you think the Order would ever dot?" She trailed off with a look back to the huge doors to the Great Hall where sounds of dinner being eaten could still be heard. "You wish to help Mr. Malfoy?" "Yes. One do." "And what says Mr. Malfoy to your desire to help him?" "Well, I haven't said as much, but He's quite stubborn, to be honest." "Indeed?" Dumbledore raised his brows as if to say he knew another person showing just those traits. "Miss Granger, I have always said that help will always be given to those at Hogwarts should they ask for it. In this particular case, I believe we might apply the same sentiment. That should Mr. Malfoy desire for the help of the Order, he merely needs to ask for it." Hermione blinked. It wasn't a rejection, but it wasn't exactly an offer either. But she found that Dumbledore had a point. She was certain that Malfoy would only accept help if he felt he needed it. Anything else would be viewed as derogatory on his part. Typical Malfoy. "Right. Thank you, sir, I'll tell him that. Do not worry, Miss Granger. If Mr. Malfoy so chooses, you will not be the only help he could stand to gain. Good evening." And then he left her standing with her own confusing thoughts, before she came to her senses and found her way back to Gryffindor Tower. A few people had already returned to Hogwarts, and there were more Gryffindors lounging about the common room than the previous nights. As Hermione clambered her way through the portrait hole, she suddenly found herself face to face with Lavender Brown. "Oh!" Both girls paused, unsure of what to do, for very separate reasons. "Happy New Year's, Lavender," Hermione offered with a timid smile. "How was your holidays?" She tried to move around her to find her favorite spot to sit and read, only Lavender wouldn't stop staring at her. "Fine. There's something different about you, Hermione. Did something happen during your holiday? You were at Hogwarts, right?" Lavender narrowed her eyes in suspicion, and Hermione suddenly realized what she must be thinking. "I was at Hogwarts, yes. It was nice if the peace and quiet." "Yes." Lavender seemed to draw out the words, still not entirely convinced about whatever it was she was thinking. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she flung out her arm to hold Hermione in her progress of attempted escape. "That's a very pretty necklace." She cooed and stepped closer to Uy and get a closer look. Hermione tore her arm from Lavender's hold and hurried to tuck the pearl down her collar. For some reason she felt her cheeks flush under Lavender's penetrating gaze. "Thank you. Where did you get it?" "It was a gift." "From whom?" "From a friend." Lavender suddenly looked horror-struck and like someone had slapped her. Her lower lip started to tremble, and she was clearly fighting some sort of internal battle on how to respond. But Hermione found she wanted to save her the heartache, just this one time, despite everything. Lavender couldn't know it was from Malfoy, but she also had to know that though he had many flaws, Ron would never be as tactless to gift another girl jewelry when he was dating someone else. At least she liked to think he wasn't that tactless. A friend that's not Ron? Hermione said in a much softer voice than she anticipated, and Lavender seemed to be able to breathe again. She pulled her shoulders back and looked a bit alarmed at her own reaction. Lavender, you have to know, I would never do anything to thank you. It's not you I'm worried about. Lavender said much too fast for her own liking, it would seem based on her following reaction, when her eyes grew twice their size. Oh! Was all Hermione could say. Silence fell between them, in which Hermione was trying to think of something decent or halfway clever to say. In the end she chose honesty. Ash beckoned Lavender to move away from the very public place of just inside the portrait hole. Look, Lavender, Ron and I. Lavender flinched and Hermione changed her wording. Being friends with Ron can be difficult, as I imagine it can be to be his girlfriend. Maybe he and I toyed with the idea of being that, but it was never more than an idea, and frankly not a very good idea. I won't lie and say he didn't hurt me when. Yes, well. I still haven't forgiven him completely, but he is still my friend. One of my best friends actually. Lavender scoffed a little bit at that point, and Hermione found she had to dig for a bit more patience with her. I don't know what else to say. Again, it's not you I'm worried about, Hermione. I get that. But trust me when I say, there's nothing on my part other than friendship with Ron. Lavender seemed to ease just a bit, but there was still a fair amount of tension surrounding her, and her eyes kept glancing down Hermione's neckline where her pearl necklace was hiding. Who'd you get it from then? Surely not Harry Potter. Lavender let out one of her very girly giggles, one of those Hermione couldn't stand, and she had to force herself not to flinch. It was then she accepted the fact that she and Lavender would never be truly friends, but for one's sake, she would learn to tolerate her. No, not from Harry either. Hermione got up and left a gaping Lavender to speculate on her own for the rest of the night. When Hermione met Harry the next morning, she hurried to hand him the scroll from Dumbledore. His face lit up when he read the time for his next lesson with Dumbledore, just as Ron found his way to walk beside them. And with no Lavender in sight. Curious. How was your Christmas, Hermione? Harry asked as he stuffed the little scroll into his bag. It was interesting, was the only word Hermione could think of, but as Harry started to tell her about his visit and little chat with the minister, her issues grew secondary. The nerve of him, honestly. She said indignantly, and was pleased to feel a similar reaction from Harry. My thoughts exactly. Ron chimed in as he started pulling breakfast plates to his vicinity. Hermione frowned. She'd almost forgotten about Ron's poor eating habits. She had been telling the truth to Lavender the night before. She hadn't entirely forgiven Ron for his behavior these past months, but she had decided to try and start forgiving him. As she watched him skewer yet another sausage, she had half the mind to not why anyway. Hiding the movement behind an attempt to tuck her hair behind one ear, she checked to make sure the pearl was safely out of sight from any nosy eyes. Ron then started going on a tirade about how much of Pratt Percy was, and for just a moment, Hermione felt like things were back to normal. Until Lavender came down for breakfast and found them all together. 1-1. She squealed and flung herself into Ron's lap, forcing him to momentarily forget about his breakfast. Harry made a face that suggested he would rather be hugged by a blast-ended Scroot than enjoy any more breakfast. He and Hermione hurried to butter a few pieces of toast and then left the Great Hall together. There's something else I need to tell you, Hermione. Harry urged in a whisper as they walked along an empty corridor. She raised an inquisitive eyebrow as he started explaining about a conversation he had overheard between Malfoy and Snape during Slughorn's Christmas party. Hermione found herself grow paler and paler with each word Harry spoke. So, I was right, Malfoy is definitely up to something, Hermione. And just because you've been spending an awful lot of time with him. Her hand twitched to pull her collar. doesn't mean he won't find other ways to do whatever it is he's up to. Hermione paused and thought as hard as she could how best to get Hermione to just let his suspicions go. But Harry, you said so yourself just now. Malfoy told Snape that he had to stop his project. For different reasons. You said he told Snape that they needed to come up with a different plan. Yes, and Snape told Malfoy that wasn't an option. He made the unbreakable vow, Hermione. Yes, I heard you the first time, Harry. Hermione pinched the bridge off her nose in frustration. Hermione would never let this go. No matter what she told him, he would never stop blaming Malfoy for whatever he suspected him of. Even if it was clear from this conversation that whatever Malfoy had been up to, it seemed he had tried to stop it. Or at the very least get out of it. He had made a choice. Or tried to at least. Only Snape said it wasn't an option. Which meant Malfoy was trapped in a seemingly terrible and dangerous situation. It's a good thing you're not working with Malfoy anymore, Hermione. Harry pushed and Hermione squirmed, which must have shown on her face from the look Harry gave her just then. What? Surely, you're not Slughorn offered us a chance to finish our potions project. We haven't said we will yet, but... And you won't. You can't be serious, Hermione. It was one thing when we just thought he was a useless GIT, but now we know that he has tried to stop whatever it is someone expects from him. Hermione wouldn't relent, but neither, it seemed, would Harry. Maybe. They didn't get to say much more as Ron chose to stomp their way just then. For some reason he had managed to ditch Lavender at breakfast, and he followed them along back towards the common room before Hermione took off for arithmancy on her own. Harry's comments and mistrust in Malfoy boiled around in Hermione all morning, and through defense against the dark arts as well, which was a particularly nasty lesson about a set of horrible hexes which Snape threatened to visualize on a select number of students during the next class if they didn't perfect their non-verbal spells. Harry and Ron seemed to have grown rather adept at non-verbally abusing Snape. However, on their way to the dungeons for what Hermione feared would be a very strange potions class. Slughorn was his usual beaming self, and was boasting about their fine potion work in their partnered teams from the previous term. It did not go unnoticed to anyone in the dungeon that Slughorn had chosen to leave a mix of tables that seated 4 and 2 in the classroom. The 4 Ravenclaws had been quick to seat themselves at one of the tables for 4. Harry and Ron had been so focused on their muttered bickering about Snape, that Hermione absent-mindedly had turned for what she unconsciously had started to view as her seat near the front of the class. It wasn't until she started pulling out her book that she registered her own mistake of taking a seat at a table just for 2, when Malfoy sauntered up and took what could only be described as his usual seat. Granger, was his only greeting as he pulled out his book and turned his undivided attention to whatever it was Slughorn was telling them. Hermione's brain had momentarily hit a hitherto unknown pause button. She stared at Malfoy. She hadn't seen him for days, and she had been turning the events of the last time she had seen him over and over in her head to no avail. It had been too confusing to fry and sort out what it had done to her. She had assumed Malfoy had been rather upset or confused about the things as well, given his reactions afterwards, but when she looked at him just then, he seemed the same prideful Malfoy he had always been. Which is what you will be brewing today. Slughorn clapped his hands together and Hermione's attention returned to her current situation, forcing all other thoughts to wait for their turn. She looked to the desk at the front of the room where Slughorn then took a seat while everyone else in the dungeon started bustling about to get to work. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw Harry and Ron surreptitiously trying to decipher more notes from that horrible Prince book. With an eye roll, she started turning the pages in her own book for the instructions for whatever potions Slughorn had set them to work on that day. Beside her, Malfoy was looking over the required pages with a small frown, and she tried to sneak a peek at what page it was, as she had not heard what Slughorn had said. Under the pretense of trying to find something in her bag, she moved her chair a few inches to get closer to see Malfoy's book, only when she sat straight again, she found he had moved his chair further from hers. Glancing up, she saw a definite smirk tugging the corner of his lips, and that was enough to stoke Hermione's temper. Malfoy was doing it on purpose. Seething, she debated to ask Slughorn for today's assignment and expose the fact that she hadn't paid attention, or just ask Malfoy. She could tell from the splutters behind her that Haney had already gotten off to a decent start on his potion, and Hermione hated herself for the choice she then made, but saw no other option at the time. Malfoy, what page was the potion? He paused his reading, marked it and closed the book with a swift motion before he turned to look at her, which caused her TLNO to close up just thinking about the last time those eyes had been trained on her. Surely, Granger, you paid attention to what Slughorn was droning on about. He crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair with a much too smug expression for his own good. Obviously, I didn't, or I wouldn't be asking, now would I? She tried reaching for his book to just look for herself, but he was far quicker than she had anticipated. Stupid Quidditch reflexes, she cursed as Malfoy swept the book out from under her fingers, just as they grazed his hand. They both paused a fraction, before Malfoy continued his boasting. Why don't you try asking nicely, Granger? I just did that. Apologies, there must have been a fly buzzing in my ear. Gritting her teeth, Hermione forced the words out under her breath. Could you please inform me what page we are to work from today, Malfoy? He studied her for a moment before nodding and flopped the book open between them on the table. She yanked it over to note the page number before tossing it back to him. He caught it effortless and rose to get his required ingredients. When he returned, Hermione left to do the same and also to create some distance between them. Malfoy was perhaps even more infuriating that day than any previous days she could think of. It was the first time in a long time that they were set to brew on their own, and it showed during the lesson. It seemed both of them had grown so accustomed to each other's movements and their combined routine in brewing together that both made several mistakes in their potions. Hermione forgot to tend to the fire beneath her cauldron more than once and had to reignite it several times. Malfoy managed to leave his potion to bubble so profusely from lack of stirring, that a huge stain soon overtook half his side of the table, before it proceeded to make its way to the floor in a huge puddle. With a huff he vanished the entire thing and plunked in his chair with a defeated look on his face. Hermione was just about to try and talk to him, but thankfully Slughorn called for everyone's attention just then. After Slughorn had taken stock of everyone's work, he dismissed them. With the exception of Hermione and Malfoy, whom he beckoned to sit in 2 chairs he just conjured before his desk. Malfoy seemed to rouse slightly from the defeated posture he had adopted for the past few minutes while Slughorn took his seat and entwined his fingers on top of the table. Now, I believe today's lesson shows the importance of relying on each other in working together. But that is not the reason I asked to speak with you. Hermione fidgeted in her seat with an idea about why Slughorn had asked to talk to them. Truthfully, she had forced the idea of working with Malfoy again to the furthest corners of her mind for a few days. Initially she had been more than excited for the prospect of finishing their work together and to be able to see a complete potion at some point. But things were different, and she wasn't sure it would be the best idea to continue to work in such close proximity to Malfoy anymore. She was worried about the tentative friendship they had reached a somewhat understanding about. What had happened at Christmas shouldn't have happened. No matter how much she had enjoyed it. And kept thinking about it when her brain decided to deceive her. Or when Malfoy looked at her with that glint in his eyes as he did just then. My offer from before the holidays still stands. Should you wish to continue your work on your version of Mr. Felix? Slughorn grinned at his own little quip, and Hermione tried a small smile in return. Did she want to work on the potion? Most definitely. Did she want to work closely with Malfoy again? Alone? She was afraid to admit it, but a growing part of her very much wanted to. Which is why it was probably best that she didn't. Actually, Professor, we would like to continue our work. Malfoy very rudely interrupted, and she turned to glare at him. He was grinning fiendishly at her, which failed to go over with Slughorn. But there was a glint in Malfoy's eyes as well. A glint that challenged her. It dared her to oppose him or agree with him, she didn't know. Malfoy had sounded almost eager when he had announced his delight in the project. Miss Granger. Hermione turned back to look at a patient-looking Slughorn. Yes. She croaked and nodded for affirmation. Yes, we want to continue our work. The glint in Malfoy's eyes turned gleeful and his smile widened. Again, this went by Slughorn's notice. Excellent. He clapped his hands together before conjuring a scroll of parchment and a quill before him. Now I understand you both had a working routine before the holidays, which I believe is best for your timetables to carry on with. Slughorn made several scribbles as he babbled on, but Hermione was only half listening. Her eyes kept straying to Malfoy, who for his part was paying rapt attention and determinedly not looking at her. This should explain things most effectively. Slughorn tapped the scroll in front of him once and a near duplicate materialized beside it. He wrote 2 more lines on each before rolling them back together. I should like you both to present this to your heads of houses to explain the situation. They are both welcome to come and talk to me about the situation as well. But as this is an extra project, it should never interfere with your regular school work, which I'm sure we are all clear about. He waved a scroll before each of them, and Hermione easily accepted hers. However, she noted that Malfoy had pursed his lips and had taken on a glassy expression at the mention he would have to talk to Snape about this. Hermione briefly thought back to what Harry had told her, that he had overheard. Yes, Professor. They spoke in unison before they got up to leave. When the door had closed behind them, Hermione turned to glare at Malfoy and poked the scroll into his chest. You might have asked me if I actually wanted to do this project before you so blatantly accepted on my behalf. Malfoy reached up to close his hand around her wrist to stop her from prodding him in the chest repeatedly. She faltered under his touch. Before you poke a hole in me, will you calm yourself? Hermione huffed a breath and tried to pull her hand back, but he held firm. I will not calm myself. I won't just do whatever whimsy you think of, Malfoy. Whimsy? He scoffed and actually started to laugh. Come of it, Granger. We both know you couldn't pass down the opportunity to parade your SWAT brain all over the place with a project like this. I just jumped the ride as well. He shrugged as if it was no big deal whatsoever. Right, because it's not like you need another chance to make that ego any bigger than it already is. I have no need to prove myself. I already know I'm brilliant at potions. He towered over her, and she tugged on her hand again, but he still refused to let go. The touch of his fingers was starting to warm her skin most delicately. Today would suggest otherwise. She blurted, and his grip tightened a fraction before it loosened again. They stared at one another for several moments, each trying to figure out who would succumb to the intense silence first. For her part, Hermione focused her glare on his annoying face as he tilted his chin down to do the same to her. Both narrowed their eyes at the same time. And then she was forced to break eye contact when Malfoy thoroughly surprised her. The pearl around her neck twitched warm for barely a second, and she jumped back as he let go of her wrist. A quick glance told her his hand was tucked behind his back, but she knew how his little charm worked. Or at least part of it. Guess I'll see you around, Granger. And if that, Malfoy turned on the spot and strode down the corridor. As he walked away, she watched him cradle his own fist to his chest. It was the hand he had used to hold on to her wrist. The following day Hermione decided to return to her routine and think as little of Malfoy as possible. Of course, He chose to make that utterly impossible for her, when he showed up at the library for what she had assumed would be a free period all to herself to try and sort her academic timetable out for the rest of the school year. He paused and was observing her quietly when she noticed the shadow across her work. Looking up, she couldn't stop the words escaping her mouth even if she wanted to. "What are you doing here?" Thankfully, she then realized, she had sounded more surprised than perturbed, which was another feeling she was trying to reel in. Malfoy shrugged before he pulled up his usual chair, but instead of sitting across from her, he took a seat beside her, confusing her even more. Reaching for something out of sight, he then pushed his timetable in front of her and indicated to what she had marked down as a free period on her own timetable. "According to this, I still have allocated pet time on my schedule." Hermione winced at the phrasing. She had utterly forgotten her own childish name for their appointed study time together. And she had clearly also forgotten, or perhaps denied, that it would continue in the new term thanks to Sloane's very generous offer. Pinching the bridge of her nose, she groaned and thrust his timetable back. "All right, but I think we should find another name for it. I rather like it, pet." "Don't call me that. I'm not your pet." "Really?" He feigned shocked surprise and raised an eyebrow at her. "What would you like me to call you then?" Suddenly his voice shifted, and it had the audacity to make her shiver for completely separate reasons. She pushed the notion aside and turned to bristle at Malfoy, who continued to look far too pleased with himself. "Kitten?" he queried, to which her frown only deepened. "Just stop." "Granger is fine, Malfoy." "Granger is it then?" The shiver ran down her spine again when he spoke her name this time, and she tried her best to ignore it and the reason for said shiver. "I don't suppose you had any brilliant revelations over the holidays, that might help us further with this ridiculous project then?" Hermione shuffled her notes around, trying to find her latest additions to their potion theories. Malfoy was studying her with a curious expression. "I made several revelations during the holidays, sadly none to profit this particular project." The luster of his voice made Hermione blush entirely, and she fought a determined battle not to look at Malfoy. She refused to give him the satisfaction of this game he seemed to have started with her. A game she was not at all prepared for, to be honest. If it had been Zabini, she might have played along and continued with the harmless flirting. But there was something deep in her belly that told her it would be less harmless when it was with Malfoy. "Right." Hermione pulled her quill over and tried to get back to her work, when Malfoy choked a laugh. "Granger, what is that thing?" He gestured at the rather large, but quite frankly rather pretty quill Harry had gotten her for Christmas. It was twice as long as any normal quill and showed a variety of colors blending together. "Surely you recognize a quill, Malfoy. However poorly you may utilize it otherwise. That thing is not a quill, that's an eyesore." Hermione chose to refrain from answering and returned to her work. Malfoy did the same, but not until he'd scoffed a few more times to himself, once he realized Hermione would not give him any more reactions. They parted as they always did and headed for their separate classes, only to meet later that evening in the dungeons again. Just as before, Malfoy was waiting and held the door for her as they entered the dungeons. The dungeon appeared as it always had, but Sloane had left a note for them, wishing them best of luck with their testing. Malfoy twitched a smile before chucking the note in the bin with a shake of the head. Somewhere halfway through the evening, Malfoy was carefully chopping a sprig of thyme as Hermione had once showed him how to do, when a thought occurred to her. "Malfoy." Her voice was timid, and she felt like she was testing the waters just before a storm. He didn't even look up from what he was doing. "I forgot to ask you, with everything. Why were you at Hogwarts this Christmas?" Both paused their work to look at anything but each other. She could tell Malfoy was thinking very hard about what to tell her, or just how much to tell her. His various masks slipped on and off his features so many times she lost count before he finally seemed to settle on one, That seemed the closest to the Real Malfoy she knew. Mother thought I might not feel comfortable with the extended portion of family that had chosen to spend Christmas at the manor. He went back to his chopping, leaving her to think of his statement to her own liking. Extended family was sure to be meant the Lestranges. After all, Bellatrix Lestrange was Narcissa Malfoy's sister. This spoke a great deal about the family relations, that Narcissa would encourage her son to stay at Hogwarts to keep him from her own sister, his aunt. But perhaps it wasn't just Bellatrix who would be at the Malfoy Manor for Christmas. The Order had long speculated that Voldemort had chosen the Malfoy family as a centre of control for whatever he was planning. Perhaps it had been Narcissa's way to try and keep Malfoy away from all of that. With Lucius Malfoy still in Azkaban, there was very little Narcissa could do otherwise. At least Hermione thought this might be the case. She didn't dare voice any of these theories out loud. At least not yet. "I see," was all she said before silence fell between them again. It didn't last long, however, as there was another thing persistently trying to get out of her mind. Malfoy. He sighed when he realized he would not be left to work in peace. Instead, he carefully replaced his knife and turned his full attention to her. "Yes, Granger." The charm on the necklace, her fingers absently trailed the chain around her neck, and Malfoy's eyes followed the motion most attentively. "How does it work exactly? It's not a normal protean charm, is it?" "Why do you ask?" "I'm only curious." "Well, no. It's not just a protean charm. Although it's the one I modified to make it work. I showed you how it worked, Granger." He sounded annoyed, but she pressed on. "Yes, you did. I'm only curious, is there an incantation you need to speak when you touch it, or no, I just think about." He coughed and tried to clear his throat before he was able to continue. "I just think about you, and that's how it works. Now can we go back to try and make this mess into something useful?" "Oh, I see." Malfoy had turned back to his ingredients and pointedly ignored Hermione, which gave her time to think. "Oh." She felt herself blush furiously as the realization hit her completely when she thought back to that single time she had felt it warm against her skin. Her eyes zeroed in on Malfoy, who was persistently ignoring her, though she knew he could feel her stare on him. "I'll just, sort these out." She reached rather clumsily for a random selection Orpheus and headed for the ingredient cupboard where she could hide for a short while. She suddenly felt rather flushed and warm. She really needed to pull herself together, otherwise this was going to be a very long term. Silence seemed to be the safest thing for both of them for the rest of the evening. When Malfoy suggested they stop a bit early, she was perhaps slightly too eager to comply given the raise of his brow. "It's fine, Granger, I'll clean up. See you around." "Right, see you around, Malfoy." She pondered the fact that Malfoy seemed just as eager to quit their company for the evening as she did, but never made it very far as she found Harry and Ron deep in a hushed conversation in the near-empty common room when she climbed through the portrait hole. "Hermione, you're back from your lesson with Dumbledore." "Yeah, turns out, well, I was just telling Ron." Hermione broke off and noticed the silent staring contest that seemed to be going on between Hermione and Ron. Hermione could still feel the blush on her neck from being around Malfoy, but Ron was looking at her like he was seeing something new. He scrutinized for several minutes before blinking and then declared he would go to bed. Hermione took his vacant seat next to Harry. What was that about? He looked to where Ron disappeared up the stairs to the boys' dormitories. Hermione did as well, just as Ron glanced over his shoulder and found Hermione's eyes. "No idea." She breathed and blinked to see Ron gone the next second. "You were saying, Harry." Harry then explained about the tampered memory from Slughorn he would have to get before he and Dumbledore could really carry much on with their lessons. "Ron reckons I should just ask Slughorn for the memory." Hermione scoffed and stifled a laugh, but Hermione still glared slightly. Well, if that's what Ron thinks, naturally he must be correct. Hermione, I thought you weren't angry anymore. I'm not. Harry raised a brow and didn't look fooled. Honestly, Harry, I'm not angry with Ron anymore, I'm just... She flailed back in her seat and stared into the fire next to them. I'm just tired, Harry. So much is happening right now, and I hardly feel like I can keep up half the time. I swear I feel like I have another time turner hanging around my neck sometimes. Absently she rubbed her neck, shifting her shirt, which exposed the chain of her necklace. What's this? Harry reached out and tugged the chain out of her shirt, letting the pearl dangle between them. Hermione gulped and her mind worked frantically trying to come up with an explanation that wouldn't involve Malfoy. If she told Harry that she had happily accepted a charmed necklace from Malfoy, who he was still convinced was up to no good, she would never hear the end of it. So, Hermione did the one thing she had never done to her best friend before in her life. She lied. It was a Christmas gift from Mum and Dad. Their way of apologizing for not being able to spend it with me. Hurriedly she tucked it back behind her shirt, thinking how much work it could really be if she were to cast a disillusion charm on it daily. Based on the reactions and different stories she had told about it so far, it would soon be the best solution. Harry, bless him, accepted her explanation without fault and dropped the issue. Hermione, you know you can always come to me if you need help. Anything I can do, I'll gladly help you. She leaned on his shoulder to show her appreciation of his offer. Thank you, Hermione, and I know. She found comfort in the arm Harry placed around her shoulders and gave her a squeeze. No matter what happened she would always cherish her friendship with Harry, and tonight his presence seemed to lift the thousands of worries and confusing thoughts Hermione had zooming around her head. She leaned into Hermione and together they sat silently and watched the fire burn out before they headed for their separate beds. Chapter End Notes. Let the slow burn commence. You are more than welcome to come and find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Offered help. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The start of the new term brought changes for most students at Hogwarts, but to Hermione she saw comfort in routine. Though she had been rustled in her approach to her routine by none other than Draco Malfoy, she saw no reason his presence should change any of her goals for her school year. From a very early age, Hermione had set out to prove herself for no other reason than she was capable of such. Her friendship with Harry and Ron had meant she sometimes had to work slightly more than others might, but as long as she found joy in her work she never minded. Which was why, when she went to hand McGonagall the scroll from Slughorn explaining about her forthcoming project with Malfoy, she couldn't explain why she felt nervous. McGonagall called for her to enter her office, where she sat clearly marking assignments from another Transfiguration class. Hermione hesitated by the closed door, waiting for McGonagall to open the conversation. Yes, Miss Granger, please take a seat. Without looking up, McGonagall indicated the seat opposite her. Hermione took her seat nervously, continuing to smooth down creases in her skirt she knew weren't there. It seemed McGonagall was taking forever to read the last lines of whatever assignment she was reading. When she finally put her quill down and pushed the scroll aside, she clasped her hands expectantly before her chest and raised an inquiring brow at Hermione. Professor Slughorn asked that I give you this, Professor. It should explain everything. Hermione uttered and watched McGonagall carefully unfold the little scroll. As she read, Hermione saw McGonagall's eyes grow wider with each line. Her brows rose higher and higher and her nose seemed to want to curl in on itself. Finally, she placed the still curling scroll on the desk between them. That was most explanatory indeed, Miss Granger. However, I do still have a few questions. Of course. Professor Slughorn explains this is a continuation of a project you and Mr. Malfoy have been working on since the beginning of the school year, and that you both desire to continue, is that correct? Hermione opened her mouth, paused, and then closed it again, biding her time to think about her answer. McGonagall seemed to have caught her hesitation incorrectly. "I see." The sharpness in her voice carried worlds of meaning, but none more so than the curl of her upper lip. "I shall have to inform Professor Slughorn and Mr. Malfoy that coercion of cooperation among students is not something— Oh, no, Professor. It isn't anything like that. I do want to carry on with the project. It's just—" And then Hermione fell short of words again, something quite remarkable considering her character. She struggled to try and find the right way to explain things but not explaining too much. "Well, truth be told, I want to see this through. I had just never imagined it would be with someone like Malfoy. Who is stubborn like an ass. I mean, he speaks with no regard for anyone but himself, and he's too impulsive for the delicacy of some potions, but—" Hermione rubbed her neck trying to find the right words. Meanwhile McGonagall just studied her with a curious expression, her hands now resting in her lap. "Have a biscuit, Miss Granger." McGonagall pushed the tin on the left side of the desk closer to Hermione when she still hadn't found the words to explain herself. "Thanks, one, if you are adamant about continuing this project, I see no reason why you should not. Unless you see a reason." Again, McGonagall raised an eyebrow and Hermione had the distinct feeling that McGonagall might know more than she let on. Which in truth could be Hugh. Perhaps she had even spoken to Dumbledore about Hermione's approach at Christmas. They were both in the Order after all, and both wanted to help their students however best they saw fit. "I don't." "Well, good. As long as you don't let it interfere with the rest of your school work, which I see no reason for it to do, I too will be most impressed with the collaboration between you and Nira Malfoy." Feeling that was the end of the conversation, Hermione nodded and started to make her way for the door again. "Oh, Miss Granger." Hermione paused with her hand on the doorknob and turned to face McGonagall again. "If either you or Mr. Malfoy should need further assistance, you always know where to find me." The smile McGonagall flashed told Hermione everything she has suspected about the elderly witch, but found it meant more to her than she anticipated. "Thank you, Professor." Hermione was busy mulling over her conversation with McGonagall that she thrusted her legs to carry her to wherever her brain failed to tell her. So wrapped up in her own head, she failed to notice the person around the corner before she bumped into said person and dropped her bag. Her bag then continued to mock her by spilling half its content all over the floor, including an entire inkpot that left a huge stain, which she was sure would infuriate Filch at some point. "Don't you ever, Granger." Hermione snapped her head up to find herself face to face with none other than Draco Malfoy, who looked slightly led to have run into her as well. "Malfoy? What are you doing here?" "Trying to avoid being run over by swatty females." "Obviously I failed at that." His eyes roved down her body to the floor where her bag's contents lay scattered about. Ignoring the feel of his eyes on her, she bent to start and collect her things. "Yes, well, I suppose I'm sorry for nearly knocking you over. Though, as you're clearly still standing, I won't be too sorry. Move your foot please, you're standing on my quill." He jumped at that and then bent down to help collect her things. "Really, Granger, if this is the way you're trying to knock me off my feet, there are far better ways, I assure you." She scoffed but also felt herself turn red while she tried her very best to focus on her scattered belongings. "Knocking you off your feet is the furthest thing on my mind. Hand me that inkpot, will you?" Malfoy reached for the inkpot that was still twirling around itself in utter delight at being empty. He clutched his fingers around the thing and went to deposit it in her outstretched hand. Using his other hand, he cupped hers under the pretense of making sure she had a firm enough hold on the inkpot. Hermione swallowed the lump in her throat and did her utmost best to try and control her breathing as Malfoy's fingers lingered far too sweetly around her hands. She felt his thumb stroke along the back of her hand as he very slowly pulled back from her. "Thank you." She managed to get out of her suddenly very parched throat and found Malfoy looking down at her with a smirk around his lips. "I thought you were a witch, Granger." He was still smirking and she could sense the teasing in his voice. "Of course I am, why would you even then? Why are you floundering about on the floor like a misbehaving toddler when your wand is obviously still working?" With a swish of his own wand he non-verbally made the rest of her belongings zoom towards them before they each jumped back into her bag. "Remember that the next time you choose to tie and knock some poor wizard off his feet oh so graciously." He winked at her and strode by her, taking great care to brush by her arm in the process. Hermione accepted the brief touch along her shoulder and upper arm but admonished herself from thinking too much about what the movement might have meant. "Right. Thanks for being a helpful prat, Malfoy." She flung over her shoulder and hoisted her bag more securely on her shoulder. "I did save every Wednesday just for you, Granger. See you around." And then he was gone, leaving Hermione feeling completely flabbergasted and having forgotten where she had been headed. It was just her luck that she would run into yet another Slytherin as she tried to find her way back to the Gryffindor common room. As she turned the corner she found Zabini in a heated argument with Vincent Crabbe, who still appeared twice his normal size, which meant Zabini looked positively minuscule in comparison. "Don't know why you're suddenly such a nosy. Surprised you even know what a nose looks like, Crabbe. When was the last time you showered and had a good look at yourself?" Zabini for his part didn't falter under the menacing stare of Crabbe. He merely crossed his arms and glared right back. "I've told ya, what I get up to with Draco is none of your business, so keep your filthy what seems to be the problem here." Hermione didn't know what came over her, she just knew that something was humming and the part of her brain that had made her prefect told her to step in and intervene. She walked right up next to Zabini and joined his glare directed at Crabbe, who fell silent at her presence. "None of your filthy business, mudblood." He nearly spat at her feet at the last word, but Hermione schooled her features into neutrality. It wasn't the first time someone had called her that, and she was sure it wouldn't be the last time either. "Threatening other students in the corridors is my problem, as I'm a prefect. Like I give a Salazar's fuck about your prefect badge." Crabbe stepped forward and was about to poke Hermione in the chest when Zabini's hand shot forward and locked on Crabbe's arm. "Please don't touch my things, Crabbe. I wouldn't want your stench all over it." Zabini flung Crabbe's hand back in his face and stepped closer to Hermione. "I don't care what this is, I'm ending it." Hermione snapped at the two of them. Zabini looked pleased with himself for having gained her attention for whatever short period of time it might be. Crabbe continued to glare at her for several moments before he started muttering something in their direction when he left. Unlike Malfoy just before, Crabbe was less discreet about the shove he forced into Zabini's shoulder when he made to move past them. Hermione waited a little while for Crabbe to retreat before she rounded on Zabini. What on earth was that about? What business does he mean he has with Malfoy? Hermione had yet to discard her prefect voice and Zabini had the nerve to chuckle at her seriousness. "You can save the attitude, Granger. I'm not going to hex you down the corridor." And to answer your question, he ran a hand through his otherwise immaculate hair in clear frustration. "That's what I've been trying to figure out." Zabini let out a sigh as he looked over Hermione. He seemed to be arguing with himself about how much he could tell her. "I'm quite good at keeping secrets." Hermione offered, and based on the smile tugging at Zabini's lips, he was halfway persuaded. "So, I've noticed." He made a gesture for them to keep on walking and she easily fell in step with him down the corridor. "Draco has been distant at times this year. I thought before the holidays he was close to being back to normal, but something must have happened during the holidays to revert him to whatever it was he was doing before." Zabini had his hands in his pockets, but that didn't stop him from a casual shrug. Hermione tried not to think about what could be a stressor for the change in Malfoy's behavior. Crabbe's been acting weird lately, and Draco won't really talk to me about anything lately, except when he chuckled to himself. Except when he tells me to keep away. Away? Away from what? You actually. Oh. Why me? I was thinking you might have the answer to that, brightest witch of your age and all that. And just then Zabini was back to being his flirting self again. Hermione rolled her eyes. I assure you, Malfoy remains just as much a mystery to me as he does to you. Perhaps. Zabini continued to study her with a twinkle in his eyes. Hermione found that they had arrived by the large doors to the great hall where people were already gathering for lunch. She paused before she was about to bid Zabini goodbye to head for the Gryffindor table. Zabini studied the hand she had placed on his arm to hold him back. Would you tell me? If you find out what's going on with Malfoy, I mean. She let go of Zabini's arm and awkwardly hugged herself around the middle instead. Zabini narrowed his eyes at her for a moment. Perhaps. Though I think it would be better if you just asked him yourself. I have a feeling he'd be more forthcoming with you than me. Right. And Zabini, thank you. Just then well. He nodded in acknowledgement. I may be many things, Granger, but that has never been a part of who I. She felt a timid smile turn her lips up as Zabini's did the same. He then made to move along to the Slytherin table. Glancing down, Hermione found Ginny ogling her as she made her way to select her lunch. She deliberately ignored the furtive glances she knew One and Lavender were shooting her way further down the table, despite both of their attempts to remain unfazed with their lips practically sealed together. Harry was thankfully nowhere to be seen. Not that he needed to when the stare of Ginny Weasley could burn holes through tables. Hermione, do I even need to ask? Ginny waved her hand in front of Hermione's face as she tried to ignore her, which was clearly not an option at present moment. What is it, Ginny? That. Ginny flung a hand over at the Slytherin table, and pure instinct had Hermione turn her head to see Zabini locked in a whispered argument with Malfoy, who kept shooting glances her way. She turned her attention back to Ginny. Zabini and I were just talking. I caught him about to be hexed by Crabbe, who's grown even fouler than normal Slytherin standards it appears. Never mind that foul git, I'm more interested in the fact that Zabini looks as if he's just been handed the largest Christmas present in his life and Malfoy looks like he wants to strangle him with a quaffle. How would one even do that? Hermione looked at Ginny for the first time just then and saw the young witch positively buzzing with energy. I don't know, that's not my point, Hermione. Ginny lowered her voice to a whisper and leaned in to make sure no one else would be listening, a feet far above anyone in the Great Hall. Should I be worried? About what exactly? I don't know. Malfoy or Zabini? None of them. At least not in the way I think you're thinking. It was just. We were merely helping each other out of a situation and then having a conversation. That can happen, you know. Ginny didn't really seem persuaded, but she didn't ask any further question. Hermione noticed the wet noises from down the table picked up in volume. With a slight groan she rolled her eyes, packed up a small lunch and headed somewhere where there would be less tonsils twisting. Upon her next scheduled study session with Malfoy, he was in a very strange mood. He spoke short and curt sentences and if she hadn't known him as well as she did by then, she would be positive he had slid on one of his masks. But in reality, he was just sullen, but what reason was behind it, she didn't know. She was halfway prepared for a quiet day with no strange arguments or no diverting thoughts of anything aside from their project, when Malfoy let out another derisive sigh at her new quill. What is it this time, Malfoy? She spoke TLN off gritted teeth and kept her eyes trained on her notes in front of her. I had nearly forgotten about that preposterous thing you choose to write with. It's just a quill, Malfoy. Just choose to ignore it. HMPF she couldn't see it, but she heard him move to find something in his own bag, and when he sat up straight again, a long shadow fell over the table. Hermione failed to fight her curiosity and looked up beside her, where Malfoy continued to sit right next to her. This time he was brandishing an obscenely long, glittery white quill. Its length was near that of her own arm, and it was clear it was meant for purely decorative reasons and not for writing, as Malfoy kept having problems with the weight of it. "And what, I suppose, is that then? I thought you of all people would recognize a quill, Granger." The smugness was back in Malfoy's attitude, and he was grinning from ear to ear. The glint was back in his eyes as well, and they focused on her expression, which in turn mirrored her confused amusement. "A quill? Is it meant to write with or to poke someone's eyes out?" "I'm quite certain it can manage both." Malfoy gave it a rather large flick that nearly knocked over their inkpots. "Really, Malfoy, you'll just end up destroying all the work we've been doing so far. Please put that large thing back where you found it, so we might move on properly." He paused with a fake scowl just for her. "I don't think I will. I find I type much better theories with this quill than any others." This time Hermione didn't even fight the eye roll that came to her very naturally. "Really, Malfoy, it's not the size of the quill that matters, it's what you actually type with the quill that matters." She reached for her own quill but stopped dead in her movements, when Malfoy's voice dipped an octave as he spoke again. "Why, Granger, I never thought of you as someone to be concerned with the size of a man's quill." Very deliberately he flourished it so it fluttered by her nose and she flinched back instinctively. "Could we just get back to work?" She gestured to the many scrolls littered before them with their many tested recipes for their potion, all of which hadn't worked. Hermione pulled from her pocket a small hair ribbon. She then attempted to tie around her mane of hair to keep it out of her face. She would do this on occasion when her hair grew most unruly and she felt a need to concentrate better with her hair out of her face. It annoyed her when she had to tuck it behind her ears all the time. It appeared Malfoy had picked up on this little habit as he placed the quill on the table and grew serious. "Right, hair thingy, we should be serious then." He pulled a scroll closer to look it over. "What?" She stared at him and he carelessly gestured at her. "Somewhat tired when you do that, you're serious." "So, I'll be the same." Absently she reached to touch the small hair ribbon, doing its very best to hold her mass of curls back from her face. The surprise wasn't so much the fact that Malfoy quickly assumed their work properly, but the reason for him to do so. He had actually noted her habit of tying her hair together when she wanted to work more concentrated. And he knew it meant that their little back and forth of teasing would cease when she did so. This revelation shocked her slightly and she didn't even know what to do with it. "Right, yes, so we should. Have we tried grounding the lassoing flies yet? I can't remember, Granger." Malfoy was studying two different scrolls, clearly impervious to the struggle Hermione was facing at the moment. Malfoy continued to surprise and vex her. Whenever he wasn't trying to irritate her with his pesky little comments all the time, he was secretive and closed off. It irked her more than she cared to admit. Mostly because it was usually she who held the secrets, and she hated being kept from knowing things. Even more so after her run-in with Zabini and Crabbe the other day. Whatever project Malfoy had put on hold before the Christmas holidays, it would seem he had picked it up again. Or at least that was how it appeared with Crabbe, and even to Zabini. Hermione chewed the inside of her cheek while she thought on ways best to approach the sensitive topic. Ever since they had developed this tentative friendship, she had adhered to mention his breakdowns where he would let things slip about the supposed predicament he was in. Turning to look at him from a different angle, she saw that the bags that used to haunt his eyes were nearly gone. His skin looked less lifeless as it had done a month or two ago, and generally he appeared to be in a much better mood since the holidays. She'd hate to ruin it, but she also felt a need to UI and talk to him, if only he would tell her what was wrong. If her suspicions were correct, she would need to find a way to prevent whatever it was he was doing and convince him to accept help. Help, she decided could be the way to convince him. Malfoy. He barely glanced at her from trying to read a handful of different scrolls simultaneously. Do you need help with anything? Yes, Granger, I thought that was the entire reason for us working together like this, so one no. She paused and let out a sigh, which caused him to stop mid-motion and turn in his seat to face her somewhat better. What I meant was, do you need help? She found his silver eyes, that were trained on her face in scrutiny, trying to decipher her meaning. Hermione pushed herself to continue despite the ramifications it would cause. With any other project, perhaps. Malfoy straightened his back and stiffened with a frown on his nose. He subtly shook his head and averted his eyes. Let's not talk about this, Granger. Too many eyes and ears. I know, I won't ask anything, I was just. She fidgeted in her seat and moved slightly closer to Malfoy, who she saw tense in his seat but didn't move. Feigning innocence, she placed a hand on the table between them, palm down. Honestly, she had no reason for what she was doing. All she knew was that she was reaching out a hand to someone who might need it, who might not even want to take it, but who should know the offer was there. I only meant to say, that as your friend. She slowly turned her hand and let her palm rest between them. I would like to offer any help I can. Because that's what friends do. They help each other. And she nearly flinched when Malfoy's hand snaked its way across the table and took hold of her own. His fingers divined their way through her own and she felt his skin grate her fingertips. He closed his fingers around hers and very slowly rested his thumb on her knuckle. Hermione found it very difficult to concentrate on breathing. Inhale TLN off your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Perhaps the last part was a poor choice, as it brought Malfoy's eyes to her lips and she closed it from the gasp she had let out just before. Hermione had held hands with other people before. She had held hands with Harry and Ron several times over the years, when she was pulling them along for whatever reason they were late, or she was trying to get them to stop doing something. She remembered how Victor had held her hand at the Yule Ball, and how it had felt rather clumsy and trying for both their part. But having Draco Malfoy hold her hand like this, was something she did not have the memory of experiencing. She could feel his thumb gently stroking along her knuckle with each breath he took. His fingers would fidget between her own and then press down to keep their hands locked together. Their wrists were held so tightly together that if she willed herself to it, she was sure she could feel his pulse beneath her oath. Swallowing the dry lump in her TLN oat, she pressed on, her fingers gripping his in return. I have friends who want to help as well. If you'll let them. Malfoy's movements stopped momentarily, and Hermione's breath hitched in her throat. Don't offer help you can't give, Granger. His words came out guttural, but he took up the stroking of his thumb along her knuckles, making her break out in shivers. I would never. Her voice was a low whisper and she felt it broke the intimacy of the two of them just holding hands. She found she didn't want to break the contact, and it frightened her. As if Malfoy felt this change in her, his hold on her hand tightened ever so slightly. This is my battle, and I have to see it to the end. Somehow. He exhaled heavily on that last word and she felt him move beside her. When she had nerve to look at him again, she felt her heart stumble. Malfoy had clearly wanted to pull on one of his masks, but had relented. Instead, he looked utterly defeated and slightly haunted. His eyes kept glancing back and between her eyes and their entwined hands. His lips were drawn thin and there were creases in his brow from his many worries. And yet there was still a very strong silver fire burning in his eyes, which had caused her heart to fall over slightly. It shouldn't be the kind of end you can't come back from. She whispered the words and they carried on her breath to Malfoy. He looked to the floor then and she could practically feel him thinking about it. Hermione turned her eyes to their hands, where he kept his hold tight. Neither of them seemed to care about the fact that they were still in the Hogwarts library and any minute any student could walk by and spot Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy holding hands. The hilarity of the situation in relation to the problems Malfoy was clearly facing was rather comical, and Hermione found she didn't really care what other students might think. Perhaps with the exception of Harry, and possible Ron. But for two very different reasons. Just promise me you'll think about it. Hermione urged one last time before she gently tried to move her arm and indicate they should let go. Malfoy hesitated for a moment before he loosened his fingers. He said nothing but nodded with a stern look about his eyes. However, he didn't completely let go of her hand. He twirled his pinky finger around her arm and kept their hands below the table for the rest of their time in the library. Hermione found it hard to concentrate on her work, but neither did she mind the contact. Even less when he would occasionally swipe another finger up the side of her hands, causing her heart to fall over itself. Try as she might, she couldn't get herself to extricate her finger from Malfoy's. A part of her brain told her it was the connection Malfoy needed to convince him that he could accept the help she offered. But another part of her brain told her, it was because they both wanted the connection and it had nothing to do with the help she had offered. Either way, neither let go before they had to leave the library that day. When Malfoy delivered their usual farewells, he had a strange gleam in his eyes she had never seen before. It made that thing in her stomach twirl around itself quite suddenly, and Hermione berated herself all the way back to Gryffindor Tower for such a nonsensical reaction. Hermione kept rubbing her hands together the entire way to Gryffindor Tower. She was positive she could still feel the lingering touch of Malfoy's fingers. Thankfully there were hardly any people in the common room, most had gone down for dinner already, and Hermione went to sit by herself for a moment to collect herself. She chose another favourite spot where she would be able to look out the window at the grounds below. She quickly spotted the looming figure of Hagrid bustling about his little vegetable garden. Next, she spotted Buckbeak happily munching on what she could only assume was a ferret. Of course, then she was thinking about Malfoy again. Holding hands with him had been more intimate than anything she remembered experiencing. It was even slightly more intimate than the drunken kiss they had shared. Which she of course just then relived in her mind, and her fingers absently trailed her lower lip. It was ridiculous to even think these things. She and Malfoy were barely friends, if that at all. She could not fathom why he would still flirt with her. It was somewhat fine when it happened at Slughorn's dinners, but ever since the holidays. Hermione stopped her line of thought just when the portrait hole swung open and the coos of Lavender Brown echoed their way across the room. I mean it 1-1, I want to come and watch your practice next time. Lavender was hugging Ron's arm as if it could save her from strangulation. Ron on the other hand looked slightly put out from her touch and her offered statement. You sure? It'll be bloody cold and Harry'll probably want to, but you'll be there, so I'll be there too. Lavender's smile grew to encompass her entire face and Hermione could tell just how forced Ron's smile was in return. Brilliant. He muttered and trotted along with Lavender clutched onto him. Shortly afterwards Harry climbed through the portrait hole as well, with a furtive glance around the common room. Hermione noticed how Harry's eyes found Lavender trying to sit in Ron's lap, while he tried to make her sit next to him, before Harry spotted Hermione and went to join her. She offered him a timid smile as he took a seat across from her with an eye roll at Lavender and 1-1. Honestly, it's like she's swallowed a bucket full of sticky puss the way she clings to him these days. I don't remember her being that attentive before the holidays. The two oft shot glances across the room where Ron seemed to have persuaded Lavender to just sit next to him. No, I suppose not. Hermione murmured as her fingers found their way to the necklace around her neck. Without thinking about it, she started running the pearl along the chain, back and forth, while thinking. Perhaps something happened during the holidays and things changed. Hermione felt the last word slip from her lips with an internal realization. But Harry was here and now was not the time to think about that. Yeah, maybe Hermione. But Haney cleared his throat before asking what was clearly taking up a great deal of space on his mind. Do all girls become like that? You know, when you're in a relationship. Harry grimaced and his eyes randomly searched the room, though Hermione was fairly certain she knew what, or who, he was looking for. Well, I can only speak for myself even though I've never been in a relationship. She forced the image that had snuck up on her from her brain and cradled her legs to her chest. But no, I think Lavender is a special case entirely of her own making, right? Well, Cho and I never really. Harry scrubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably at the memory of how things had ended with Cho. Hermione didn't blame him. That had been a disaster from the very beginning. The timing had been awful in so many ways. It was a miracle they would even recognize each other in the corridors these days. What you and Cho had was barely a relationship, Harry. You know that, right? He nodded but still looked put out. Listen to me, Harry. Hermione moved forward to take Haney's hands in her oath, one of which still felt tingly from Malfoy's fingers not even an hour ago. Haney looked to Hermione. When the right girl comes along, things will be different. For starters, you'll both actually want to be in a relationship and not just to cope with another person's death. Harry flinched and Hermione knew it was horrible to say, but also that Harry needed to hear it. The way Cho treated you was poor. She should never have led you on like that when she was clearly never over Cedric. Given how things turned out, I'm quite certain it wasn't too strong of feelings on your part either. Haney shrugged. So trust me, Harry, when it's right, and you'll just know. Hermione bit her lip at her own words. She could almost feel them spoken to herself, but that would mean an entire load of realizations she was far from ready to accept. Thanks, Hermione. Harry patted her hand in his own and they shared a smile. How come you weren't at dinner then? Oh, things ran late in the library with Em. I only just got back. With Malfoy, you mean? Haney pulled another face and she watched one of his hands turn into fists. Don't start, Harry, not now. I'm too tired. Just then she felt the pearl warm against her collarbone and she jerked slightly. Thankfully Harry didn't notice. He was too busy bristling about Malfoy. And I haven't had dinner, so I think I'll just run and see what's left in the Great Hall. Hermione hurried away before Harry could protest, and when she climbed out the portrait hole she was met with Malfoy waiting for her. He was leaning against the wall, one foot propped behind him for support, his hands stuffed in his pockets and a slight smile curling his lips. Didn't think you'd remember to eat dinner today. Thought I might remind you to stuff that face of yours with more than just words. He inclined his head and gestured for her to follow, which she did willingly as her stomach chose just then to make its appearance very well. When Malfoy quirked an eyebrow at the noise and gave a low chuckle. Right on time, I can tell. Let's just go. I'm rather famished, as you could tell. Hermione found herself giggling as she walked next to Malfoy along the corridors towards the Great Hall. They hardly met anyone other than the ghosts along their way and was spared the many questions they would have faced being seen together like that. Not that Hermione thought there was anything to question. They were just two people going to get dinner. It's not like they would even sit together. After all, Malfoy would always be a Slytherin and Hermione would always be a Gryffindor. She couldn't quite figure out whether that was a bad thing or not. Chapter end notes. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Story advances. Chapter notes. With this chapter we have reached a milestone of 100.00 words. It's strange to think my little idea of Hermione finding Draco crying in the bathroom turned into what is slowly becoming a monster of a story. And without further ado, we're approaching Valentine's. See the end of the chapter for more notes. February made its appearance with slightly warmer temperatures. The remaining snow melted overnight and left large puddles around the grounds, which Hermione caught many first years playfully trying to jump over. The warmer temperatures also meant Harry grew more and more persistent about Quidditch again, much to Hermione's chagrin. Even so, she willingly chose to accompany him one lazy weekend afternoon outside by the lake when the sun also started to make its appearance. Hermione pulled her cloak tighter around herself and renewed the warming charm she had cast previously. Harry was staring out at the lake with a distant expression that pulled his lips thin. Taking a seat next to him, she nudged his shoulder to make her presence known. He glanced at her with a soft smile and allowed her to lean into his warmth. "It's nice out today, bloody cold, but nice." "Yeah." The tone of Harry's voice told Hermione that he was mentally somewhere else, and that something was bothering him. In his lap he had his Quidditch roster, but for some reason she suspected that was not all he was worried about. "Everything all right, Hermione?" Hermione rested her head on his shoulder and felt him lean his on the top of hers with a sigh. "Sometimes when I'm down here, I think about him." Hermione had just opened her mouth to ask who that was, when she realized. She had been there that night as well, when they had saved Sirius and Harry had cast his first ever corporal patronus by this very lake. Hermione glanced out across the water that was very still that particular day. She didn't really know what to say. All year long Harry had adamantly refused to talk about Sirius, but every time he was nearly brought up, she could tell how much the loss of him still hurt Harry. Hermione had ever only lost one last grandparent. Her father's parents had never been in the picture even when she was a child. Both of them had died when her father was still young. She knew they had seen Hermione when she was just a baby, but that was about it. Her mother's parents had divorced several years ago, and not long after it was only her grandmother who was left. It was the little family Hermione had always cherished, but of course even time stole that away as well. The year before Hermione was to start Hogwarts, her grandmother had fallen ill and a few weeks later they'd had to say goodbye to her. Hermione sometimes still felt the sting deep in her heart, and she could only imagine how much Harry would be grieving Sirius. Even though he never wanted to talk about it. "Do you want to talk about it?" As suspected, Hermione shook his head and kept his silence. Hermione stayed silent for a few moments as well. Reaching a cold hand out from under her cloak, she clasped their hands together for comfort. Some small part of her brain told her this was indeed very different than when she would hold hands with Malfoy. What she had thought was a very exclusive occasion had evolved into something not as exclusive and rare after all. The first time Malfoy had brushed his fingers against her own in the library she had flinched away in surprise, and she had thought he would be mad for her reaction. To her utter surprise he had just waited another day before he tried to brush her fingers again, only she had been a bit more ready that time. And by some instinct that seemed to rise in her chest when she was near Malfoy, her fingers had brushed his back. Days later the brushing of hands turned into one or two fingers curling around each other. It was always when they were in the library, safe in their own little world of study. And their hands always remained under the table, hidden and out of sight to anyone but themselves. Hermione was unsure if she should read into it. She found she rather liked it, the feel of his long fingers curling around her own. When his thumb would stroke small circles on the back of her hand when it turned to more than just fingers holding on to each other. It was a means of comfort for the both of them, she supposed. It never left the library. When they were in lessons or the dungeon to brew, they remained strictly determined about their school work. But in the library a small pocket of familiarity had opened between them, and nearly every hour they spent together these days would end with either of them releasing the other's hand. Hermione even found herself reaching for his hand on one or two occasions. And she told herself to ignore the overconfident smirk Malfoy had tried to keep to himself when she did so. For the time being it had just become a part of their new routine. She wasn't ready to try and read any more into it, and she felt Malfoy wasn't either. So, they maintained their mutual non-distance and sought each other's hand quite often. Hermione was certain she could map out the feel of his fingers with her eyes closed. From the callus on his middle fingers from when he would hold his wand too tight, or the slight indentions along his knuckles when they tightened around her hand. It was a thought that scared and thrilled her. Tucking the memories to the back of her mind where she told herself she would study them at a later time, she pulled her attention back to her best friend next to her. "I'm sorry for how things ended, Harry. That you were only just getting to know Sirius." One she broke of when her voice felt thick with emotion and Harry shifted uncomfortably next to her. "When you're ready, I'm here. If you ever want to talk about it." She gave his hand a little squeeze for emphasis and felt him nod on her head. "Thanks, Hermione." They sat in silence for a little while longer before they both pulled away slightly to carry on with their own measures of entertainment. For Haney that meant going over his Quidditch line-up and whatever tactics he started to mutter about. For Hermione it meant a book to read for the pure entertainment of just reading. It wasn't anything for her schoolwork or her potions project. It was just a book and a story that was meant to entertain her. Time crept by them slowly and with the renewed warming charms they took turn casting, they only noticed the time when their stomachs started to protest. Gathering their things, they made their way towards the castle, both of them trying to guess what would be for dinner that night. Before they even made it to the doors to the Great Hall, they found themselves blocked by one Romilda Vane. She barely looked Hermione's way, which didn't bother her at all were it not for the look she had saved just for Harry. Romilda batted her eyelashes furiously and tried to look demure in her approach. "Hello, Harry. Have you had dinner yet?" No, Hermione and I were just lovely." Romilda shot a look at Hermione that only told half of her very unfavourable opinion about her before she returned all her devoted attention to Harry. "Well, my parents sent me this ridiculous care package for Valentine's, and I have so much chocolate. I wanted to see if you'd want some." From the inside of her cloak, she pulled out a large box of what appeared to be chocolate fizzing whiz-bees. Without giving him the option to decline, she thrust the box into his remaining open hand and grinned at him. Thanks." Harry mumbled and fumbled the box to secure it under his "You're welcome. I have enough as it is." By the way, she stepped closer, and Hermione saw Haney lean back on his heels to try and keep his distance. "What are you doing for Valentine's next week, Harry?" Romilda's voice had turned soft and almost purring. Hermione turned sideways better to hide her snicker as Harry struggled to find any kind of excuse. "Valentine's next weekend? Didn't know that." He coughed, obviously to buy himself some time, as Hermione could practically see his brain whirring to find a way out of whatever trap Romilda was about to capture him in. Feeling sorry for her best friend, she decided to give him a lifeline and cleared her throat, because Romilda had promptly forgotten, or chosen to at least, that Hermione was still there. "Didn't you just say, Harry, that you had Quidditch next weekend?" Romilda snapped her head in Hermione's direction with a sour frown to match even McGonagall. "That's right." Harry chimed in, perhaps a bit too eagerly at his salvation. Realizing his agemas, he slumped his shoulders and put on a somber expression. "Yeah, we need to practice some new tactics, now that Katie is ready to play properly again." Haney rattled on, and Hermione started to feel it wouldn't necessarily be just an excuse for Haney, but maybe even a problem with the rest of the players on the team. She took a small comfort in the fact that there would be no chance for any of them to feel left out of a trip to Hogsmeade for the weekend, as those trips had all been put on hold ever since Cates's incident. Oh. Romilda was clearly disappointed, but it only lasted for a second or two before she obviously felt another brilliant idea come on based on the leering grin she took on. "Maybe I'll come watch you practice then. See you, Harry." And before Haney could protest in the slightest, Romilda had skipped along, leaving Harry dumbstruck and Hermione giggling into her own hand. "You can stop laughing because you're coming to watch us practice, Hermione." She stopped her giggling immediately at that. "And why on earth would I do that? I never watch you practice." That's Lavender's job if one won. She rolled her eyes and found Hermione twitch his lips at her jest, but he stuck to his idea. Yeah, well, you got me into this mess, so excuse me, would you rather have been forced to spend the weekend with Romilda? I'll keep my mouth shut the next time she approaches you then. That's not what I meant, and thanks anyway, but if she really does plan on showing up for practice, I need you to be there too. Harry started to sound pleading and she almost felt sorry for him. Well, odds are she won't be the only one to think of watching you practice. I can see why you would want me there for your protection. She smirked at him as they took their seats and started pulling food to their plates. Thanks Hermione, you're a lifesaver. That I am, and never forget that, Harry. How could I? I probably wouldn't be sitting here if it weren't for you. His shrug was casual but his words held that much more meaning than either of them could deal with just then. Instead, they shared small smiles and ate in silence. Or close to silence while Hermione complained a bit more about the chocolates he didn't really want. Just toss them somewhere and say they were nice, if she ever asks you. Hermione suggested on their way back to the common room. Harry nodded and when they entered the common room he went for the boys' dormitory to do just that. She was just about to find a seat somewhere quiet, when she felt the pearl warm against her collarbone. She paused mid-step and waited. It warmed again slightly stronger that time. No one had really noticed her yet. Biting her lip, she debated with herself for a moment if she should heed Malfoy's beckon for her. His calls for her had increased lately, and she was forced to admit that she enjoyed spending time with him. As friends, of course. She hadn't seen him all day, which was starting to be an oddity in itself, and she found she wanted to talk to him. Chucking her bag in the corner by the portrait hole, she climbed back out again. As always, Malfoy was leaning up against the wall waiting for her. He was dressed more casual than usual in grey pants and a loose shirt, neither of which were Hogwarts-assigned clothing. Hermione was dressed similarly casual in jeans and a warm jumper. That still didn't keep her from feeling goosebumps all over her arms when Malfoy's face lit up upon seeing her. Despite his attempt to hide it behind a failed mask. Malfoy. In turn, she couldn't hide her emotions in her voice either. She paused just outside the portrait hole so not to appear too eager to see him. Granger. He tilted his head as a way of inviting her to walk with him, and she matched her pace to his as they wound their ways through deserted corridors, only pausing once or twice to let one of the Hogwarts ghosts drift by. I didn't see you in the library today. His statement felt close to a question as well. I spent the afternoon out by the lake with Harry. Malfoy had no response for that, but his eyes spoke volumes of what he hadn't bothered to say. Things between him and Harry would remain tense as long as they both carried a grudge towards each other. And as much as Hermione wanted to tear down those stupid prejudices, she knew it was not something done overnight, and would have to be dealt with in time and well thought out measures. It startled her a little that she even had these kinds of thoughts. It told her that she considered Malfoy such a close friend that she planned on working to keep him in her life. Despite everything that had gone down between them in years before, and what might still be going on in the dark that he still refused to talk about. Glancing at his profile beside her, she bit her lip in contemplation about his supposed assignment from the rest of the Death Eaters. He would always shut down when she started to ask him about it. Lately he would say that things were under control, and there was nothing to worry about. Which of course only got her to worry more. Malfoy was leading them higher up the castle floors until she realized he was taking her to the astronomy tower. It was usually locked during the weekends because a few students a few years before had found it funny to go and look for Uranus and prance about like idiots. Since then, Professor Sinistra had taken great measures to secure the tower from any too nosy students. However, it would seem Malfoy had found a way around Sinistra's wards and enchantments, as he pushed the door open with ease and beckoned for her to follow. Once on the other side of the door, she felt the chill of the evening wind and hugged herself tightly. Before she could even think about it, Malfoy had cast a warming charm on the both of them and was motioning along the wall for them to sit. As she slid down the wall and struggled to get comfortable against the hard stones, he pulled something from his pocket. "I found this in the library between some books." It was one of her hair ribbons, curled from spending the afternoon in Malfoy's pocket. He held it out for her, and she took it with a brush of their fingers that sent shivers down her spine. "Thank you. I'm always losing these. My hair is a handful, yes, I've noticed, Granger." He let out a light chuckle and turned to look at the night sky above them. It was still early, and though the sun had already set, it was still too bright for them to see any stars. It seemed Malfoy was just content to gaze at nothing. Hermione fidgeted with the ribbon, winding it between her fingers. "Though I suppose the rare moments when people actually get to see your face instead of that bird's nest on your head should be considered lucky." That was almost a compliment, Malfoy. "I hardly know if I should feel flattered or insulted." "Why, Chose, you could just be both." He gave her a lazy shrug and a small grin before turning his attention back to the sky. "I suppose when you're the one handing out half-assed compliments I should just take what I can get." They settled into a peaceful quiet where they kept their attention on the sky. Malfoy's hand would occasionally brush against her own, but he wouldn't reach out to hold it. It seemed something constricted to the library to the both of them. "How many of these have you lost anyway?" He nudged the ribbon in her hand, and it was her turn to shrug. "I stopped counting after a few dozen. My mum always buys me loads every year for Christmas and my birthday, so I never run out." She was twirling the ribbon around her fingers absently when Malfoy pulled out his wand. "What?" Non-verbally he flicked his wand and then sat back to wait for whatever it was he had intended to happen. Hermione glanced around trying to figure out what sort of charm or enchantment he had just cast. A few moments later a handful of her hair ribbons started to zoom in from out of nowhere and buzz about her face before landing close to Malfoy. And several more followed in the minutes that stretched between them. Hermione watched open-mouthed as the pile in front of Malfoy doubled in size, and then it doubled in size again, causing Malfoy to gape slightly. Once the zooming of streaming colours came to an end around their faces, they both stared at the rather large pile of ribbons between them. Hermione reached out a hand to pull a handful up for inspection. But this is her eyes flicked to Malfoy's face, who was curiously surprised by the amount gathered in front of him. "Seriously, Granger? Is that scramble of curls anything but a dark pit where things go missing?" Wait, what's this?" From the middle of the pile was something stringy attached, but before Hermione could pull it for closer inspection they both turned at the scraping noise from the door. Frowning, Malfoy went over to open it and Mrs. Norris came shooting through the gap and headed straight for the pile of ribbons. "I take that back. Because obviously your loss is beneficial to all felines." Malfoy smirked at Hermione, who glared right back at him. Mrs. Norris, however, continued to hiss at the both of them and was close to scratching Hermione when she tried to push the pile back together. "Oh, stop it." With her wand she charmed the pile to float together and follow Mrs. Norris back to wherever it was she had obviously chosen to make her own nest of Hermione's abandoned hair ribbons. Malfoy was still laughing when the door closed behind Mrs. Norris, and he came over to sit beside her again. Slightly closer this time, she noticed. "Oh, do shut up, Malfoy." Hermione bristled, but not too aggressively, because she could feel he meant no harm by his teasing. It was merely that, teasing. Something she had yet to get used to from him as opposed to the blatantly bullying not even a year ago. She decided to test that friendship once again. "Malfoy, how are things?" He turned slightly to look at her with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean, Granger?" "Well, I came across Zab and I being practically trampled the other day by Crabbe, and he mentioned you and one." Malfoy cut her off with an irritated grunt and threw his head down between his knees he had pulled up to his chest. "Granger, you know this is dangerous grounds. I'm not asking you to completely divulge everything you're doing. Well, yes, that would also be nice to know, but I know you won't tell me much for my own protection, at least you've said so previously, but I can't help but what? Malfoy scoffed from his hideout between his own knees. If you're going to say you pity me, Granger, I'd rather not. I don't pity you, Malfoy. I worry about you. His back shot up straight again, and in that same movement he turned to face her. Worry. A snort this time from what she could only assume was disbelief. Yes, Malfoy. I worry about my friends when they are obviously in over their heads about something I know to be about dark magic. He started to shake his head and get up to pace before her. She remained seated and tried to talk him back down again. Malfoy, I know you don't want to do whatever it is they are asking you to do. And I'm not asking you to tell me what it is, not tonight anyway. Another posh glare from him. But I'd like to know that you are at least okay, as far as it goes in this type of situation. Pulling your efforts with Crabbe of all people, right? Don't tell me you're worried about Crabbe too. I'm not. She got to her feet and forced him to stop his pacing and look at her. His eyes had turned to slivers of grey, and from the pale night sky they shone almost translucent. His gaze was so fierce on her face that she could practically feel the heat of it. He had stopped a few feet from her and was breathing uncontrollably. She held his gaze when she continued. I'm not worried about Crabbe. I'm worried about you, Draco. She gulped in a deep breath of air. Despite everything that's happened between us, this thing she gestured between them to indicate the fragile friendship she had come to appreciate. This friendship means something to me, as do you, whatever it is. So of course, I worry about you. I don't want you to come to an ending you can't turn back from. As she had spoken, she had moved closer and the few feet between them had turned to a few inches. She tilted her head to peer up to his face that was locked in a stern expression. It was clear to her that he was trying to keep his composure about what her words did to him. She kept her eyes locked on him, waiting for a response. She had nearly admitted to far more than she had planned, and whatever reaction he might have could shift everything again. I'm sorry, Granger. She flinched back at his response. That was so far from what she had expected to fall from his lips. Lips that she then found herself staring at for a fraction too long before turning back to his eyes. He heaved in a huge breath before he started speaking again. I'm sorry for how I treated you. For the slurs I called you. For thinking you not as smart as me, when clearly you're outdoing me in most lessons with one or two exceptions. His smirk was not entirely gone after all, it seemed. I'm sorry for being a prat, except on Wednesdays she couldn't stop the giggle that escaped her. And I'm sorry you find you have to worry about me. I hate that. It seemed impossible that he could even step closer to her, but he did when he shifted on his feet and she felt their hips brush awkwardly in the movement before he paused before her. I can't tell you anything, you know that. Fuck, you already know too much. He hung his head, and had it not been for the meager few inches still keeping them apart, his forehead would have rested against her own. But you should definitely not worry about me. I have things under control. For the time being. His breath ghosted across her cheeks, and she blinked a few times to clear her head. Malfoy stood solid before her, neither of them moved. Neither seemed to want to create distance between them again. Though Hermione knew she should. The very illogical part of her brain allowed her a few more moments rooted to the ground. Will you tell me? If things get out of control. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and yet she knew he held on to each word she spoke. Her head was still tilted to stare up at him, and he gave the smallest of nods which moved their heads closer. Course, Granger. He breathed across her lips, and she could feel he was leaning closer, which caused her throat to close up. She was fairly certain what would happen if she didn't step back just then. The question was, did she want that to happen? Again? Her insides were battling each other as her brain tried to scramble for control. She could feel his breath warming across her skin and her eyes instinctively wanted to close. But just before his lips would have touched hers, she took a clumsy step back out of reach and could breathe again. "Thank you." She saw him take a clumsy step forward as well to catch himself from what had just been about to happen. Hermione fought hard not to ignore the brief flash of hurt that ran across his face before he schooled himself back to as close as normal as Malfoy would ever be around her. In an effort to not make him hate her too much from her cowardly rejection, she reached for his hand when they were both seated again. She pushed the thought aside about it being something only to take place in the library. They were completely alone in the astronomy tower, and no one would see them. Admitting something very secret and deeply hidden to herself, she felt a need to touch him in this way after what had just happened. As did he, it appeared when he didn't pull away or flinch from her engaging touch. Usually, it would be him seeking the comfort of her hand. Tonight, it was the other way around. He wiggled his fingers and entwined them with hers and held on tight. Hermione felt a strange calm settle over her with her hand enclosed in Malfoy's. Neither of them spoke any further that night until they felt the small hours of the evening creep closer and they both headed back to their own beds. Hermione could hear the light snores of Parvati and Lavender when she gently closed the door behind her and prepared for bed. She was so preoccupied with her own thoughts churning through her head, that she missed the moment Parvati's light breathing stopped and deliberately paused before returning to its normal sleep-induced breathing. Sleep did not come easily to Hermione that evening despite the fatigue she clearly felt in every limb of her body. She tossed and turned in her bed for a long while before she eventually succumbed to sleep and was consumed with dreams of silver stars and cold winds surrounding her. Once sleep found her, she never even stirred to the erratic warming of the necklace she had never removed since Malfoy had given it to her. The week leading up to Valentine's proved to be troublesome for various reasons. For Hermione it was less of a problem, but being friends with Harry Potter meant various girls would glare and sometimes even hiss at her whenever she walked the corridors with him. Having faced the worst of that blunt knife a few years prior, it didn't unnerve her as much as it appeared to disturb Harry. Honestly, sometimes I think Voldemort would be better off with the horde of disgruntled teenage girls. He hoarsely whispered as he attempted to duck out of sight on their way to their lessons one morning when Romilda Vane once again had attempted to corner him. Hermione chuckled and strung an arm through Harry's as they moved along. A few paces behind them she could hear Lavender cooing over Ron. She didn't dare chance a glance back at them. "What's up with Lavender and 1-1? He seemed a bit put off this morning." She had lowered her voice to a whisper and had to lean in, which caused a couple of third-year girls to practically bolt away upon sight with tears streaming down their faces. Hermione briefly thought back to her silly infatuation with Lockhart in her second year and cringed at her own stupidity. "Oh, that, I think Ron is getting a bit fed up with Lavender's continued presence. She's been even more clingy since the holidays. Can't seem to get rid of her. Is that you or 1-1 speaking?" "Not sure really. Not really something I enjoy talking about with Ron, girls you know." Harry shrugged and Hermione did indeed know. She kept catching Harry looking at Ginny whenever he thought no one else was looking. He would cheer up tremendously when she joined them in the common room or when they got back from a particularly good Quidditch practice. But aside from that, she could tell he was miserable with his feelings for his friend's sister. And it would make sense that he would refrain from discussing anything of the sorts with Ron, who still maintained the emotional capacity of a teaspoon. Suppose not. She acknowledged and left the conversation hanging between them, as they continued to dodge eager girls around every other corner before they finally reached Defense Against the Dark Arts for the day. It seemed Snape was less of a fan of Valentine's than anyone, and he was even more unforgiving in his teaching that day. Neville was shaking when they left the classroom and Hermione tried talking to him about something else in herbology which seemed to calm his nerves. In any case, he looked slightly better when she, Harry and Ron left for potions. Sloane had prepared a number of files for each of them that day, and after having gone over the theory behind Golpalett's third law, He clapped the class to attention and instructed them to begin their work of creating the various antidotes to the combined poisons. Hermione glanced at Malfoy next to her and he looked equally perturbed as she felt. But there was no use for it, they would just have to set to work. At least Slughorn had never said anything about his students working together, as Hermione and Malfoy continued to do. In fact, he even trotted by their table once in a while with a pleased smile hidden beneath his moustache. Malfoy picked up the few files they had been handed and turned them around in the light. Of the two files, one was a clear liquid and could be practically anything. He handed that one for Hermione to uncork before she gingerly sniffed it. It hardly smelled of anything except something slightly bitter. The second file was a sickly green and bubbled when Malfoy shook it. That one looked exactly like a poison would, and Hermione felt sick to the stomach having to try and figure out an antidote for the second one. Divide and conquer, Malfoy suggested, and she agreed, which was why they took up each a station at separate cauldrons for the first time in quite a while. It was strange to be working with Malfoy and yet not with him. She had come to rely on their partnership very strongly in potions, and she found it was the same with him. Their eyes kept finding their way back to each other to silently confirm their process on brewing the poisons down. It was tedious work, but both soon had several small phials filled with ingredients that could be used to create the supposed antidote. Sneaking glances around the dungeon, she saw everyone else work just as frantically as she felt. Ernie was waving over his cauldron with much enthusiasm, which caused Zabini at the next table to snicker at him. Not maliciously, no, he merely seemed amused at the way Ernie waved his entire upper body back over his cauldron. In general, Zabini looked less bothered compared to everyone in the dungeon. His work was meticulous and calculated, she could tell. There were far less phials by his cauldron, but he appeared less bothered by it. In fact, he seemed very confident in his posture when he seemed to place a final phial in front of him. It was then he caught Hermione's eye and gave her a cheeky wink. In turn she rolled her eyes and sought the table where Harry and Ron worked even more frantically than usual. Ron had reverted to the tactic of pulling his hair in frustration, and her two best friends looked utterly lost in their work. They kept arguing silently, and Hermione was positive she heard the words prince and bloody hell from Ron at some point. She gathered that their precious prince was of no help to them that day, and despite the satisfaction it gave her, she also felt a pang of something else. She really wanted to show Slughorn and her two best friends that brewing capabilities was not something they could simply copy from a book. That was one thing she had learned working with Malfoy. It was all about the process and feeling for the potions at work. There was much more to it than just cutting up ingredients and mixing them together. But she supposed she would never get to talk to them about it, because if she even mentioned it was a result of her work with Malfoy they would bolt in a second. And then there was the task Harry had been sent by Dumbledore. She knew it was imperative that Harry continue to do well in potions in order to stay on Slughorn's best side. One's brilliant idea of first asking Slughorn for the memory had of course failed. That was no surprise. Hermione's inner battle kept raging of wanting to prove herself but also wanting to help her best friend. By the end of the class, with time still to go over each student's attempted antidote, Slughorn called for silence in the dungeons. He staffed by the Ravenclaw table and seemed pleased with their work, though not overtly ecstatic about it. When he walked by Zabini and not at their table, he merely raised an eyebrow at Zabini's work before he waggled a finger at him and then broke out into a grin. "Of course, I expected nothing less from you, Mr. Zabini." Slughorn chuckled, to which Zabini gave a lazy shrug and leaned back in his chair, kicking his feet up on the table. Not was quickly forgotten in the process, which he seemed relieved about. Ernie was granted a gracious nod before Slughorn stopped in front of Hermione and Malfoy. He picked up a phial or two to peer at them. When he came to the one containing a lock of Hermione's brown hair, even Malfoy raised a curious eyebrow behind Slughorn. "Excellent work, you two, keep it up." And then Slughorn moved along to Hermione and Ron, The former was shifting on his feet very nervously. Hermione slumped in her seat and barely paid attention to what was going on with Harry and Ron until she heard Slughorn's booming laugh reverberate across the dungeons. "Oh-ho! Mr. Potter, how you surprise me! Yes, a bazaar would indeed do the trick with any of these poisons." Slughorn was wiping a stray hair by his eye while he continued to chortle to himself. "But not everyone has such easy access to a bazaar, Mr. Potter. Best to read up on Golpallet's third law. But still 10 points to Gryffindor for pure cheek, I'd say." It was then Hermione noticed Malfoy next to her. His leg was bouncing up and down in a fast rhythm and she could practically feel his fury at Harry's boastful leap of chance. She even thought she heard the very familiar drawl of Potter through Malfoy's clenched teeth. Hermione knew her next action was rash and probably not the best thing to do considering the fact that they were in the potions dungeons. But she was caught between two troublesome situations of which she wanted both to turn out successful in various manner. Despite his cheeky way of going about it, Haney had managed to tin over Slughorn for the time being, and she wanted that mood to remain. But she also wanted a far less irritated Malfoy to work with for the rest of the week, and she knew if she didn't do something to his growing fury just then, she would lose the latter battle. With a quick peek around the room, she reached out and placed a hand on his bouncing leg under the table. It was still out of view to most, but if anyone else wanted to they could just lean or fivist in their seats and they would be able to see Hermione Granger resting a hand on Draco Malfoy's thigh. But it had worked. His leg stopped bouncing the second her palm rested on his thigh. Instead, he then sat as frozen on the spot and his gaze shot down to her hand where it rested softly. Hermione tried to breathe as calmly as possible but she could also feel his leg muscles spasm under her touch. "Just calm down." Letting out the words on a long exhale she leaned back in her seat and was about to pull her hand back in the process, when his own hand fell on top of hers. He gave the smallest of nods and let out a heavy breath before he let go of her hand again. Cupping her hands together in her lap she saw out the corner of her eye how Malfoy clearly still seethed in the direction of Haney and Ron, but he was much calmer than before. She was sure she would be the only one to notice how he leaned slightly towards her in his seat, and it made her lips twitch in a tiny smile before she hid that away lest others noticed. Hermione was certain no one had spotted her tiny gesture towards Malfoy under their table. It felt thrilling when she realized that she had stolen that moment between them and no one had seen. What was happening to her? Who was this girl reaching out to touch Malfoy's thigh in the middle of a class? Granted she had done it to prevent a sour mood from him all week, but that left little explanation for her method of approach. If she had given it any more thought, she was sure there would have been countless other ways to stifle his growing fury. But somehow instinct had taken over and the first thing that came to her was the need to touch him. Goosebumps ran down her spine at the thought of her instincts telling her to touch Malfoy. Chapter end notes. Once again thank you all for reading this. I love and appreciate every kudos and comment. I hope you can take the slow progress of the slow burn. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Valentine's surprise chapter notes. Apologies for the lateness of this chapter, but life got in the way. As it is, I hope you're ready for small signs of progression and other idiotic behaviors. Valentine's Day is going to be one to remember this year for Hermione and all her friends. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It was with some dread that Hermione entered the dungeons Thursday evening. As usual, Malfoy held the door open for her and she had to force herself to create a semblance of the distance between them as she walked through. It didn't stop her from inhaling the distinct scent of Malfoy she had come to associate with time spent in the dungeons. Shaking her head and internally berating herself, she went and got their ingredients sorted for that night's test brew. The past few days' work in the library had brought them no further to any sort of realization as to how they should alter their desired potion. They had argued back and forth several times and Hermione had one time found herself red in the face from pure anger and frustration, only to stare back at a smirking Malfoy. It was that same afternoon they had reached a hint of an agreement to go back and start from the beginning. This meant that the potion they were to prepare for the evening was as close to Felix Felicis as they could come, with the small alterations they had managed to have success with. Malfoy got the fire started under the cauldron and they each busied themselves with their various ingredients. As always, they spoke very little once they started their work in this manner. Time moved quickly and slowly at the same time. With the weather still on the colder side of things outside, it was a nice warm evening by the small fire and Hermione felt a pleasant warmth spread off her body. At one point she noticed Malfoy shrugged his jumper off, leaving him in his pristine white shirt, of course still tinkle-free as if he had his own personal house elf to take care of his clothes even at Hogwarts. With a quick frown of her nose, she followed suit and discarded hen jumper at the near-side table and rolled up her sleeves. She pretended to ignore the longing stare Malfoy shot at her bare forearms. Of course, she knew why he wouldn't do the same. Even though they were the only two people and they were both aware of what he hid under his left sleeve, Malfoy still showed signs of being very much uncomfortable with his dark mark. This was understandable and further reason why Hermione wanted to continue to push him to accept help from the Order. She hadn't pushed the issue since that night in the astronomy tower. There were other things from that night that took up more space in her mind than she cared to admit. But she always forced herself to push those thoughts to the back of her mind whenever they grew too. She shuddered involuntarily and once again forced the thoughts from her mind. "Are you cold again?" Malfoy had noticed her shudder obviously and had stepped closer to her. She hurried to shake her head and move down the table under the pretense of checking the lassoing flies. "No, I just... It was nothing." "What's next?" She gestured at the cauldron and had to look up because Malfoy took too long to answer her. He kept looking at her with a puzzled expression. Eventually, he inhaled deeply and turned to their potion. "I don't think we can do much more tonight as it is. We've reached the point where it has to simmer for several months. I was wondering," though he trailed off and went to double-check something in his notes. "Do you think it could be at all possible for us to get our hands on a piece of unicorn horn?" Even as he said it, his entire face scrunched at the impossibility of the task at hand. Anything from unicorns was exceedingly rare, and even if something did turn up in the market, it was always vastly overpriced. "I doubt it." As Hermione voiced her doubts, Malfoy's face fell even more. His shoulders slumped and he sank to a chair with a defeated look. "Why do you want to use a unicorn horn?" Hermione took a silent seat next to Malfoy and waited for him to collect his thoughts. She had found that it often took a few moments when he was deep in thought, and the best approach was simply to wait. Eventually, he would include her in his ideas. "I figured as it is highly potent in curing almost any poisons, I figured it could strengthen our potion just as well. If that is the approach, wouldn't the blood of a unicorn work even better?" Hermione hadn't wanted to mention it, but she felt a need to discuss this theory as long as it was only theory. "Yeah, that was my initial thought, but that's even more rare than a horn. And I don't fancy you want to join me in a very stupid idea of a picnic to the Forbidden Forest again." The smirk he sent her jolted her memory back to their first year when they had indeed been sent to the Forbidden Forest as punishment. Except she hadn't exactly gone with Malfoy that night, not specifically at least. "No, I'd rather not set foot in that place if it can be avoided," she agreed. "There are far better places for a picnic." They shared a small smile. "But I see your line of thinking and I agree that anything from a unicorn could be very potent and useful in our potion. However, unless we suddenly find a friend who..." Hermione paused as her mind continued while her mouth stopped. She didn't know anyone who actually bred unicorns or even knew how to get close to one, except Hagrid. She trained her focus back on Malfoy, who had an expected frown on his brows. What about him? It did not go unnoticed to Hermione that he refrained from badmouthing Hagrid with her. "Hagrid helps the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest," I could you wire and talk to him and see if he can help us with, I don't know, whatever I suppose. I don't know, Granger, Hagrid isn't really known to be fond of people like, well me. That's the Slytherin talking. Hagrid is more than willing to help any students willing to learn, he's a teacher after all. And he's my friend. Malfoy scoffed but quickly realized his mistake at that. It was Hermione's turn to glare at him. Granger, let's save this talk for another night when we're closer to an understanding of what we're trying to do here. Hermione was about to open her mouth to argue on Hagrid's behalf when Malfoy spoke again. I don't want to argue tonight. Not that I don't enjoy stoking that fire you breathe in my direction most times, I feel I've had my share plentiful this entire week. He got up and started to tidy their things back together. Well, if you didn't say stupid things, I wouldn't have to be cross with you. She crossed her arms as she got up and stuck out a hip in the movement. He returned her glare, though it was less malicious and more playful. He rose to his full height and stalked back to her. Just a few feet from her he stopped, and his eyes roamed her face. Hermione felt heat rising up her neck from the way he looked at her, but she refused to back down from his attempt to spook her. He would try to do that occasionally as if to test things between them. Often Hermione would not falter under this attack, but there had been times when she had found herself backing away. Today was not one of those days, however. Hermione stuck out her chin and copied his posture and roamed his face with her eyes as well. It wasn't until her gaze landed on his lips that she realized what a stupid mistake that had been. Without a word, Malfoy suddenly reached up his right hand. She watched it vanish from her periphery before she felt his fingers in her hair for just a moment before his hand returned between them again. Only then did she have the nerve to break eye contact with Malfoy. Between his fingers, he held a few stray lassoing flies. Her eyes widened and instinct had her reaching to see if there were more. Hold still, will you? Malfoy stepped sideways and Hermione froze on the spot as Malfoy once again stroked his fingers in her hair. She could feel him pull a few things and try to untangle a part of her hair, but all she could focus on was the way the tips of his fingers would brush her neck. Shivers ran down her spine and she closed her eyes at the touch. She was certain she didn't have that much stuck in her hair, but Malfoy took his time and she suddenly found herself leaning into his touch. When she realized this, she quickly stepped forward and made Malfoy pull his fingers from her hair. A very small and traitorous part of her brain kept telling her to step back. Thank you. Using both hands she folded her hair close around her neck again and used her own hands to rub the sensation of Malfoy's hands away from her bare skin. It was too much. We should, She gestured for their things still strewn about the table before she set off to work to clean up. Malfoy stood in place a moment longer, letting out a deep sigh that spoke volumes more than words at that moment. Hermione's heart constricted at the sound. She wanted to. She had no idea what she wanted to do at that moment. No, that wasn't true. Some part of her knew what she wanted to do, but that was simply not an option. Even if Malfoy seemed to want to. She shut her mind down again and averted her eyes so she wouldn't succumb to temptation too easily. Once they were ready to leave, Malfoy again held the door for her, only this time, he left even less space for her to walk by him. She felt a brush of his arm on her arm and air hitched in her throat. She heard the click of the door behind her and the buzz of the few wards Slughorn had placed around the dungeons, and then she turned to be almost face to face with Malfoy again. He watched as her entire body reacted to his close presence, but he didn't press it. Instead, he just looked at her and heaved a deep breath. See you around, Granger. His voice was low and Hermione felt her eyes flutter at the sound. It wasn't until Malfoy had taken a step back that she was able to respond in kind. See you around, Malfoy. It was Friday afternoon when Hermione suddenly felt Malfoy's hand release its otherwise firm grip around her fingers and return to rest atop the table. It was mere seconds after when the reason for this absence in Hermione's hand was known. Coming to a breathless halt before her table was the oldest Creevy brother. He was bent over and trying to catch his breath without success. Malfoy shot her a quizzical look from the side, but she had no answer to the strange presence of Colin Creevy heaving for air before them. "Ron, hospital wing, hexed, hurt." He spoke between puffs of air he was struggling to suck into his lungs. "What?" Hermione practically jumped from her seat and didn't notice the way Malfoy's face was conflicted in how to react to that piece of news. Colin bent over again and struggled to breathe more calmly a couple of times more before he rose again. With a skeptical look at Malfoy before he turned his attention back to Hermione. "Ron is in the hospital wing. He got hexed." "What?" "Malfoy, I'm sorry, I have to go." She waved her wand for all her belongings to fly into her bag at once. Colin had already left again, no doubt on his way to find Ginny or Lavender if he hadn't already found them. Before her brain could register what her body was about to do, she shouldered her bag and bent to peck Malfoy on the cheek as a goodbye. Once her lips left his cheek, however, she froze that 1 inch from his skin and saw him freeze as well. Hermione couldn't explain why she had done it. When she thought back on her friendships with Ron and Harry, she had done that once or twice to them as well, but it had never felt the way it had to touch her lips to Malfoy's cheek for the smallest of moments. Those few times she had allowed herself to think about Malfoy, she had always assumed his skin would be cool to touch given his complexion. But it was far from cold. His skin was warm against her lips, and as she rose again, her lips were still warm. His eyes were wide when they looked at each other, and he seemed to be on the cusp of saying something because his mouth was completely agape. But before either of them could make anything more of it, she rushed from the library with equally wide eyes and a fluttering heart that practically wanted to escape her chest. Thankfully she could blame her hurried pace to get to the hospital wing for the breathlessness that overcame her, and she chose to ponder her action at a later moment when panic was no longer coursing through every fibre of her body. She found Harry pacing outside the doors to the hospital wing. He was wringing his hands through his hair repeatedly and looked more than normally upset. Even before she came up to him she could hear him muttering to himself, and he kept looking to the closed doors behind which she knew Ron would be in whatever state he was in. She came to a breathless halt next to Harry and placed a hand on his arm to get his attention. "Hermione? How Colin came to tell me." "What happened, Harry?" "Colin?" Harry looked positively confused, looking back and forth between Hermione, who was sure she was sporting flushed cheeks and was once again thankful for her hasty run to this part of the castle, and the closed doors, through which no sound was escaping. He must have seen what happened then, but most people did. "Merlin, Hermione, it was so stupid." Harry let out a thing in between a groan and a sigh and sank to sit on the floor where he hung his head in his hands. "I'm sure it wasn't your fault, Harry. Will you just tell me what happened?" Colin looked rather frightened. To her surprise, Harry actually chuckled at that statement. "Yeah, well, I suppose in hindsight we'll be able to laugh once I'm certain Ron's all right again." A small snort left him as he rested his head against the wall behind them. Hermione joined him on the floor and waited for Harry to explain the situation. "Do you remember those stupid chocolates Romilda Vane gave me last weekend?" Hermione nodded and stayed silent. "Well, Ron found them this afternoon while I was still packing up in the common room. I don't know what he thought they were, but he'd stuffed his face with close to half the box by the time I found him." "What was wrong with the chocolates, Harry?" Hermione had an inkling that Romilda Vane wasn't above certain tricks, but she couldn't be sure she would do what she suspected the most. "Well, you were right, Hermione, I needed to be more careful. Turns out Romilda D spiked the sodding chocolates with several doses of a love potion. Pomfrey told me a bit before you came, that the quantity of love potion in each piece of chocolate was close to having a simple infatuation that lasted for several months. And Ron crammed that down in a matter of minutes and was completely beside himself." Hermione's eyes widened in shock and consternation. I'd just managed to persuade him to go to Slughorn. I thought he'd be the best option to help with an antidote for something that's strong. I suppose Hugh'll be bin if we ever got there. What do you mean? Well, on our way there Ron kept asking all these stupid questions about Romilda, and I ran out of answers and had to brush him off towards the end. That set him off somehow, and he got away from me. Once again Hermione hung his head, and this time Hermione knew it was from pure shame at what he had let happen to one of his best friends. Hermione ached for the pain Harry must be feeling at the moment, and she scooted closer to sling her hand through his for comfort. I'm sure you did everything you could. If love potion was as strong as you say it was, there wasn't much you could have done. Perhaps. What happened to Ron then? When he got away? Harry drew in a deep breath, preparing himself for what was about to come. He roamed the castle for a short while, frantically calling for Romilda. I'm surprised half the school hasn't heard about it yet. You know how he can bellow his head off. Well, it took him a while before he found her, so you can imagine the wound-up state he'd be in. She was just leaving the Great Hall with a few of her friends when he tracked her down and flung himself at her. Harry grimaced and pinched the bridge of his nose with his still free hand. Apparently Ron started declaring his undying love for Romilda right in the middle of everything while clinging to her for dear life. He said a bunch of stuff I only heard about afterwards. I was a bit slower to find him than he was to find Romilda. I had to get my map before I tracked him. Once I found him, Romilda had her wand out and was trying to get Ron to back off. A lot of good it did her, it only seemed to spur Ron on. Hermione let out a small gasp at what she could only imagine must have happened then. At first, she just shot a few jinxes at him to get him to back off. That didn't help, so she turned to a few smaller hexes with no luck either. I tried to get him to back off as well, but he flung an elbow right in my face and threw me off. I'd forgotten how much stronger he's gotten. And Romilda seemed to have realized that too, because she was starting to look a bit scared by then. I don't think she realized what her spiked love potion chocolates would do in the end. She got help from a bunch of her friends though, and Ron was hit simultaneously with half a dozen different hexes. Hermione straightened with a horrified gasp and looked to the closed doors as if she could see through the down things and get an idea of how Ron was doing just then. Oh, Ron! She let out, and Hermione nodded his agreement. It knocked him out though, and McGonagall came along with some of the other professors. We came here, Pomfrey fixed my bruises and shut me out here after her short explanation. Just before you got here, Slughorn came with an antidote as well. They say he should be all right once he wakes up, but that might take a day given the hexes he was hit with. Hermione closed his eyes at the state of things, and Hermione couldn't help but agree with the desolation that seemed to be coursing through Harry. Hermione had no idea what to say to any of it, so she remained silent while they waited for any news from behind the doors. From the grumbling of their bellies, it was well past dinner time when Pomfrey eventually propped a door open, as if she was expecting to see Hermione and Hermione on the other side. Hermione had a brief thought that maybe Lavender ought to be there as well, and found it odd that she wasn't. Had no one thought to tell her yet? But she quickly pushed it aside as Pomfrey escorted them to the sleeping form of Ron Weasley in one of the hospital beds. He seemed to look his usual ginger self. His chest rose in a steady rhythm and there were no physical tells of what had happened to him. Hermione and Harry each moved to either side of Ron, and Hermione didn't even think twice when she took Ron's slightly damp and limp hand in hers. She was surprised though when she felt a slight pressure in return around her fingers and Ron stirred in his uneasy sleep. "Will he be all right?" Harry asked with an anxious look at his friend. "Not to worry, dears. Mr. Weasley'll make a full recovery. He just needs a decent rest now. He'll stay in the hospital wing for the rest of the week but should be ready come Monday again." His system dealt surprisingly well with the number of hexes. Once Professor Slughorn managed to get him to swallow the antidote, he relaxed even further, which has helped his recovery tremendously. You may stay for a short while, but I'd advise you to return to your beds and come back tomorrow." With that, Madame Pomfrey left them to watch over their friend for a short while. "He'll be all right," Hermione said to reassure Harry, who still looked sick with himself. He gave a feeble nod and was just about to speak when Ron stirred again. Hermione felt the pressure of his fingers again, and then he opened his mouth and a whisper escaped his lips. "Mine." Hermione's eyes widened in shock. She whipped up her head to gather Harry's reaction to this rather telling display from Ron. Of course, she knew he had always cared for her, but this seemed to indicate that it was still as more than a friend. Even when he was with Lavender. But Harry had said Ron was growing exasperated with Lavender lately. Not that it meant anything really, because she and Ron weren't meant to be. She had made the choice a long time ago, and this little admission from Ron would mean nothing. She had tucked Ron into a corner of her heart where he would stay as one of her closest and dearest friends. It was a friendship she wanted to keep as long as possible, and she didn't want to risk it with any sort of romantic involvement that was bound to backfire with their flaring tempers. Harry had turned somewhat smug at the whispered little word. He took a seat and crossed a leg over the other and glared at Hermione holding Ron's hand, and she couldn't help but think that Harry reminded her of someone else who was rather good at looking smug. And deep in her heart, she knew that was another reason she and Ron could never be more than friends. The friendship she had developed with Malfoy was changing day by day, and he was wending his way to a firmer place in her heart as well, as much as she wanted to deny otherwise. She didn't know what it was yet, but the tension between them was tangible and growing more so day by day. Hermione loved Ron but as a brother. The same way she loved Harry as a brother. So, she said nothing and just sat in silence with Harry while Ron occasionally stirred in his sleep. Eventually, the two friends left to get dinner and agreed to come back early the next morning. When they left for the hospital wing the next morning, neither of them was surprised to be accompanied by a frantic Lavender, who kept babbling and asking questions about Ron. Neither of them had any answers. When they finally arrived at the hospital wing, they could hear Ron's hoarse voice talking to Pomfrey about something, and they entered quietly so as not to disturb them. But Ron heard them anyway, and he spotted Hermione first. His face lit up instantly and caused Hermione's heart to fivenge for the boy in front of her, who clearly felt stronger about her than she felt about him. "Hermione!" Ron's joy at seeing her was quickly replaced with surprise and slight fear when Lavender crept around Hermione's shoulder and rushed to Ron's side. "La Lavender, you're here." He breathed and found himself being pushed back into his pillows with a disgruntled frown that Lavender chose to ignore. If she had noticed Ron's reaction to Hermione's presence, she had chosen to ignore that as well. Hermione briefly thought back to her conversation with Lavender around Christmas. "It's not you I'm worried about." She never thought she would feel pity for Lavender Brown, but watching her fuss over Ron, who kept glancing at Hermione, was the sole emotion she felt. Harry walked over and clutched Ron's shoulder with a strange grimace. "All right, mate." "It's fine, Harry. Pomfrey says I just need to stay here till tomorrow." "It's not your fault, mate." Harry and Ron did a weird hand thing Hermione had never seen before. She supposed it was their form of a handshake, and a small smile crept to her lips at the friendship between the two of them. Lavender kept fussing over Ron, smoothing down his hair and wanting to touch him several places at once. Hermione suddenly felt she was crowding in on something rather private and made her excuse to leave. Harry followed just after her with a promise to return after breakfast. The two of them headed for breakfast and talked about this and that to avoid the topic of Ron. Hermione spotted Ginny in the Great Hall and she looked relieved at the moment. She must have been to visit Ron at some point in the morning as well if she was calm enough to eat breakfast with her friends as she was. Her smile was radiant when she spotted Harry and Hermione, and she left her friends to eat breakfast with the two of them. Hermione was not ignorant of the change in Harry's posture when Ginny sat next to him. She returned his stupid smirk from last night, which he chose to ignore in favor of stuffing his face with food. Hermione chuckled to herself. Ginny was a light presence as always, and she eased the conversation between the three of them. She altered between adoration for her stupid brother and hilarity at the entire situation. She promised the both of them that she would be having a serious talk with Fred and George, but perhaps it would be out of their mother's earshot. Once their plates were empty, Hermione once again had the feeling of being part of something best suited for two people. She made her excuses that she had several things to go over in the library and headed for her usual seat in the quiet of the company of books. She felt relief that Ron would make a full recovery, and it had been nothing more serious than a bunch of hexes from teenage girls. She knew if it had been hexes from a bunch of Death Eaters, he wouldn't have been so lucky. At the thought of Death Eaters, her mind turned to think of Malfoy, and as if that somehow summoned him, a shadow fell over her work before her. She had momentarily forgotten they had agreed to meet that morning. Things with Ron had pushed many things out of her head, but as she craned her neck and saw Malfoy, her brain completely emptied. He was standing much too casually in near-complete Quidditch gear, gazing down at her. Hermione found her eyes wandering utterly of their own accord on his very lean body. From the way the breastplate hugged his torso and displayed the fit form of his upper body, to the protective gear around his thighs and shins. Her mind wandered briefly back to the small touch of her hand to his thigh that time in potions, and her hand felt clammy at the thought. Slowly, she dragged her eyes back up and paid close attention to his hands and arms, where muscles were clearly visible beneath the green fabric of his Slytherin uniform. One hand was gloved while the other was bare, and she briefly wondered about the different touch of those hands if she reached for them. When her eyes finally returned to his face, he was smirking twice as much as usual, too much for his own good. Hermione realized she had visibly been ogling him and closed her gaping mouth with flaming cheeks. Malfoy. She croaked and had to clear her throat a few times before her voice sounded something close to normal. If possible, his smirk had grown even bigger. Granger. I won't be able to study this morning. The captain called for an extra Quidditch training this morning as an opening for the pitch turned up. Not before he botched himself though. He added with a grim expression and a lazy shrug. Quidditch, yes, of course. Hermione stammered and cursed herself for the lack of brainpower that seemed to be lacking in her character just then. When had she ever been this lost for words? I suppose Weasley's to thank for that opening. He cocked a brow at her and she woke slightly from her stupor. Yes, Ron got hexed and has to stay in the hospital wing. Of course, Malfoy wouldn't leave it at that, and after she briefly told him what happened, he bent over in huge guffaws of laughter. Hermione's brain spurred back into action at that point, and she pursed her lips at the grinning Malfoy. Yes, well, I'm sure whenever Harry and Ron need a good laugh, they think about Malfoy the bouncing ferret. She spat at him, but still with a glint in her eyes. It was a testament to the progression of their so-called friendship that Malfoy didn't hex her right on the spot or spat any number of derogatory names at her just then. Instead, he stopped laughing and just smiled down at her. Touché, Granger. He chortled a bit more before getting ready to leave. Not that I don't mind the sight it makes when you sit with your mouth open like that, but I must be off. I'll be back later, but I'll be sure to change to more appropriate clothes just for you. He winked at her and was just about to turn around, but not before giving her one more remark about how he clearly knew she had ogled him. Not sure if I should even walk away from you this way. Afraid your eyes might pop. Another wink and then he was gone before Hermione could even think of a clever retort for Malfoy. She told herself there was nothing new wrong in appreciating the view of his rather firm backside. He had practically invited her to do so. With a slight tilt of her head, she thanked the stars that the library was nearly always empty in the weekends as Malfoy sauntered out of the library, giving her a decent view of his ass. Thankfully Malfoy returned in clothes that were not his Quidditch uniform, and Hermione's brain could stop spiraling down a rabbit hole that had made her reread dozens of notes several times over all morning. He smirked more than ever, but didn't he mention their little interaction from the morning, and silence fell between them as usual. He was quick to find her hand under the table that afternoon though, and Hermione didn't mind. It was only when their hands were already clasped together that she realized that they had been reaching for each other simultaneously. That was definitely new, but once again she found she didn't mind. And from the continuous smirk from Malfoy, he didn't mind either. As they were about to depart the library for the day, Hermione briefly explained that Ron would be out of the hospital wing the following day and she was unsure about her plans. If they would be with Malfoy in the library or with her two best friends. At that piece of news Malfoy's face took on an unreadable expression. He slipped through some of his masks before settling on an expression that appeared neutral. But Hermione had watched him change between these masks so often, that she could tell the displeasure in the slight crease around his eyes in this one. "All right. If you have time in the evening, I'm available for a chat." The way he said chat seemed to indicate that was not all he meant, but Hermione grazed over it and nodded at his attempt to reach out his hand. "I might have some things to deal with tomorrow anyway." He gave a lazy shrug and Hermione's curiosity came flying to the surface at tremendous speed. Which Malfoy obviously read in her expression as he continued before she even had time to open her mouth. "And maybe I'll tell you some of it tomorrow night. See you around, Granger." And with that, he once again left her without giving her time to respond. And once again Hermione found herself staring after Malfoy, and her eyes drifted a bit further south before she caught herself ogling Malfoy in the corridors and hurried back to Gryffindor common room. There was a dull quiet lingering in the common room when she found a place to rest for the evening by the fireplace. Few people were still up. Most of the first, second, and third years had all gone to bed. As had many of fifth and seventh years from the pure exhaustion of their many studies for their O.W.Ls and NEWTs respectively. Which meant it was mainly fourth years and sixth years left in the common room. Hermione spotted Parvati on her own in a far corner, which meant Lavender must still be visiting Ron in the hospital wing. And not many moments after Hermione had settled in her seat, Hermione joined her. She could feel from the way he squirmed in his seat that he wanted to talk to her about something. Harry would always fidget and squirm when he wanted to talk to her about something sensitive, and for most of last year it had been about Cho. She had an inkling what tonight's conversation might be about, but once he finally opened his mouth, she discovered she was vastly mistaken. "Hermione, I wanted to talk to you about something. And with Ron still in the hospital wing, I figured tonight might be best." "Oh." She turned to look at her friend, who was avoiding her eyes briefly. Was that of shame or something else that kept him from looking at her? "Mind telling me what's going on with you and Malfoy these days?" Harry turned his green eyes back on Hermione and she suddenly felt paralyzed. With fear? With shock? She had no idea, because suddenly her brain and heart worked excessively to try and figure out precisely what Hermione meant. "What do you mean?" She decided ignorance was the best option, giving Harry the chance to open this very strange discussion. She still had no answer to herself. Harry turned to look into the fire, avoiding her eyes again, and her stomach knotted with dread about what was about to fall from Harry's lips. "I've had creature follow Malfoy for a while now, trying to figure out what he's up to." "You did what?" Harry ignored Hermione's outrage and continued his explanation. "A few nights ago he came to give me one of his reports and creature said, well, I won't use his exact words because I frankly chose to ignore half of his obscene muttering, and Dobby was spluttering all kinds of nonsense, or at least I hope it was nonsense, because UVE made Dobby follow Malfoy too." Hermione's outrage reached new heights for various reasons. Dobby volunteered, he's a free elf, can't really tell him not to. Harry shrugged, and Hermione was fuming too much to even answer that rather accurate statement. Meanwhile, Hermione continued his tale. Anyway, from the blabbing I did pay attention to from Creature, I got the notion that Creature thinks you and Malfoy looked rather cozy together, one might even say, intimate. He turned to look at her with an expression of a mixture of hurt, anger and something close to revulsion. Hermione was stumped to silence. How long have you had Creature follow him? Since we got back from the Christmas holidays. Hermione fell back in her seat with a deep sigh of relief. Thank heavens neither of them knew anything of what had happened during the holidays. But that still meant Creature would have seen all kinds of other things that would be difficult to explain to Harry just then. First of all, Harry, I'm very upset that you would even use Creature this way. Frankly, it's horrible to let Dobby go along just because he doesn't know any better. Come off it, Hermione. You know perfectly well I can't follow Malfoy around myself, and Creature was the best option for me to keep track of him and still go to all my classes. Why would you even want to follow Malfoy around? I've told you countless times that he's up to something. I know it, Hermione, and I'm going to find out. What I don't understand is you suddenly being friends with him. Both were glaring at each other angrily, and Hermione was working TLN off many strange explanations to tell Harry, but none seemed to work. Harry would accept nothing short of the truth, and he was convinced beyond reason that the truth was that Malfoy was still up to something. She could never tell him how close to the truth he actually was. It would ruin, what exactly? Her project? Her growing friendship with a sworn Death Eater. Hermione covered her eyes with her arms and groaned at what she could tell him. Finally, she decided on a sliver of the truth. I don't know what to tell you, Harry. No matter what I say, you are determined to hate and mistrust Malfoy, so I don't think I can continue to try and explain what I also find to be a very strange friendship, but that is all it is. I don't know exactly when it became this weird friendship, and frankly, I've lost the energy to try to. She sighed behind her arms and ignored the indignant huff from Harry. Whatever it is he's up to, if it's to do with Voldemort and the Death Eaters or not, he'll never tell me. But since Christmas, I've been trying to persuade him to accept my help, and the Order's help as well. And I think he might be close to breaking and finally accepting that help. She removed her arms to gather a reaction from Harry, who was staring back at her. His eyes narrowed at her, and she could tell he was thinking about some of the things Creature must have told him about the time she spent with Malfoy. Just how are you trying to persuade him, Hermione? Hermione sat straight again and gaped at her friend. Whatever it is you're trying to say, Harry, just say it. Creature has obviously told you something that has put stupid ideas in your head. Harry scoffed. I just don't see why you of all people would be so intimate with someone like Malfoy if you weren't. He trailed off, clearly ashamed of what he was trying to say, but then lost the nerve to actually say. Hermione could feel her eyes begin to prick with angry tears. She hated how her body reacted when she grew this furious, and she jumped from her seat. I never thought, she began to hiss in an angry whisper because there were still other people in the common room. You of all people, Harry. That you would even suggest that I. That Hermione swiped at her eyes angrily and stopped her pacing to face her friend with wet cheeks. That I would actually haul myself in that way. Harry had the decency to flinch at the word and shrink a fraction in his seat under her glare. That's not what one says it, Harry. You've made yourself very clear tonight. Now excuse me, I need to prepare myself for another day of whoring. She collected her things in a flurry and continued to ignore Hermione's feeble attempts to apologize. When she had finally collected her things, she turned to him. If you see Ginny, please tell her to come to find me. Harry reached out a hand and tried to hold her back, but Hermione stepped out of his reach. Please don't, Harry. I can't even look at you right now. I never thought you'd. More angry tears sprang to her eyes, and she ignored Harry's stricken face and left for her dormitory, where she enclosed herself on her bed and gave in to the tears. Time sped by her with every gush of tears that fell down her face, and she gave up trying to dry her cheeks. She cried for the horrible things Harry had wanted to say to her. She cried for her own shame at what she feared he had discovered about her and Malfoy, because truthfully nothing shameful had happened between them. Right? She cried for doubting herself and her own emotions and the turmoil she found herself in. She cried for having stupid boys as best friends. She cried because she loved those stupid boys and would do nearly anything for them, even when they were being idiots. She cried until she seemed to run out of tears and just lay on her bed in the darkening silence. At some point she heard Parvati go to bed, shortly followed by a giggling Lavender, and both fell asleep quickly. Neither asked about Hermione, just as she had hoped when she'd closed the hangings around her bed. But somewhere close to midnight or so, she assumed based on the moon's position outside the window, she felt someone climb into her bed next to her. "Haney said you needed to talk." Hermione could hear from the strain in Ginny's voice that she had been crying too. That shoved all her own worries aside and she turned to face her younger friend. "What's wrong, Ginny?" Ginny tried to shrug it off, but Hermione could tell her bloodshot eyes had cried nearly as much as she had hours before. Ginny still sniffed. When Ginny wouldn't talk about it, Hermione pushed her friend to open up. "Dean and I had a fight again. It was stupid, really." And through more tears, Ginny began to explain how things with Dean would sometimes turn snappish and they would get into these ridiculous fights over practically anything and it would escalate to something ugly. But they would always make up because Dean would always feel horrible and apologize profusely, and Ginny would forgive him because she liked him. Hermione had remained silent as her friend poured out her heart up until then. "Ginny, I know you like Dean, but..." The two girls moved closer in the comfort of darkness and whispered secrets about to spill. "But do you love him?" Hermione didn't need to be able to see Ginny's face just then. She knew the answer, of course, and could feel it take shape in Ginny as she snuggled closer to Hermione. She sniffled a couple more times as the two girls got comfortable in each other's arms. Ginny snuggled her face into the crook of Hermione's shoulder to muffle her silent answer that Hermione already knew to expect. "No." Hermione hugged her friend and forgot about her own problems with Harry and Malfoy just then. Ginny needed her and she hugged her close until she felt her breathing ease, which told her she was fast asleep. Hermione rested her chin on the top of Ginny's head, and in the comforting embrace of a friend the two girls slept soundly all night. Hermione knew she would have to face her own reality the next morning when she was certain Harry would want to try and apologize again, but just then Hermione pushed her worries aside for the consolation of sleep. Chapter end notes. Once again, thank you all for reading this. I love and appreciate every kudos and comment to hear your reactions. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. Friends or foes. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Hermione woke when a small puff of air brushed her nose. Scrunching her eyes open, she found Ginny's face mere inches from her own. Hermione rubbed her temples, trying to clear the haze of sleep from her bluey eyes as Ginny slowly rose to a state of awareness again. "Morning," she mumbled and tried to bury her head in Hermione's pillow once more when the two of them spotted the sun just about to creep in through the windows. There was a tender silence in the dormitory as Ginny and Hermione were the only two yet awake. Hermione could hear that Parvati and Lavender were still sleeping soundly. She hadn't heard them come to bed last night, having fallen asleep with Ginny rather quickly. If they were still asleep, Parvati and Lavender must have had a late night. "Hermione!" Ginny's mumble broke Hermione's train of thought and she turned her head to stare into the open face of her youngest friend. "Thank you for talking last night. But Harry said there was something you wanted to talk about as well." He sounded upset. Ginny kept her voice low so as not to disturb the other girls in the room, and Hermione was thankful for that. She heaved a deep sigh and started to explain her argument with Hermione over her time spent with Malfoy. The more she told Ginny, the more the young itch frowned, and when she reached the point of Harry's unspoken slander, Ginny closed her eyes with a groan. "The thing is," Hermione continued in a light whisper, thankful for the tight embrace with Ginny, "I don't know how to explain my friendship with Malfoy. I mean, we're friends, but sometimes I get the feeling that—" Hermione stopped herself before she could say the words out loud that her mind wanted her to, but her heart was too afraid to even put them together. Ginny must have read something from her expression, because she loosened her frown and gave her friend a tight hug. "Whatever it is, Hermione, I'm sure you'll sort it out. You're the most brainy person I know." Ginny shrugged. "The only thing you don't really know anything about is boys." "Hey!" Hermione shoved Ginny lightly, but it was still enough to nearly topple her out of bed. It didn't stop Ginny from laughing at Hermione. "Well, it's Hugh. If it weren't for me, you'd still be clueless that Ron ever fancied you. He might still do, come to think of it." Ginny whispered the last bit with a pointed glance over at Lavender's sleeping form. "Don't say that, Ginny." Even though Hermione thought back to Ron's unconscious single-word utterance the day before, she didn't want to go down that lane again. She had firmly closed that door a long time ago, and she wasn't about to open it again. No matter how much Ginny would try and tease her about it. "Ron and I are just friends. And we'll stay that way. Because there are other boys, right?" Ginny raised an eyebrow and started climbing out of Hermione's bed. With her back to Hermione, she added, "Malfoy's a boy." Her tone was completely neutral, and Hermione had no way to answer her statement. Silence fell, and they listened to the light breathing of the other two people in the room as Hermione struggled to find any words. "Right. I should get going." Ginny let her off of having to present any form of an answer, but there was a look in her eyes as she turned to leave that sent Hermione down a spiral of thoughts. However, she didn't manage to think very far along her line of thought before Ginny returned with a deep frown this time. She stopped before Hermione. "First off, Sony, about this." She huffed and took in a breath before continuing. "Second, Harry's sent me. He's been camped out in the common room since the sun's been up. He says he's very sorry, and would you please talk to him?" Hermione was stunned that her friend had actually done something like that, but she was still furious at him and much too hurt to talk to him anyway. "Oh. Well, if you're going to again, tell him I'm still mad at him. I'm not sure I'm ready to talk to him just yet." Hermione bunkered down in her bed again and tucked her covers tightly around her body for comfort. Ginny just nodded and left again. Not shortly after that, she could hear the high-pitched voice of Ginny up from the common room, "I'm not an owl, Harry." There was a slammed door and then silence. The commotion must have woken some of the other students, because not long after there was a buzz about the Gryffindor Tower that indicated many people waking from slumber and eager for breakfast. Parvati and Lavender woke as well, and after a quick morning from each of them, Parvati even asked if Hermione was coming down to breakfast. Under other circumstances, she would have gone with them, but as it were, she didn't want to meet Harry or have to deal with anything. After declining the offer, she pulled a book at random and started to read to quell her thoughts and a rumbling stomach. Halfway TLN off her chapter in Most Potent Potions, she heard a small tap on the window. When Hermione turned in bed, she noticed Hedwig perched on the sill just outside the window. As she opened the window, a chill breeze rummed her hair and Hedwig's feathers. Hedwig pecked her fingers affectionately before taking off again, clearly not instructed to wait for an answer. If tiny letter she then started to unfold was from Harry, she thought him at least smart enough not to expect an answer from her. "Dear Hermione, I'm so sorry for what I said, and probably for what I didn't say. I don't trust Malfoy, but I trust you, and that should be enough. Will you please come down and talk to me? I'm very sorry. Your friend, who's very sorry, Harry, she couldn't help herself from a small smile that crept over her lips when she read the note. It was short and to the point, much like Harry preferred to be. And it was honest. Because Hermione would never trust Malfoy, she knew that. There was too much bad history between the two of them. Sometimes she wasn't even sure if she trusted Malfoy. But those times were fewer and fewer with each day that passed. Most days Hermione found comfort in the time she spent with Malfoy. And that was something that scarred her. She couldn't remember a time when she had felt that sort of comfort with anyone who wasn't Harry, Ron or any of the Weasleys besides her own family. But it was also a different comfort than what she had found with her other friends. Because there was an underlying tension in that comfort, one they both kept right at the edge. Malfoy was certainly edging closer and closer to that tension, and Hermione was finding it more and more difficult to keep it at bay. Her hand drifted to her hair where Malfoy's fingers had brushed through it just days ago, and it caused her to try and recreate the feeling of his fingers along her neck. Much like they had at Christmas when he had given her the necklace. Her fingers moved to stroke the chain and then cup the pearl. It was cold. Of course, Malfoy would most likely still be sleeping at this time of day. It was only when they had agreed to meet he would get up early. He had confessed as much at one point when he was late to one of their early Saturday meetings. Hermione bunched up the note from Harry and tried to continue her reading, still not ready to talk to Harry. He didn't exactly make it easy for her to forget or try to think about her feelings though. Nearly half an hour passed before Harry attempted another apology to Hermione. This time with the help of Kreacher and Dobby, whom both appeared with a loud crack by the end of Hermione's bed. Dobby came bouncing around the bedpost, flapping his ears happily with a beaming smile for Hermione, while Kreacher slouched behind with a perpetual sour look on his crinkled face. Master sends Kreacher to say sorry to the mudblood, ouch. Kreacher bent over from the smack around the ears Dobby had just given him. Harry Potter says not to use that word. Dobby is told to stop Kreacher from using it. Dobby was wringing his hands then, clearly surprised by his action, and he looked right on the edge of wanting to punish himself for what he had done. It's all right, Dobby. Hermione tried to soothe him as he wrung his hands in his tea towel, with a pocket crammed full of socks. Master says to tell the McGonagall he is to be waiting for hers to come to breakfast. Kreacher did a small bow and only had his ears flop forward before he vanished with another loud crack. Dobby remained, however. Harry Potter says he is very sunny, miss. I know he is, Dobby, but I'm still very upset with him, and I don't fancy eating breakfast with him. Would Miss like for Dobby to get some breakfast? Dobby looked up at her with his big eyes, and Hermione was just about to decline when her stomach lurched at the idea of food. Hermione hated asking Dobby for anything. He was a free elf, and he didn't have to do anything he didn't want to. She knew Dumbledore had hired Dobby and was actually paying him, and Dobby looked very pleased with himself and much too eager at the idea of getting her breakfast. Letting out a long sigh, she eventually agreed. In the short time it took Dobby to get Hermione a small plate of breakfast, she spent writing her short note. She knew she had told Malfoy yesterday that she wouldn't be able to see him today, but she couldn't explain her wanting to see him despite everything. In the end, she settled for a note explaining her absence for the day with Ron getting out of the hospital wing, and said maybe she would meet him in the evening. Dobby has just returned when she was about to sign off the note. Biting her lip, she debated for several moments on how to sign it. It was the first small mail interchange they would have, and despite feeling like they were friends, it was something else entirely to put into writing. She also couldn't help but be stuck on Ginny's whispered statement of Malfoy being a boy. In the end, Hermione's Gryffindor bravery won out and she signed her note, "Happy Valentine's, your friend Hermione." Dobby was just about to leave her again before he asked if there was anything else he could do for Miss. Hermione looked at the little elf, who used to work for the Malfoy family. And her heart broke in two because she simply could not ask Dobby to do what she needed his help for. But maybe there was another way around it. House elf magic was different from ordinary magic. Maybe. Dobby, is there a way you can deliver a note without having to do it physically? Dobby looked puzzled at her question, but that was simply because it had sounded too easy, she quickly discovered. Of course, miss. Dobby is happy to help. He reached out his gangly little hand and Hermione placed the note with Malfoy's name on it. Dobby's eyes shone when he saw the name but said nothing else. If you like, I would very much appreciate it if you could get this to Draco Malfoy. You don't have to see him, I know that would be awful. You can even stay here with me if that works with your magic if you'd like. Dobby's eyes were about to spill over with tears just then and Hermione summoned some tissues for him. He was blubbing once the tissues reached her. Miss is too kind. Dobby will help. He then developed a small hiccup in his endeavour to help Hermione. Dobby never thought, that Harry Potter's friends would be so nice. Dobby was practically wailing in gratification when Hermione took his hand. Dobby heaved a few deep breaths before he snapped his fingers and the note vanished. Hermione could only hope it arrived with the right person. It took several moments for Dobby to at least try and collect himself from all his grateful crying. After a short while, he seemed to catch on to something and froze in place. It was as if he was listening to something Hermione couldn't hear, and when he then held out a hand and snapped his fingers with the other hand, it became quite clear what he must have heard. In his hand had just appeared a small note and a single red rose. Hermione's eyes nearly bulged at the sight, but she picked it up just as gingerly as the note before thanking Dobby, who in turn continued to mumble his thanks to Hermione before he vanished to return to the kitchens, or so Hermione assumed. She studied the rose for a moment. There was nothing special about it. It was a completely ordinary-looking rose, but it felt far from ordinary. Her fingers trembled a little when she opened the note and read the one-line mitten, Happy Valentine's Granger. It took Hermione most of the morning to come to terms with the note and rose from Malfoy before she finally decided to join Hermione in the common room. He was sitting on the floor next to the door to the girls' dormitory, and when he spotted Hermione, he nearly jumped to his feet and had to scramble for balance before knocking her over in the process. I'm sorry, Hermione. I never thought of you in that way. I'm terribly sorry, I saw Ginny and she. Words tumbled out of Harry before Hermione could even try to stop him, and a small part of her didn't want to stop him. He should be sorry, she reasoned, for making her feel horrible about herself. He had never done that in their entire friendship, and to think he had done it out of pettiness for his lack of trust in Malfoy. She smirked internally at the kind of reaction Harry would spill if she told him about the rose. But she wouldn't tell him about the rose. That was for her, and she intended to keep it between her and Malfoy. Because it was just a little thing, it meant nothing. At least that's what she kept telling herself. Harry finally stopped to breathe between his many apologies, and Hermione placed a hand on his arm. I forgive you, Hermione. At those words, Harry seemed to deflate like a spent balloon, and he nearly slumped on the floor again, except a wall got in the way and helped him stay on his feet. Thank Merlin. I don't think I could stand any more time of either of us not being friends right now. Right. And will you then please stop pestering me about Malfoy all the time and trust me? Harry nodded, but she could still tell it pained him to do so. They said nothing for a moment before Harry mumbled grudgingly, I'm still going to ask Creature to check on the room of requirement from time to time. Something's going on there, I'm sure of it. Harry looked over Hermione's shoulder at something or nothing really. His eyes had gone pensive again. Hermione sighed and decided to let Hermione have it at least. If she could persuade Malfoy to accept help from the Order soon enough, Harry wouldn't find anything amiss with the room of requirement anyway. Fine. Can I ask about your potion project? Hermione ventured timidly and Hermione arched a curious eyebrow at him. Harry just shrugged in return. It seems to take up most of your time. I figured it must be important. Even if it is with Malfoy, you're doing all the work. There was still the detection of a sneer in Hermione's tone, but Hermione let it pass by. She was glad that Hermione wanted to know a little more about her work, and she could explain most of it without even mentioning Malfoy. Which she did to the best of her abilities. To Hermione's credit, he listened for most of her explanation, and even when she knew he stopped understanding everything she talked about, he still pretended to pay special interest to her words. That was when she stopped being angry or upset with him completely. Lately we've been trying to sort out if we might improve our potion with something from a unicom, but since neither of us is keen on going back to the Forbidden Forest anytime soon, I don't see that happening. Hermione shrugged and stretched out her shoulders. It had taken longer than expected to explain everything she had been working on with Malfoy for the past 6 months, ever more so because she had to be careful about the way she spoke so as not to mention Malfoy too much. Why a unicorn? Harry's interest seemed to have woken up again. He was rubbing his stiff neck as well from sitting crouched in the large chairs for so long. Well, we think the strong powers in a hair or something else from a unicorn would give our potion the desired booster effect, so to speak. It needs to be something powerful for the potion to have the same desired effect as one would want from Felix Felicis. Harry had an absent look on his face for a moment before the right thought finally seemed to settle with him. Have you spoken to Hagrid about it? Not yet. I was going to, but then everything with Ron happened. Speaking of, shouldn't he be getting out of the hospital ting soon? They both checked their watches and found it was close to noon. They decided to go and see if Madame Pomfrey would let Ron eat lunch with everyone else in the Great Hall or if he was still confined to the hospital wing. Before they even entered they could hear Lavender's persistent cooing. Harry looked at Hermione with a wrinkled nose. She supposed she looked the same based on Hermione's grim response. Steeling themselves they walked through the doors and found a glumly-looking Ron being fluffed with plenty of pillows by a jabbering Lavender. When Ron saw Hermione and Hermione his expression changed immediately, which Lavender noticed, and she stopped what she had been doing. Instead, she took a seat next to Ron on the bed and strung her arm through his with a possessive smile plastered on her face. Ron beamed at his 2 best friends who paused on the other side of his bed. We're just waiting for Pomfrey to come to give me the okay to go, Ron explained in the tense silence that seemed to stretch between them. No one spoke for the entire 10 minutes it took for Madame Pomfrey to finally make her way over to Ron's bed and declare he would be fine to leave the hospital wing. She still wanted to see him the following day after class just to make sure all the love potion was out of his system. I'm pretty certain it's all gone, Ron confessed as they made their way to the Great Hall, Lavender hanging tightly onto his arm. Ron however seemed to ignore her, which explained the pained look on Lavender's face. I mean, I don't really fancy running into Romilda any time soon. Ron chortled and gave Lavender a nervous look before he sent a radiant smile in the direction of Hermione and Harry. Oh Ron, thought Hermione. It was then she knew Ginny was most likely right in her statement earlier that morning. And from the way Lavender was clinging to Ron, she could probably feel it too. Hermione then experienced feeling sorry for Lavender, something she hadn't expected nor wanted to fry a gam. It was one thing to ignore the girl your best friend was going out with, but another thing completely to have any sort of sympathy for the girl. Hermione would be pleased with Ron's choice of girlfriend as long as the person made him completely happy. And it was growing clearer and clearer to anyone but Ron himself, that Lavender simply wasn't that girl. Lunch was a stilted thing with the boys trying to strike up any form of conversation. As usual, it headed in the direction of Quidditch, and they took to complaining of missing out on practice the other day, and how it was very typical of the Slytherins to take over their time on the pitch. At that point Hermione's brain went on its pathway that showed her pictures of a particular blonde Slytherin in his Quidditch uniform and how snugly it hugged his entire frame. She realized she was blushing when her mind wandered to his gloved hands and then onwards to a time they had not been gloved but brushing her fair skin around her neck. She tried absently to rub her neck to hide the blush she knew must be there and was about to excuse herself when Harry started talking about going down to the lake for a bit. Ron was quick to join in and shot a desperate look at Lavender, who looked most put out by not getting an immediate invitation. Harry and Hermione got up to leave first and could hear Ron mutter apologies to Lavender about spending time with her later, but would it be all right if he spent the afternoon with his best friends? She noticed how he emphasized the last word. Hermione didn't think Harry could walk that slowly, but maybe there was a reason for it because not one moment later, Ron bounded up to them and joined them outside in the chill of a nice February day. They went and settled themselves by the lake with warming charms and good spirits and waited for Ron to start going over his version of the love potion incident. It took most of an hour for him to tell his story in intricate detail, and Hermione started to watch the grounds and sparse people out as well. She could tell there was still a slight air of Valentine's among some of the students. There were several couples out on the grounds holding hands as they walked the grounds lazily. It made Hermione smile that little things like that could still find a place when the world outside of Hogwarts was far grimmer than that. Just then she noticed Ginny and Dean coming out of the castle, but they were not holding hands. Hermione thought back to her conversation with Ginny just last night and her heart broke for the young Weasley. It was difficult to tell from such a long distance but Hermione thought she saw Ginny's cheeks glistening with tears. Hermione and Ron must have noticed her staring because they both fell silent and turned to look at whatever she had spotted. Harry's lips thinned to near invisible at the sight of Dean and Ginny, while Ron narrowed his eyes with a gaping mouth. Hermione reached over and pushed his chin back up to close his mouth with a slight click of his jaw. Ron shook his head in some sort of emotion Hermione couldn't determine. He then looked to the lake with a deep sigh. "Some weekend, huh?" he muttered. Harry's attention stayed on Ginny and Dean until they were out of sight. Trying to lighten the mood Hermione suggested they visit Hagrid, but that fell through when Hagrid never answered his door. They couldn't hear Fang either and supposed they were somewhere around the grounds working. On the way back up to the castle a small Ravenclaw came huffing up to Harry with a note about another lesson with Dumbledore that night. After a rather strange afternoon, that managed to lift their spirits quite a bit and they spent the rest of the afternoon theorizing what Dumbledore had in mind and what they could learn from the things he had shown Harry about Voldemort so far. After an early dinner in the Great Hall that was much more enjoyable than lunch, mainly thanks to Ginny's surprisingly exuberant presence, Hermione and Ron ventured back to Gryffindor Tower while Harry left for Dumbledore's office. The common room was surprisingly empty considering the early hours of the evening, but it often was on Sunday evenings when most students would remember their amount of homework and rush off to the library or other parts of the castle where they could do their homework without the sometimes boisterous noise from those who had no homework to complete. "Where's Lavender?" Hermione asked silently as they took their usual seats close to the fire and started on their remaining homework, Hermione for charms and Ron for nearly everything. "Said something about a divination thing with Parvati. She probably won't be back for some time. Remember those charts we had to fill in?" "Thankfully, no. That must have been after I left that terrible class." Hermione smirked and it made Ron chuckle. "Yeah, must have." They read in silence, but Hermione noticed that Ron would steal glances at her every so often. And when he wasn't glancing at her, he would look about the common room as if checking for something. That went on for more than an hour before Hermione finally had enough. "Is there something in my hair, Ron? Or what are you looking at all this time?" He looked flustered that she had noticed, but he hadn't even been that subtle about it. And again, he cast his eyes around the room to see who else was there. Hermione followed his eyes and spotted a sleeping seventh year in the corner and a small group of third years about to go to bed. "Ah no. Ron finally managed to speak. "It's just, I've been thinking." Ron moved from his chair and came to sit next to Hermione on the sofa. It surprised Hermione how close he chose to sit. If it was intentional or not she had no idea, but his entire leg rested against her own, and for some reason, it shocked her to straighten her spine. Ron seemed to have been working up to something, for he completely abandoned his poor homework and pushed Hermione's aside as well. He then proceeded to render Hermione completely speechless when he took her hands in his and turned to face her fully. "I've been thinking, Hermione." "Ron, you don't have to know, I need to say this, so will you just be quiet and let me finish for once?" His tone had turned much more serious than she had ever heard him, and she just nodded. She cast her eyes down to Ron's hands holding her own. She had never thought she had small hands, but they looked so when he clasped them as he did just then. There wasn't anything special about holding hands with Ron, she had done it on rare occasions, but this time felt different. And nothing like when she held hands with Malfoy, a small voice inside her head told her. A voice she tried her best to shut up, but it kept going. It told her how strange her hands felt in Ron's grip, how he kept flexing his fingers around her hand as if trying to get a better grip on her all the time as her hands would fall out of his grasp. There was nothing tender in the way he held on to her. It was almost as if he held on to her like a lifeline, like he knew something bad would happen the minute he let go, and that's why he clung so much to her fingers to the point it nearly hurt. She tried wiggling her fingers, which seemed to get Ron to loosen his hold a little, but he refused to let her go or stop talking. "The thing with the love potion was stupid, but it made me think about some things." "Ron, are you sure? Will you just let me speak, Hermione?" He sounded angry, but a smile played around his lips even so. "Merlin, can't even do this without you interrupting me," he muttered under his breath and shook his head as he chuckled. He then straightened and looked her right in the eyes. Hermione was surprised by the amount of emotions she saw reflected in Ron's startling blue eyes. "I've never been smart with words like you, Hermione. And I probably shouldn't be saying any of this, but I feel like I need to. Things are always getting in the way. I don't know." He let go with one hand to run it through his hair and then down his face. As he took her hand again, he started to look across her face before his eyes landed on her mouth. Before Hermione could react in any way, Ron had leaned in and was kissing her. It caught Hermione completely off guard and she just froze in place. That didn't seem to bother Ron, however, who just kept kissing her softly. It was a strange kiss if she were honest with herself. There was nothing forced about it, it wasn't like Ron was pushing himself on her, she could easily lean back and away from him and that would be that. He seemed to be testing something in the kiss. The way he had tilted his head slightly to make space for his nose against her 011. He didn't push with his lips or with his tongue as she half expected him to do. Hermione allowed herself to close her eyes briefly to the kiss for a few seconds before she broke it off. Ron didn't pull away but leaned his forehead against her own. She could feel his breathing on her chin, and after sitting so closely for a short while, Ron looked at her again. And this time what he saw made him sigh crestfallen. "I guess I just had to make sure." "Ron, 1's all right, Hermione. We've never said anything. I just always thought, well, Ron, I care about you. Merlin, I think I even love you, but like I love Harry. You're like my brothers." Ron sighed heavily and let go of her hands, but she reached out to pull one of them back in her lap to make him hear what she had to say. "If we are being honest, then yes, there was a time when I thought of you that way." Ron perked up slightly at this declaration. "But seeing the way you were with Lavender, I realized I could never be that girl for you, Ron." "What do you mean?" "I'm not like that, Ron, you must know. I can't be that kind of girl who bounces across the corridors for you or coos over everything you do. I never said I wanted that. I know, but deep down, I think you enjoyed it." Most of the time. And I don't blame you. That kind of attention is, well, you should know. She tried knowingly smiling at him and got a small one in return. I never thought of you like that, Hermione. I've always liked you as you. Hermione's heart clenched and some part of her wished that she could just fall into Ron's arms and kiss him with every fibre of her being to be happy with him. But she knew deep down that it would never be the case. Her heart had started to follow its own path, and Hermione's brain was starting to follow in its tracks. If she was being completely honest with herself, it had done so for a while. She just needed to be brave enough to take the first step on the pathway as well. I know, Ron, and that's one of the reasons why I'll always love you. As my best friend and brother. She pulled him in for a hug and felt him sigh on her shoulder. He nuzzled his face into the crook of her neck and she relished the embrace for what it was. Nothing romantic but two people declaring their devotion to each other. Pulling back a little, she rested her forehead against Ron's again. I think you need to pull out your teaspoon of emotions and figure out what you want. It's not fair to Lavender otherwise. You're right. I know, it's just. I know. But if you want to be with Lavender, you should. If not. Hermione mimed giving Ron a small teaspoon and he accepted it with a chuckle. You should at least be honest with yourself, Ron. You deserve that much. He nodded and she nodded along with a bumping forehead. Right. I think I need to go for a walk. Please promise me you'll talk to Lavender soon about whatever choice you make. I will, Hermione. You know I'll always love you, right? Hermione was just getting up when he spoke those last words very carefully. She turned around and had never seen Ron look so vulnerable before. She waved her wand to finish packing her things and levitated it to her room before making Ron stand before her. She cupped his cheek in one hand and placed the other on his chest. I know. She said softly and pushed up on her toes to give him one final small kiss on the lips. If she could even call it a kiss. She barely brushed her lips against Ron's but felt him strain for more under her palm. That was when she pulled away and repeated, I know. She then left the common room before Ron could witness her crying. Once Hermione found herself alone in the corridors of Hogwarts that night, she wandered around while struggling to stop crying. She didn't know why she was crying. It wasn't because she wanted to be with Ron. She had settled that with herself months ago. Realization slowly dawned on her that it was because she had hurt Ron by turning him down. She loved him dearly, but he would always be just a friend. They were never going to work together, their tempers were too easily riled to combust against each other. Ron deserved to be with someone who loved him for all he was. Hermione wiped her cheeks once more and felt fewer tears fall as she thought back to Ron's lips against her own. Even as he had been kissing her, she had been thinking of something, or rather someone else. And she hated herself for it. That traitorous part of her brain kept comparing lips and kisses. How Ron's lips felt soft but also too light on her own, while another set of lips had felt pliant and warm as if they were to breathe life into Hermione. Ron's kiss had been hesitant and questioning, which made sense on his part as he was trying to see what could be if they wanted to. The other kiss had been consuming and demanding more. Hermione shook her head and had to pause in her tracks to catch her breath. Instinct had her reaching for the pearl around her neck and she nearly jumped out of her skin when she felt it warm under her fingers. Of course, Malfoy would want to have a chat now, of all times. Hermione went and slumped on the floor to put her head between her legs while she continued to stop crying. The way Ron had held her hands had felt strained and desperate. It felt as if both of them knew something was slipping between their fingers and they were trying too hard to hold on to it. Ron's fingers felt rough from his time playing Quidditch, but when he had tried to stroke along her fingers it felt forced as opposed to when Malfoy held her hand and ran his thumb along the back of it. Malfoy's hands were also tested from playing Quidditch, but she could never feel that when they held hands. He would also hold on tight but not too tight, and it always felt natural to place her hand in his. She didn't dare think it, but the thought surfaced anyway. It was almost as if her hand was shaped to fit in the palm of his strong yet careful hands. Hermione trembled as she cupped her own hands to her chest and tried to see how much they had betrayed her by feeling this way. That's when the tears started to push their way forward again. She had no idea how much time had passed or even what time of night it was. She was sure it was long past curfew, and she should most likely have been more aware of her surroundings as a prefect, but right then, she didn't care. All Hermione cared about at that precise moment was how she was to come to terms with what her heart was trying to communicate to her brain. As if thinking about it was all it took, she suddenly saw a pair of shoes beside her that she would recognize anywhere. No one else had that fine shoes at Hogwarts that she knew of. Granger. Malfoy crouched down and was met with her wet cheeks, which caused his eyes to widen and determination then steeled his expression. Right, come on. Without a reply from her, he took her hand. She was startled at how easy it was for them to do this now and tugged her along, all the while checking around comers for any other students or professors. Meanwhile, Hermione was too focused on Malfoy's hand around her own that she didn't even see where they were going before Malfoy shut the door of the astronomy tower behind them. He was still holding her hand. Granger, what's but he didn't get to say another word before Hermione let go of his hand and leaned her head on his chest and cried again. She could tell from the way he froze just then that it felt just as awkward to him as it did to her, but she had lost the sense to care just then. She just wanted someone to help her through her crying. She had done it for him once, it would only make sense he helped her this time. Very slowly she felt Malfoy raise his arms and pull them around her shoulders and back. She then wasted no time reaching her arms around his waist for balance and comfort. Still, the tears kept falling and neither one said anything. Malfoy just held Hermione while she cried for everything she had been forced to realize in a very short time. She could feel one of his hands stroking down her hair and her back, and it felt so relaxing and so comforting. Not long after that, Malfoy leaned his head on top of hers and Hermione pressed herself closer to his tall frame. They stood like that for a long while as Hermione silently cried every last tear she had and Malfoy stroked her hair and back, soothing comfort and ease back into her body. His arms around her felt less and less forced and much more gentle when she finally felt like there were no tears left. "Thank you," she murmured into his chest and now a rather wet shirt. "Sure, Granger. Did you want to talk, or?" He trailed off and she could feel him pull back slightly to try and look at her. She loosened her grip on him and pulled back a little too. It was only then she realized what she had actually done in her state of distress and how close she had forced herself on Malfoy. But the way he looked at her told her that he didn't particularly mind at the moment. His eyes kept searching her face for something as if he could find the cause for her tears simply by looking at her. He had a hand on her shoulder that she felt twitch as if he was trying to decide where to put it next. When Hermione next took a deep breath, he did the same and he moved his hand to softly wipe at one of her wet cheeks. Hermione forced herself not to flinch. Not because Malfoy was touching her so gently, but simply from the sheer surprise of the fact that he did so willingly and so gently. Hermione blinked a few times to clear her eyes from the last tears and found Malfoy staring down at her. "Are you all right?" he whispered, and she felt his exhale across the bridge of her nose. The combination of his stare and the way he had just spoken, so low and caring, suddenly did something to her stomach she had never experienced before. She was aware of the slumbering thing that would sometimes coil and stretch when she felt a certain way. But this time it seemed to reach out and hit every nerve point in her body, and she nearly went limp in Malfoy's arms. Yes, she paused the instant she felt his palm cup her jaw and tilt her head slightly the better to look at her in the moonlight. For several long moments, they just stared at each other, each trying to read what the other one was thinking. Hermione felt her stomach fivist around itself in nervous anticipation. But fear still had a strong hold on her heart, and she saw it mirrored in Malfoy's expression for just a flicker of a second. His thumb started to move slowly along her jaw and Hermione closed her eyes at the touch because it was the only thing she could do. Once she tried again and felt the heat from Malfoy moving closer to her. Next thing he rested his head on her forehead and Hermione had to force herself to remember how to breathe. Granger. Malfoy's voice was barely above a whisper, and there was something else in the way he said her name. Like it was an answer to a question he had been struggling to find for a long while. Or as if he was pleading with her, or to himself. It made her snap her eyes open to find he had shut his eyes. No. This couldn't. She wasn't. Wasn't what? Hermione scolded herself for pulling her arms back and stepping out of Malfoy's wan embrace. Her heart screamed at her to get back in his arms, but her brain had taken over again and was forcing her to keep stepping back yards. I should get back. Thank you, but it's late and... What else was there to say for what she had nearly let happen? Malfoy just looked at her. It was the most devastating expression she had ever seen on him. It was even worse than when she had found him falling apart in the bathroom and she came very close to closing the distance between them again. But her brain was in complete control by then and she turned on her heel to leave without another word. Malfoy didn't try and stop her either. On her way back she realized what she wasn't. She wasn't ready. Chapter end notes. Thank you all for reading. I love and appreciate every kudos and comments to hear your reactions. I'm so sorry for tormenting you with this slow burn. But Hermione just needs more time to align her heart and brain a bit more. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. The Little Things chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It would be natural for the students of Hogwarts to be very influenced by the weekend of Valentine's. And many students were. Though not in the sense most people would expect. At breakfast on Monday Hermione was very distracted and barely paid attention to Ginny taking a seat next to her. Hermione's mind was busy replaying last night's event on a never-ending loop and chastising herself for her reaction one moment and balking from her administration the next. You look how I feel, Ginny muttered and started pouring herself a bowl of porridge. Hermione looked up and saw Ginny had red eyes and rather flushed cheeks. What's wrong, Gin? Hermione pushed her food aside and focused all her attention on her friend, which was good because it meant she could push her problems aside for the time being. Dean and I broke up last night. Ginny sighed and started adding several dollops of honey to her porridge. Oh Ginny, I'm so sorry. Don't be, it was for the best. We were arguing so much lately and well, like you said. I like Dean, but I don't. Ginny stopped herself because they both knew the meaning of her unfinished sentence. It didn't stop Hermione from hugging her friend all the same. As the two girls embraced each other, Hermione began to pick up on the whisperings around them. It was honestly surprising that it had taken this long for Ron's incident with Love Potion to spread among most of the students. But Monday morning it seemed to be the most discussed topic among nearly every student. Heard him cry for Romilda. She threw a leg lock at Jinx and... When Potter showed up. Ginny winced at the muttered gossip all around them and Hermione scowled at whoever decided to bring up the topic close to her at the Gryffindor table. Honestly, some of the students at Hogwarts were no better than the tabloid magazines Hermione knew some of her Muggle acquaintances liked to read. Hermione had flipped through them on occasion when her mother would try and get her to talk with some off-local girls during her earlier summer holidays. Thankfully her mother had given up that endeavour when she saw how sullen and sad her daughter returned to their house after spending time with the chatty girls from their neighbourhood. Fancy a walk? Hermione packed a few biscuits in napkins and reached for her bag. Ginny went along happily and grabbed some fruit on her way. Just outside the doors to the Great Hall they nearly bumped into Ron and Lavender. The two of them looked the same as ever, although Lavender's hold on Ron's and seemed to be a bit painful from the slight twinge Ron had around his mouth. Maybe skip breakfast this morning? Ginny suggested to her brother with a knowing look. He gawked over their heads, and when some of the students closest to the doors spotted him and Lavender, they immediately stuck their heads together and started whispering frantically. "Come on, Lav," Ron muttered and tugged Lavender along back where they came from. Lavender looked slightly put out but followed all the same without a word of recognition to either Hermione or Ron. Ron cast a guilty look over his shoulder at Hermione before turning his glum expression back to Lavender. Hermione felt her heart ache for her friend but didn't know what else to do. She had told Ron the truth last night. She didn't love him that way, and it was best they remained friends. But it hurt to see him hurt like that, and even more so when he clearly hadn't had the nerve to break things off with Lavender yet. Because it was quite clear he didn't want to be with her anymore. From the way Lavender was holding on to Ron, she might suspect it too. "Come on, Ginny. If we use warming charms, we can go sit by the lake." Pulling their cloaks tighter around their shoulders, the girls went and sat by the lake and talked over Ginny's breakup that weekend. "I think Dean knew before I did. He'd been a bit too helpful lately, and it just got to my last nerve when he would always try to be the perfect gentleman. I mean, I like a bloke to help me out, but I can do stuff on my own. I'm not completely helpless. Merlin, I had to survive living with Fred and George." Hermione chuckled and broke off pieces of biscuits to eat, while also tossing a few pieces into the lake for whatever creatures would want to eat them. "Some Valentine's weekend, huh?" was Ginny's final remark on the matter, and she went to lie down and look at the clouded sky. "Yes," Hermione whispered and clutched her knees to her chest, and she once again replayed her weekend in her head. If she closed her eyes, she could pretend it had ended differently, and her imagination started to play all kinds of tricks on her. She quickly snapped her eyes open again, afraid of what her silly mind would decide to conjure up. "Anything interesting happen with you, Hermione?" Ginny asked lazily, not expecting an interesting answer based on her tone of voice. Hermione glanced over and saw Ginny had closed her eyes as well, but she looked rather peaceful as she lay on the grass. Her breakup might have been harsh, but it also seemed to have risen her spirits again. "No, nothing worth mentioning," Hermione spoke while her brain shouted liar over and over again. For the rest of the morning, the two girls just watched the clouds drift by and spoke of nothing special. Hermione complained about some of the homework she still hadn't had the time to do and the fact that she would likely spend her evening in the library the next few nights to catch up after that weekend's events. Ginny was similarly behind on her OWLS and groaned at the thought of all the work she had to do over the rest of the semester. "At least I still have Quidditch to take my mind off things, now I can't be distracted with a decent snogging session anymore." They broke out in roaring laughter at this and were still wiping their stinging eyes on the way back to the castle before splitting up for their separate classes. When Hermione met Harry and Ron outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, she was finally able to hear how Hermione's lesson with Dumbledore had gone. "It's really rather interesting to learn all these things." Hermione mused more to herself than either of her two best friends. "Speak for yourself," muttered Ron and pulled his book and homework from somewhere deep at the bottom of his bag. "Well, I'm sure Dumbledore wouldn't be sharing this with you, Harry, if it didn't mean something special. You'll just have to wait and see what that special something is. I suppose. I just hope it's something to help me get rid of the creepy sod." Speaking of creepy sods. Ron trailed off as Snape then entered the classroom and waved his wand silently, causing the blinds to cast the entire room into darkness. "We shall be working with dark creatures today. Open your books and turn to page 394. Snape trailed to the front of class and looked expectantly at his students, whom all followed suit without a word of complaint. They knew better by then. The rest of the class was less tiresome than other classes Snape had taught. They had learned a great deal about some of the nastier creatures, and from the look on Ron's face, Hermione was sure he would have nightmares about huge spiders that night. She patted him affectionately on the back on their way to the Great Hall. Ron complained about missing breakfast and was the fastest to pile his plate higher than even his standards. Hermione just wrinkled her nose in reply and fetched food for herself. What was up with Ginny this morning? Ron eventually asked between mouthfuls of enormous amounts of food. Oh. Hermione glanced along their table trying to spot any nosy students, or in fact if Dean was present, but neither he nor Ginny was anywhere to be seen. She and Dean broke up this weekend. Across from her, Haney seemed to choke on his juice but tried his best to cover it up with a continuing cough. Ron was ignorant of this particular reaction from Harry, but Hermione casts him a knowing smirk, which Harry pretended to ignore. Yes, it wasn't much of Valentine's weekend for many Gryffindors. Hermione mused and pretended to focus her attention on her food again, meanwhile casting her eyes in Harry's direction. She tried not to smile at him but failed spectacularly from the scowl he sent her in return. Did she, Harry feigned his interest between a few bites of food and a seemingly casual shrug. Did she mention why they broke up? It was nothing serious really. They'd been drifting apart for a while, and Dean was a little too protective of her. They liked each other, but I don't think it would ever have amounted to much more than that. Harry nodded at this explanation and tried his best to hide the grin that was so evident to Hermione. She stretched her foot and gave Haney's knee a nudge. He jerked his head up with a start. What did you think of Dean, Ron? Hermione asked while she kept her eyes on Harry. Ron's attention was solely on his food and saw none of his right eye pose. UTE as 2 and Z. Sorry, what? Haney glared at Ron, who chewed a few more times before he could speak properly again. The GIT was too handsy with her. I'd always catch him with his hands on Ginny in some way. You're... Hermione snickered and deliberately poked Ron in the ribs. And what about how Lavender has nearly attached herself to you? At least Ron had the decency to have his ears turn red at that remark. Yeah, well, I'm hoping after tonight, she won't be attached much longer. He mumbled and diverted his eyes. Just then Lavender and Parvati came into the Great Hall, and Lavender's keen eyes spotted Ron instantly and swooped over to budge Hermione along the bench to take a seat next to her boyfriend. Parvati took a seat on Hermione's other side. 1-1, are we still meeting later tonight? Yeah. Course. Ron didn't speak a word more to Lavender for the rest of their lunch break, and she looked slightly put out when he left with Harry and Hermione for potions. I hate this. Any advice, Hermione? Why are you asking me? She gasped as they made their way to the dungeons. Because you're a girl, and you know more about this stuff than I do. Ron shrugged as they turned the corner, and Hermione's eyes landed directly on the pale blonde hair of N. Malfoy. She felt her throat close up and breathing became quite difficult. If it hadn't been for Harry pushing around her, she would have frozen on the spot, but his nudge kept her moving her feet forward. Right, well, just be honest, Ron. That's the best you can do. She's going to be upset either way. But maybe she halted Ron a few steps behind Harry and gave him a pointed look. Maybe not too honest. Ron's eyebrows shot up and understanding dawned in his eyes. Right. Thanks, Hermione. His eyes then softened and he took her hand to go wait for Sloane. When Hermione spotted Malfoy's hateful stare at her hand in Ron's, she slowly disentangled her hand from his grip under the excuse that she needed to find something in her bag. As she did so, she noticed Malfoy's shoulders return to their normal posture. Not long after, Sloane came and ushered them all inside for whatever concoction he wanted them to brew that day. Hermione nodded at her friends and went to take her seat next to a very tense Malfoy. Sloane was quick to begin his rather short explanation for them to start brewing a potion for dreamless sleep. He clapped his hands as he always did, and everyone started on their potions. Malfoy, however, kept to his seat with a somewhat permanent sneer around his lips. "Malfoy, would you mind starting the fire?" Hermione offered, as he usually did this despite her very decent charms to start small fires. He said nothing but pointed his wand to non-verbally cast the spell. Hermione heard the muttered words around her and realized that not many students had yet to grasp the handle of non-verbal spells. In potions, it seemed it was only her, Malfoy and sometimes Ernie who pulled them off. Hermione thanked Malfoy and went about the work for the potion. But that day was like a splash back in time. Malfoy gave her the silent treatment all through the hour, and whenever she spoke to him, he would glare at her before casting a vicious look across the dungeons. Hermione briefly wondered what had happened to the boy who had comforted her in the astronomy tower not even a day ago. But then she thought that perhaps her reaction had caused that boy to vanish, and in return, it was the same old and cruel Malfoy again. That was a very depressing thought, and she decided just then that she would try to reach out to that other version of Malfoy. The one that would hold her hand and bicker with her endlessly about useless points when they were brewing in the dungeons alone. Alone. Perhaps it would be best to wait for the following night to bring it up with him. That was of course if he even decided to show up to their scheduled meeting as usual. The only words Malfoy spoke to her during potions that day was his greeting as he left. The way he spoke her name that time made her hands ache to reach out for him and ask what the problem was, but she stopped herself when he looked at her. His grey eyes were a storm of emotions, and she couldn't recognize them all as they were changing too rapidly. He gave her a curt nod before he stormed off, followed quickly by Not. Zabini pushed his way past Hermione with a smirk on his lips. "Someone's got their knickers in a twist." He teased with a twitch of his head in Malfoy's direction, and Hermione couldn't help the smile it pulled from her. She almost asked Zabini to speak to Malfoy on her behalf, but then thought better of it. Because really, what would she even ask him to say? Monday night in the common room turned into a battlefield when Ron decided to break things off with Lavender. Ron thought it had been a good idea to do it while other people were around, and Hermione guessed it would be his way of hoping she wouldn't get too mad if other people were watching. That backfired completely, as Hermione heard, once she got back from the library and a very tense atmosphere hung around the common. Ron was frying to make a large armchair swallow him. Harry was reading his stupid Prince book again on the floor beside him. Hermione decided to take a seat next to Hermione, while some of the students left in the common room cautiously glanced their way. "What happened?" Hermione whispered and leaned closer to Harry for an explanation. Lavender had completely broken down in a fit of rage and tears. She had screamed at Ron for being a coward and a jerk for breaking up with her. And how he would never get what he wanted, because she knew what he wanted. At that point, Ron groaned in the chair behind them and muttered something that sounded like bed. He then slouched up the stairs and Hermione assumed he collapsed on his bed. It was rather awful to witness, actually. Harry cringed at the memory and shut his book when he saw Hermione's scowl. "I'm sure it was awful." "Oh, Ron, why did he choose to do it here? Of all places?" Hermione shook her head at the lack of tact from her friend. "Dunno." Harry shrugged. "I think he just wanted to get it over with, you know. I suppose." Hermione sighed and rested her head on Hermione's shoulder, and he in return rested his head on top of hers. "This really has been a few awful days," Hermione mused. They just sat in silence and watched people as they slowly made their way to bed until they were the last ones left. Hermione heaved a sigh. "I suppose we should go to bed as well. I'll see you tomorrow, Harry." "Yeah, all right." "Hermione, are you all right?" She paused on her way to her feet again. "Yes, why wouldn't I be? It's just, well, and don't get upset with me. I just noticed that Malfoy was less. Well, you didn't speak much today. Usually, the two of you bicker all the time when you work, or you just work peacefully in sync. Today you just seemed off." Hermione shrugged, and Hermione could tell he was trying not to be his usual suspicious self when it came to Malfoy. He was still beyond curious, that much was clear, but he was trying to be cordial about it. "Yes, well, as you said, Malfoy was different today. I'll have to try and talk to him tomorrow." "Night, Harry." Hermione left without any more explanation than that, because she could hardly tell him the truth. Sleep was long off that night. Part of it was because Lavender wouldn't stop crying and Parvati did her best to comfort her. Another part was the knot in Hermione's stomach at the conversation she was preparing to have with Malfoy the following evening. Hermione woke and still felt tired the next day. Lavender was still sniffling in her bed and refused to get up when Parvati came over to her. With a glance in Hermione's direction, they silently agreed to let Lavender stay in bed for the morning until she was ready to get up herself. Lessons that day went by in a blur, and Hermione felt a strange sense of foreboding. When she met with Malfoy in the library in the afternoon, he took his seat across from her instead of next to her, and she felt like someone had punched her in the stomach. They didn't speak the entire time, and she feared he wouldn't show up that evening. But he did. He was already waiting for her inside the dungeon and had started the fire under the cauldron. Hermione went and deposited her bag when Malfoy finally spoke to her. "Weasley let you go then?" "What?" Hermione turned and saw Malfoy looking strangely at her. He twisted his hands in his lap before shoving them in his pockets as he rose to pace the dungeons. "Weasley decided he's done with that other girl, and now he finally made his move on you?" Malfoy drawled and sneered at her. He kept pacing as if it would help keep the strained emotions in his body at bay. "What?" "That's not save it, Granger. You made your point. I get it." He started to laugh to himself, which Hermione found a bit frightening because she had no idea what he found so funny. "I don't. You sure played your part well, I'll give you that." He scoffed and turned on his heel to lock eyes with her, and Hermione faltered under his stare. "What do you mean?" "Come on, Granger, you're a clever girl. We both know you pretended all this." He gestured around the dungeon and between them. "Just so you could get close to the poor Death Eater and have him, I don't know." "Whatever." Hermione gasped at the way he referred to himself as a Death Eater. She knew of course what the truth was, but it was as if they had both agreed to never mention it and just pretend it wasn't there. But to hear him speak so brazenly about it meant he was clearly upset. "You think Ron and I..." "But why would you think that?" "I saw it." For a second Hermione froze, and she worried he had seen what she knew deep down he couldn't have. No one knew about her kiss with Ron apart from him. But then he must be referring to when Ron held her hand the other morning. She closed her eyes in frustration and pinched the bridge of her nose at the ridiculous turn of events. Malfoy was jealous, and she had never in a million years thought that could ever be possible when it came to her. "Malfoy! Will you stop moving about and listen, you idiot?" He stopped then, but only to give her an evil sneer. Hermione took a deep breath and moved around the table to stand before Malfoy. "Ron and I aren't together, nor will we be. Yes, he broke things off with Lavender, but that doesn't mean he and I will get together. That's not what I want." She raised a shoulder in a small shrug and saw how Malfoy seemed to fight an internal battle on how to react to this. She noticed several of his old masks slipping by his expression, and she waited for him to calm down. Hermione felt a change in the air just then, and she stepped back to the table to return to their brew. She could feel Malfoy's eyes on the back of her neck the entire time, but she kept her head down. It took him forever to gain his composure again, but then she heard him whisper, "What do you want then, Granger?" Hermione froze, trying to open a jar of beetles. "I don't want to talk about that tonight. We have work." "Fuck it, Granger. You can't." Malfoy rushed over to her and pulled her arm so she was facing him. He retreated almost instantly when he realized how he had frightened her with his reaction. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't." I'm Sony. He mumbled and ran his hands through his hair, breathing out his frustrations. Silence fell and Hermione didn't know what to say to break it that wouldn't risk some strange reaction from Malfoy. Finally, he seemed ready to breach the silent waters between them. I spoke to Snape the other day. His tone was low and much more neutral than what it had been just moments before. Oh. Yes, oh. We talked about, well, many things. He turned his back to her and started pacing again. Hermione kept silent. She could feel Malfoy had been wanting to tell her this and he would need the silence to work through what to say before he could confess it to her. He spoke of the same friends you have spoken of. How they'd like to help me with my... He glanced at his left hand and rubbed it lightly before continuing. He says something is about to happen. We don't know what it might be, and frankly, I don't care at this point. I just want... At this point, he put his head in his hands and sat on the desk. Hermione stayed where she was because she knew if she went to him, she would put her arms around him and that would be dangerous just now. Instead, she watched Malfoy try to control his breathing again before he could continue speaking. We came to an agreement, that's all I'll say. I shouldn't even be saying this to you, but... He looked up at her then with eyes that saw straight through her. You already know too much as it is. Hermione gulped the lump in her throat and put her jaw down on the table. She could sit on the desk next to him, that would be all right, wouldn't it? With slow and careful steps which Malfoy followed minutely, she went and sat next to him. So why are you telling me this? And why accept Snape's offer now? Malfoy locked eyes with her once more and she felt lost in his eyes. The way they seemed to pierce her straight to her soul and see everything she still kept to herself, afraid to admit. He seemed to see all that and recognize it because there was a change to his gaze then and he shifted next to her. She glanced down and saw him hold out his hand, palm up. With trembling fingers, she reached and clasped it. You know why? Malfoy whispered and Hermione kept her eyes on their hands. Malfoy was moving his fingers to interlace them with her own and she felt like her heart might escape her chest. Malfoy, just shut up, Granger. And for once in her life, Hermione kept her mouth shut. Mainly because she didn't know what to say to his small confession but also because she was glad to have his hand back in her own. A tiny smile tugged at her lips, and she could tell out of the corner of her eyes that Malfoy was trying to hide a smile as well. They just sat on the desk holding hands for a long while till eventually the small fire under the cauldron fizzled out and that brought them back to reality. We should start over. Hermione looked at their failed attempt for the night. Next time. Malfoy jumped down from the table, still holding onto her hand, and with a quick flash of his wand everything had been returned to their places again. He tugged Hermione down to stand next to him and she looked up at his smile, which was now very bright on his entire face. He opened his mouth a few times but closed it again before he finally found the words he had been struggling for. Should we start over as well? No. But maybe just skip the past 2 days. Friends again? Malfoy chuckled at her request. Sure, Granger. Then he raised their interlaced hands and planted a soft and lingering kiss on the back of her hand. His eyes found hers and there was a familiar gleam in them that made Hermione's chest constrict. Friends, Malfoy murmured and then bid her good night for the evening, leaving a very flustered and very confused Hermione alone in the dungeons. The following weeks were some of the strangest Hermione had ever experienced. Despite her breakup with Dean, Ginny was the life of the party. And Ron was just as jubilant despite his breakup with Lavender. Their other halves, however, were seen skulking around the corridors from time to time. Lavender with a murderous gleam in her eyes and Dean looking very defeated. But what was even stranger was Haney's sudden upbeat behavior in general. Of course, Hermione was fairly certain she knew the reason why, But she could also see the battle Harry was having because of his feelings. Hermione had enough to deal with on her own and kept from giving Harry any advice at all. Since their talk in the dungeons that night, Malfoy was back to being the charming and flirty version she had grown to care for. Merlin, she had even started to admit that she cared for him. And not necessarily as just a friend. But she knew that she still wasn't ready. There was something deep in her gut that kept her from pursuing whatever it was she felt for Malfoy. His little fit of jealousy had persuaded her that he had some of those feelings in return for her, but it was still much too strange to even consider the possibilities. What did Hermione even want? A very physical part of her knew exactly what it wanted. That was the part of her that relished the moments when Malfoy would interlace his fingers with her own and stroke his thumb up and down the back of her hand. It was the same part of her that kept putting strange and tantalizing images into her head when she paused between her schoolwork. It was the same part of her that kept returning to that night in the astronomy tower playing a very dangerous game of what if. But then there was the logical part of her that kept holding her back. Because even if they both wanted the same thing, and she was fairly certain he did, what would it mean? What could it even become? If Hermione hadn't been persuaded by Malfoy's tiny declaration that night, there were other things that surely made her realize how strongly he must be feeling as well. The first of those instances happened in potions the following week. Sloane had chosen that day to go over some terrible issues with brewing and the uses of wands versus other tools for stirring and such. He was right in the middle of a very long and very tiresome explanation of how the Ministry had to step in back in some 1960-something to make new rules for brewing when Hermione felt something tickle on her knee. Absently, she reached down and brushed her knee from the itch and tried to resume her attention on Sloane's monologue. But then she felt it again. She jerked her leg to try and get rid of whatever it was, but it kept returning. That was when she noticed the very tiny smirk on Malfoy's lips as what she then realized was his hand grazed a finger along her leg. Hermione jerked so violently in surprise and nearly toppled out of her chair, she even came close to knocking over the cauldron on the table where she and Malfoy sat. Sloane gave her a bemused look but kept going on with his story. Malfoy looked far too smug for his good at having succeeded in flustering her so. It was then she realized that she had become a game to him. He was testing her, or rather provoking her to loom up to that thing they both knew were between them at that point. It had started as nothing more than small looks at each other in the secrecy of the library. A smirk here or there, a twinkle of eye, mainly from Malfoy and then an eye roll from Hermione, and the brushing of fingers against each other before interlacing them. But Hermione refused to be provoked into anything off-sort in the library or any other place. She straightened her sweater unnecessarily and tried to sit comfortably again. Not long after she felt Malfoy's hand along her leg again, and it kept grazing higher and higher. Hermione was positive her cheeks were scarlet. What was he trying to do? She turned to look at him, horrified at the pure nerve of him. He smirked back at her as if to dare her to object. He cast his eyes around the dungeons as if to prove a point. Hermione glanced around as well to see several of the other students in the dungeons to be paying very little attention to anything. Not Sloane, let alone what Malfoy was trying to rile Hermione up for. Before she could return her focus to the front of the class again, Malfoy's fingers were back along her leg. She told herself it was instinct that made her do it, and part of it was making it seem like she rested her hands in her lap. She then moved one hand down to her leg, where Malfoy proceeded to twine his fingers with her. A relieved sigh seemed to escape them both at that point. They held hands for the rest of the class, and when Hermione left the dungeons it was with a blush tainting her cheeks. She avoided Ron and Harry profusely on her way out and did her utmost best to ignore Malfoy's self-satisfied grin as well. Every potions lesson since then he would sneak his way to try and get her to hold hands hidden away under their table unless they were forced to brew during the lesson. During those lessons he would do other little things to get to touch her, she realized day after day. She reasoned with herself that it was his way of trying to tell her what he wanted. With every little thing he did, she became more and more aware of what he desired. And what she was too afraid to admit to herself she desired as well. It evolved into a game between them. To see who could push the other the most to admit this first. Because even though Malfoy had said she knew the reason for his actions, he hadn't openly admitted anything, and Hermione was very aware of this. It was part of the reason that held her back. And why they started this silly game of teasing each other to be the first to admit it. When they were alone together, Malfoy would be even more charming than usual. He would do his best to stay close to her side. She couldn't remember one brewing session alone with him since, where he hadn't tried to do something to get close to her. One day it was an excuse to pull something from her hair and thus be close to her that way. Another day it was a question about something in a book he leaned in very close for them to read together. A day after that he would ask her to sniff a specific ingredient to see if it had gone bad, and his face would be inches from her own. The day after that he would ask her to show him how to delicately cut the beetles because his silly brain seemed to have forgotten. He was smirking the entire time. Hermione let him do this, of course, because she had her agenda to get him to be the first one to admit it, even though she knew he was trying to get her to do it first. She could admit that he worked very hard for it. He even showed up in his Quidditch uniform one evening and made a great show of taking it off, very slowly. Hermione had never felt her cheeks flush that fast or that much in her life before. It took her a few days to muster the courage to try and play the game as well. She debated asking Ginny for help on how to be seductive, because honestly, she had no clue and had ever only seen a few of those movies with her mother, and quite frankly that had been too awkward for Hermione to keep her eyes open the entire movie through. In the end, she decided not to ask Ginny for help as that would also have been too strange a conversation to have. Ginny, I was wondering if I have any suggestions on how to seduce Draco Malfoy. No, Hermione would have to think of something on her own based on what she knew of Malfoy. She took a leaf out of his book and did her best to try and get close to him under various pretenses. In the beginning, she would just linger near him as he sometimes did around her, and then watch him gulp down whenever she brushed her hips against his tall frame in any manner. Hermione was surprised at how easily she began to find the whole endeavour. Never in her life had Hermione thought she could be this. Well, seductive was the only word for it. She had never thought it was in her character to do any of the sorts, but around Malfoy, it came so naturally to her. One day it felt natural to brush her hair aside and expose her neck to him and watch his eyes flutter down her exposed collarbone. Then the day after that it felt natural to place her hand on his thigh under the pretense of keeping her balance when she was trying to read something across the table. And the day after that it felt natural to play with her necklace along her lips with a wicked smirk around those same lips when Malfoy was trying to keep track of how many times he had stirred the cauldron. She found this method to be very effective and did it several more times in the following days. Malfoy always had to start over again. Tonight, watching Malfoy take off his jumper in the fumes of the potion they were brewing, his shirt crept up and exposed the midriff of his stomach, intentionally, she knew, and she wondered how long they would be able to play this game of cat and mouse before one of them caved. He took much too long to pull the jumper over his head and tuck his shirt back down, leaving Hermione plenty of time to admire his lower rib cage. Which was a thing she had never thought to have an appreciation for. She was fairly certain it wasn't just the fire under the cauldron that made it hot in the dungeon that night. Shaking her head slightly to gather her wits again, she thought to herself, that two can play that game. She just had to figure out a way to rile Malfoy up the same way he did her. It had to be something physical, which meant Hermione would have to push her limits a smidge further than usual and be bolder than usual. She hesitated for a moment, going over again if it was a good idea. Seeing the smug look on Malfoy's face made up her mind instantly. But she couldn't do it straight away, that would be too obvious. So, she waited a bit while they brewed in the comfortable silence they still shared whenever they weren't verbally sparring. As she expected, it didn't take long for Malfoy to slowly inch his way closer to her on her side off table, and soon his elbow brushed along her arm. She turned her eyes to what was on the table in front of her and picked out her choice of weapon. The next time he brushed his hand on her side, she pretended to start and pushed her wand to the floor, accidentally of course. Oh no! Hermione then took a single step back from the table, but not from Malfoy, and turned at the hip to bend down and reach for her wand. She did it very slowly, of course. With her head halfway under the table, she could still feel the heat of Malfoy's body right next to her exposed backside, and she had to fight very hard to control her breathing for what reaction it might cause in him. It lasted mere seconds but felt like several minutes. At one point she was certain she felt something ghost along her waistline, but it happened so quickly she couldn't be sure. Malfoy twisted his body next to her and their hips touched in the movement. Hermione straightened back up again and turned to look Malfoy in the face with a glowing smile. "Got it?" she proclaimed and flourished her wand in his face. "Right." Malfoy gulped. Hermione couldn't stop the grin from spreading along her face as Malfoy just continued to stare at her open-mouthed. "Are we?" He cleared his throat and tried again. "Are we quite finished for tonight?" "I believe we are." "Excellent. I'll see you around then, Granger." Malfoy exited the dungeons faster than she had ever seen him leave. Tilting her head a bit, she noticed he was walking slightly lopsided, which made her grin even wider. She reached up to clutch her pearl necklace, knowingly expecting it to heat in a matter of minutes after Malfoy left. Hermione figured she won that round but was sure to pay for the next one. Chapter end notes. I know. I'm sorry for dragging this out, but what did you expect? But I promise many good things will happen in the next chapter. Find me on Instagram to give a follow for further updates and teasers as the story progresses. When unicorns fly. Chapter notes. I did promise you plenty of good things in this chapter. Without further ado, prepare yourselves for two firsts. This is also the longest chapter to date. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Days slowly turned into weeks and Hermione and Malfoy continued to fry and goad each other into admitting their growing attraction. Because Hermione was finally able to admit to herself that she found Malfoy very attractive. Especially the way he would look at her when they were alone together. Like the evenings when they were back to brewing their potion, the cauldron's heat swept around the two of them, making her brow bead with small drops of perspiration. If she glanced at Malfoy, she could see similar signs of perspiration on his face as well. That didn't stop him from looking very handsome, of course, the annoying sod. Hermione scoffed at herself for thinking what she was thinking. It was strange to be at Hogwarts these days with everything that was going on outside of the castle. Most of the time Hermione forgot they were on the cusp of something terrible. It was easy to forget the troubles outside the castle when she felt so safe and honestly happy inside its protective walls. But with each day the teachers began to show small signs of strain at the situation outside. Hermione knew which teachers to look for to notice these little signs. It was professors like McGonagall, Flitwick and on occasion Snape as well. These were teachers she knew for certain were in the Order and they would know what was going on outside the castle. McGonagall tried her best to keep the peace and would always purse her lips in strained silence when any students would ask about a piece of news the prophet had delivered that morning. Each morning there were more and more owls swooping through the Great Hall with letters from concerned parents either checking in with their children or just letting them know that they were still safe and well themselves. Sometimes Hermione could even sense from Malfoy that something was stirring, but she hadn't had the nerve to ask him yet. Mostly because she knew he would get angry and not tell her anyway. He was still adamant about not telling her much about his role as a Death Eater. Frankly, he hated to talk about it. She knew this from the way he would retreat behind one of his masks whenever she dared breach the subject. Instead, Hermione turned her attention to her friends with every piece of devastating news that would arrive with her morning prophet. That morning had been rather gruesome. The news had spoken of an event in a town near Yorkshire, where a handful of houses had been blown to pieces and they were still trying to account for the number of deceased people. It was still uncertain how many were wizards and how many were muggles, or even what the cause of the attack was. The mood in the Great Hall was split between the students who read the prophet and those who were blissfully ignorant. Harry was extremely tense when Hermione told them the story and he stopped eating his breakfast. "What's wrong, mate?" Ron nudged Hermione gently in the side and Harry seemed to come back from whatever place he had clocked out for. "It's because of him. We all know that was Death Eaters going stir crazy. This has to stop." "We know, Harry, but we don't." "Yes, we do. I just have to get that stupid memory from Slughorn." Harry retreated to his thinking again. He had told Ron and Hermione about his last lesson with Dumbledore a few weeks ago and the task he had been given. He had had no luck whatsoever, and Slughorn even seemed to be avoiding Harry. There had been no slug dinners for months and Hermione considered this could be the reason why. "Still no luck then?" Ron pushed a goblet of pumpkin juice towards Hermione, who took a gulp, still deep in thought. "No. No." Hermione paused and raised his head when an idea struck him. Hermione could see his eyes working hard to try and reason with himself. He muttered a bit to himself. "Surely, not the entire dose. Maybe just. Oi, mind telling us what you're blabbering about?" Harry looked up from the spot on the table he had been staring at. "Felix Felicis," he stated, and Hermione's eyes widened in amazement. "Of course. That's brilliant, Harry. Why hadn't we thought of that before? I was thinking of saving it for, I dunno." He made a feeble hand gesture and Hermione spotted his eyes track down the Gryffindor table where Ginny was laughing with a group of her friends. "Yes, well, if you don't have any success today, I say try the potion later this evening." Harry agreed, though rather begrudgingly. But Hermione knew he would do it. The look of devastation still hung about him when he would spot the rolled-up prophet by their plates. Hermione knew Hermione was determined to end the horrors that went on around the country, even if it meant sacrificing his happiness. She just hoped for her friend that he would get his happiness someday. "Do you think everyone will return from the Easter holidays next week?" Ron was looking around the Great Hall contemplating. His eyes seemed to catch on something and there was a different light in them for a brief moment before he returned his focus to their breakfast. "Depends, doesn't it?" Hermione's voice was devoid of emotions and Hermione felt so bad that she had no words of encouragement for either of her friends. Just then Ron cleared his throat and pushed the rest of his food away. "Right, I think I'm going to do some practice flying this morning." He was up and out the doors of the Great Hall before Harry or Hermione could say anything to that statement. "He's been doing that a lot lately, hasn't he?" Hermione narrowed her eyes at the retreating back of Ron Weasley, who kept shooting glances over his shoulder on his way out. "Yeah, and his flying has improved nothing either way. I don't think that's what he's doing though." "What is it then?" Hermione whipped her head back to Harry, who she was sure must know this piece of information about their friend. But he just shrugged. "No clue. He hasn't said anything, and I haven't asked." Hermione didn't ask any more questions that morning, because she would get no information from Harry. And Ron wasn't ready to tell them what was going on. If she thought back over the last weeks, Ron had disappeared more randomly lately. He was definitely doing something he didn't want his two best friends to know about. And it was burning a curious hole in Hermione's brain that she didn't know. When she looked back at Harry, he was glancing back at Ginny again and her face fell in sympathy for her friend. Hermione almost felt bad for how happy she felt that day when Malfoy snaked his hand under the table to find her own. It was a somber smile she sent him, and from the way he squeezed her hand she knew he sensed something was wrong. But they were in the middle of class and couldn't talk freely. She knew he would bring it up later that day when they were alone in the library, and sure enough, once they were secured and alone at their table, he cast the Muffliato charm, which she had taught him, and he turned to face her. "Why the sad face today?" "Because honestly, Granger, it wrinkles your face more than when you're trying to sort out something really difficult." He teased by wrinkling his nose in return, and she pushed him on the shoulder. This was something else that had developed between them. They would touch more often and much more at ease with the entire thing. "Did you read the Prophet this morning?" she queried in a low voice. Whenever she would ask about the news or events that happened outside the castle and it dealt with Voldemort or Death Eaters, Malfoy would shut down and one of his masks would slip back on. He never wanted to discuss things like this, and it bothered Hermione for no reason. She was well aware that he neither could nor would tell her anything for her safety. And she had tried again and again to explain that she could take care of herself. She had battled a handful of Death Eaters at the Ministry not even a year ago. Though to be fair, she hadn't yet thrown this in his face because she knew it would cause a rift between them, and she didn't want that with this new stage of their developing friendship. "No, I didn't. And from the sound and look on your face I can assume it was something awful, so maybe we should talk about something else. You can't keep ignoring things like this, Malfoy, though I can and I will." He slammed his closed fist down on the table with much more force than expected, and Hermione nearly jumped out of her seat in surprise. He noticed how he'd spooked her and took a moment to try and calm down again. "Look, Granger, I'm talking to Snape. I don't want to know what honors my father's so-called friends get up to. I've told you everything you need to know, which is close to nothing. Because you don't need to know anything. This is my problem and I'm handling it." His voice had risen slightly, and he had pulled his hand from her grip to angrily shuffle the parchments in front of him. Hermione kept her mouth shut but glared at him. He then turned in his seat and faced her completely with a sneer she hadn't seen for months. "Do you want to know all the possible and horrible ways these people go about torturing people? How they capture muggles just to have something to play with? How they relish at the thought of destroying something just for a laugh? That these people will stop at nothing at all to get what they want or whom they want? And when people get in the way, there's a few seconds between a move and a blast from a wand? Because if so, I can tell you in excruciating detail." Hermione was frozen as Malfoy moved closer to her. With each sentence his words punctured TLN off her chest. Both were breathing heavily for very different reasons. Malfoy kept searching her face with his earnest grey eyes, and she saw the storm rage in them again. It made her want to reach out and comfort him, but she kept her hands in her lap because of the way he was looking at her. She wasn't sure if he would hit her or let her cup his cheek like she was thinking about. "No, Malfoy. But we can't go on like there's no world outside of these walls. People are dying, and you think I don't know that, P." He shot up from his chair, which fell over behind him, and it was only because of the Muffliato charm that Madame Pince wasn't already breathing down their necks. "Fuck, Granger, if you'd seen the things I had to witness this past summer." He stopped himself with a pale hand across the lower half of his face. Hermione didn't know what to say to that, so she stayed silent and waited for Malfoy to continue. When he did, his voice was hollow and he wouldn't look at her. "There's a reason I'm not going home to the manor every time I get this year. He's turned it into his personal torture chamber in more ways than either of us could imagine. It's only because of my aunt that my mother can stay out of harm's way so far. Her letters are—" He trailed off and stared into nothing for a moment while he seemed to collect his thoughts. "I know what's going on outside, because I'm stuck in the middle of it, and I'm trying to find a way out, but you talking about it," he scoffed in derision and turned his back to her completely. Hermione waited one moment to gather her courage before she got up to stand behind him. Hesitantly, she placed her hand on his shoulder and was glad when he didn't flinch from her touch. "I didn't know," she whispered, but that only seemed to make him angrier. "Of course, you fucking didn't know. That's what I've been trying to tell you." You only hear what the stupid prophet gets the wind of, but that's barely scratching the surface of the monstrosities that go on. And if it weren't for you me? What have I done now? He whirled on her then and he nearly knocked her over in the process, but she shifted on her feet to regain her balance and face him head on. Fuck, Granger. This is all your fault, worming your way in as you did. I was doing just fine before all this started. He let out a frustrated groan but kept staring at her. I still don't get, of course, you don't. For the first time, the most brilliant witch doesn't have a clue what's going on. Malfoy threw up his arms and began pacing the small space between their table and the bookcases around them. I really should curse you, you know, Granger. His voice was calm the way he said it, and that scared Hermione more than anything, but when he looked at her it was not to scare her. It's your fault, after all. I didn't do anything. Malfoy scoffed and barked out a laugh. Course not. You and your sodding Gryffindor spirit wanting to be friends. And your stupid pretty smiles all the time. His voice was starting to get higher again and it somehow emboldened Hermione, because even though he said he wanted to curse her, she knew he wouldn't. Like you've been any better? The way you've kept trying to. Hermione faltered, unsure how to say what she knew he was well aware of. You've been ridiculously charming ever since. Ever since. And you've been infuriatingly understanding, it's making me sick. With each sentence spoken between them, they took a step closer to each other, eyes locked on each other, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Oh, and showing up in your Quidditch uniform is supposed to be completely by accident, I suppose. Hermione crossed her arms and tried to glare at Malfoy but failed. Like you haven't gone out of your way to make me. He paused when they simultaneously realized how close they had moved just then. Their chests were nearly touching. If Hermione inhaled deeply she was sure her chest would brush Malfoy's. Their noses were inches from each other, and their eyes roamed the other's face on a loop, trying to find a point to fixate on. Make you what? Hermione pushed. She had had enough of this. Malfoy stared down at her and she felt him lean a fraction closer and noticed how his eyes moved to focus on her lips. In time, she licked her lips and saw his throat bob in anticipation of what they both knew was about to happen. Hermione stood completely still and very slowly closed her eyes as Malfoy's breath ghosted warmer and warmer across her face. Care. He let out a warm breath and she could practically feel her lips warm from the sensation. And just when Hermione was about to raise herself on her feet to close the remaining distance between them, they both heard a small crack close by and they jumped back at the disturbance. Hermione felt the longing she could see on Malfoy's face. Searching the space around them, she soon spotted Dobby wringing his ears nervously in his hands by the end of the bookcase. He kept peering around the corner and hiding back whenever Malfoy would glance that way. Wait here, Hermione instructed and walked over to Dobby. What is it, Dobby? Hermione crouched down to face Dobby, who looked rather miserable with his situation. Potter's Weasley asks to get Potter's Granger, miss. Says Potter is being much strange. Dobby seemed to think he had safely delivered his message and with one last glance over at Malfoy, he vanished with another crack. Hermione sighed and rose back up to face Malfoy, who had used the time to try and compose himself. The heat that had been between them mere moments ago had fizzled away with the arrival of Dobby. Hermione figured that might be for the best. The library might not be the best place for what had been very close to happening between them, where everyone could have walked by and seen. She heaved a long inhale and went over to Malfoy again. I should go. Hermione offered meekly and started collecting her things. Malfoy stayed silent and waited for her to finish. When she hoisted her bag onto her shoulder, he grabbed her arm and pulled her to face him. Granger, it's all right, Malfoy. I understand. She cupped his cheek and felt a warmth in her chest when he closed his eyes at her touch. With his eyes still closed, she found the nerve to say her next words. "Because I care too." His eyes shot open and there was genuine happiness in them she had never seen before. "I should still go." She was about to pull her hand back, but Malfoy's strong Quidditch reflexes grabbed her wrist before she could pull away. His hold was soft as he opened her fingers and tenderly kissed the palm of her hand. Hermione felt shivers down her spine. "See you around, Granger." When Hermione got back to the portrait of Fat Lady, she had to take a few moments to gather herself from what had happened in the library. For a moment she stood and just got her pulse to come back down again. When she gave the password, the Fat Lady smirked at her and Hermione felt rather exposed again. Of course, the Fat Lady would have had to witness her fair share of students running around the castle trying to understand their bubbling emotions. She found Ron on a sofa with his head between his knees. He nearly cursed her when she prodded his shoulder. "Sorry." He huffed and apologized again. "You just missed Harry." "I tried to stop him, I really did." "Ron, slow down and just you why to explain what happened." Hermione took the seat next to Ron, who kept looking glum and very upset. "Right, so like we discussed this morning, Harry got back from our last class and decided to take a gulp of Felix this afternoon. At first, nothing seemed different, but then he changed to this very sickly cheery Harry, and he wouldn't stop grinning. And when I asked him where he would most likely meet up with Slughorn, he just said he wanted to go visit Hagrid." Ron groaned and stuck his head back between his knees. Hermione gaped. There were a few times when she had no words, but this was one of them. It sounded like someone had hit Harry over the head with some form of over-the-top cheering charm. But neither of them knew the effects of Felix Felicis, maybe that was a side effect they didn't know about. "Well, he's gone now, so there's not much we can do. We just have to trust the potion, I suppose." Ron groaned at that again and didn't lift his head back up. Hermione realized he probably didn't want to face things before Harry got back and they could determine how horrible the night would be. During the time they waited in the common room, Hermione chose to read something that wasn't homework for once. With the Easter holidays just around the corner, she figured she would have plenty of time to catch up on whatever homework they were sure to get. She wasn't planning on going home to her parents anyway. She knew Harry and Ron would be staying at Hogwarts, and she wanted to spend some more time with them. Malfoy made a small appearance at the back of her mind, and she had to pull her book much higher to hide the smile that stole across her face. Based on their discussion just hours before, she suspected he wouldn't be going home for the holidays either, and maybe. She stopped herself from that line of thought while she was sitting next to Ron before things became much too weird. A while later Ginny joined them and Hermione relented for a game of exploding snap with the two of them, even though she knew she was rubbish at it and would most likely lose. She was right, of course, but Ron was so much happier after he beat his sister. Though the smile on his face was wiped clean off when they all spotted Lavender and Parvati return that night. Ron ducked plain out of sight and excused himself to the 100. He took much too long, but Hermione and Ginny figured he was just hiding. When he finally returned he proved them right when he asked if Lavender and Parvati had gone to bed. Hermione didn't get to answer before Haney suddenly clambered back through the portrait hole with a smug grin plastered all over his face. Both his hands were occupied by something that was most definitely not his wand. He sauntered over to Hermione first and thrust a fistful of long glittering strands into her hands.